It's a rainy day in Douglas, Isle of Man, where is being held the FIDE Grand Swiss year 2023 edition, the prime tournament of the year, one of the strongest tournaments, which will eventually figure out who will take two places in the upcoming FIDE Candidates tournament. The playing venue is Villa Marina, which is the premier venue for all business, cultural and social events. But what's most important probably is that your host today will be legendary Grandmaster Peter Leko, and I'm very, very excited working finally together. I'm Grandmaster Arthur Nations. Peter.
Yeah, hello Arthurs, welcome everyone. Super excited to continue the coverage of this fantastic tournament, the Grand Swiss. Now we are entering the sixth round. Well, we have seen thrilling fights so far.
Indeed, right. So I think it's a good idea first, before we jump in what to expect today, let's have a look at some of the most interesting results from yesterday. And I think it's a good idea that we are going to start with the women's section, Peter. Here you see the top board. Asabayeva Bibisara, she managed to score an important victory over Tanjan Ki, thus cementing her lead in the overall rankings. But as I understand, it was not really so obvious from the start, because she was in trouble, was she not?
Well, she was in trouble because she played the King's Indian. That's how I would put it. But afterwards, things escalated very quickly. Tanzonji made a very questionable strategical decision, giving up her dark squared bishop. Bishop takes e5, and after that it looked to me like it was the absolute logical outcome that Bibisara took over the initiative and went on to win a fantastic game. A huge win for her. She's now leading. She might be thinking about the candidate spot, but also making her final third GM norm.
That's right. So I think it's excellent chances, because today it's only round 6, 11 rounds in total. So half a distance, so to speak, the equator has been reached in both of the tournaments. Also, in the second place shared is Anna Mozechuk, who drew against Vachier-Lagrave Ramesh Babu. Makes it actually quite an interesting topic to talk about, Peter, because Vachier-Lagrave, sister of Praggnanandhaa, probably the strongest sibling pair there is in chess right now. And also the top seed Alexandra Guryashkina, who started slow. She started with 2 draws in the first 2 rounds, then she managed to pick up some pace, scored 3 victories in a row. She's right back in business.
Yes, she's a fantastic player. If she starts winning and she settles into the tournament, all the psychological pressures are gone, then I think she's one of the favorites to win the event. Vachier-Lagrave has been playing fantastic events, some crazy attacking games. Yesterday, Anna Mozechuk managed to control her and make a draw. We see the standings, so much fight ahead. It's just halfway through, not even halfway through the tournament. There's so much twists and turns ahead for us, for sure.
So let's check out the matchups for the round 6 of the Women Grand Swiss, which we are about to see in a moment. Here you see it's the leader, Asabayeva. She's facing with black color against Anna Mozechuk, so I guess this is going to be one of the top matchups we want to follow. Also, Vachier-Lagrave is facing Alexandra Guryashkina, and Peter, this is a matchup I definitely want to follow, because Vachier-Lagrave, dear viewers, you might have noticed that she recently got her 3rd Grandmaster norm in the recent Qatar Masters tournament. Alexandra Guryashkina has been one of the strongest women players in the circuit. Despite the fact she started so relatively slowly, 4 points out of 5. I don't know, it's quite difficult to predict.
Yes, I fully agree with you that we have to be focusing on these two incredible matchups. We also see one interesting point, that Bibisara, after winning with the black pieces, gets another black color, and Vachier-Lagrave, having had the white pieces yesterday against Anna Mozechuk, has again the white pieces against Alexandra Guryashkina. So a very interesting pairing. All eyes on these two first boards.
That's right. So I think it's also fair to mention that both tournaments, the open section, the women tournament, they have 2 places up for grabs. So for the upcoming candidates tournament. All right, let's move on to the open section, because also there we have quite important clashes between the leaders. Here you see yesterday's result. Andrei Yesipenko was trying a little bit get a fight against Fabiano Caruana. Actually, I was following a bit yesterday's broadcast. I saw Peter that you were quite excited about Yesepenko's choice of playing King H1 in this cast structure. The game fizzled out to be a draw. Still, quite fun to follow.
Yes, it was very interesting with King H1, F-Take G3, dynamic pawn structure. Then Fabiano very nicely reacted, neutralized all the pressure, and the game, I believe, had a fairly logical conclusion that it was a draw. On board 2, Hikaru Nakamura made a very important win, continuing his winning streak. It's a hat-trick now, taking down Alexei Sarana in a very nice strategical performance. That Queen C1 move was the key move. Hikaru found it after that. I was never in doubt that he's gonna convert it.
That's right, and also one of the most interesting matchups, of course, which involved Hans Niemann, it was his game against Alireza Firouzja. I think it was chances for both players. At some point, it was Niemann who was having a very good chance to win the game, but still, eventually, it was the Frenchman who ultimately found a way to make a draw. And here we see another notable draws. But actually, I find it quite interesting, Peter, is that from top 14 boards in round 5, only 2 were decisive. What do you make of that?
Well, it just shows what a tough tournament it is. Yet brilliant players are facing each other. We did see the second decisive game being that Arjun Erigaisi versus Rina Jumabayev game that went all the way till the end. It was dramatic. It was one of the craziest and most spectacular endgames I have seen in a very, very long time. And finally, Arjun Erigaisi managed to win. That was a huge win for him. We see many draws. For example, Jan Krzysztof Duda against Mateusz Bartel. The all-Polish derby lasted eternity. Finally, it was a draw. Yeah, so you can't be faulting the players for lack of fighting spirit.
Yeah, indeed. Despite the fact that so many games finished in a draw, here we see the current standings after round 5. Hikaru Nakamura, thanks to his third victory in a row yesterday against Alexei Sarana, he has caught the leader Andrei Yesepenko and also Arjun Erigaisi. And Peter, I'm very, very happy to see Arjun showing that he is in great shape. I mean, Arjun, like some other players, for example, I think it was Parham Maksudlu and maybe even Yu Yanyi, they're playing quite a bit tournaments in a row. First it was the Asian Games, then there's the Qatar Masters, and now it's the FIDE Grand Swiss, right? So non-stop action for these players. And for Arjun, he was, it's so close to win the Qatar Masters tournament. This very unlucky blunder in the final round against Nodirbek Abdusatorov. And with these results here, he's showing in Grand Swiss, he's essentially saying this was not a coincidence. He's in a great shape. He can play against the best players in the world and beat them.
Yes, absolutely. He's a fantastic player. He's a superstar, a very dangerous player. And we see this three-way tie, yeah? Hikaru, Arjun, and Andrei there. Chased by brilliant players like Fabiano Caruana, Alireza Firouzja, Yuyanji, Vincent Keimer, and many, many more. There's a very huge tie on the 3.5 points, sharing 4th place all the way down, I think, till like 17, 18. And we're gonna see the match. Yes, exactly. We are seeing Vidit bouncing back after that tragic loss against Erwin Lamy in the very first round, winning 3 games in a row. And I feel like he's carrying the momentum, so I'm very, very eager to keep an eye on Vidit.
Yeah, so it's going to be quite interesting because Vidit today is facing Hans Niemann. So it will be a fun matchup to follow. So let's have a look at some of the most interesting matchups today. Here we see the top board, Andrei Yesepenko against Hikaru Nakamura. Either I have a prediction I would like to talk about how this game potentially might continue. I hope it's not going to be a Berlin game because, there are 2 leaders out of 3. Tomorrow there's a rest day. Maybe it's a good idea for them to take a break. I hope it's not going to happen. We are going to get a full fight. Still, we'll see. And on the second board, Yu Yanyi against Erigaisi, Fabiano Caruana against Yevgeny Nair. They also have a very, very interesting backstory because it was back in 2017 FIDE World Cup when Fabiano lost to Yevgeny Nair. I believe it was round 3 in the tiebreaks. Artemiev, Firouzja, Yakoboyev against Keimer. I just don't even know with which game to start. Probably we're going to still start with the game Yesepenko against Nakamura.
Yes, we're gonna start. I disagree there with you. I have zero of doubt that it's gonna be an incredible battle because Andrei Yasipenko yesterday has already showed against Fabiano Caruana that yes, he's not backing down on any fight, no matter against whom he is playing. And there we go. Okay, 1e4. Will we see the Berlin defense? No, we see a Sicilian. All right, this is great news for everyone.
All right, this is actually quite interesting, Peter, because I checked the previous games, what Yespenko has played against Hikaru Nakamura, and also in one of the post-game interviews, Nakamura did say that he already faced Andrei Yespenko quite a few times. It was last year. They played it twice. First time they played it in FIDE Grand Prix in Berlin. There were two stages, the first stage and the second stage. So in a time span of 1 month, Nakamura played against Yesipenko twice, two mini matchups, and what it makes really interesting, he won both of them fair and square, one victory and one draw. But the games, they were not easy because Yesipenko, in the very first game, he was very close to win the game. And I was expecting actually e4, e5. So, Peter, I mean, Sicilian defense and the hyper-accelerated dragon, that's a major surprise to me.
Yes, g6 is kind of surprising. First of all, white has tons of possibilities. White can try to get the Marozzi bind with c4, d4, but also there is this tempting option of going c3. It's one of my favorite moves. Whenever in Simul I'm faced with g6, I'm so happily playing the move c3. I'm a little bit surprised that Hikaru is willing to take so much risk right at the start in the game.
And actually, I was thinking before the start of the round, what would be the right approach? I mean, imagine, Peter. I mean, you've been in these situations so many times. You are the former World Championship challenger, so you know everything about it. What is the suggested approach? I mean, there's the very long tournament, 11 rounds, like here in the FIDE Grand Swiss, and everybody knows that tomorrow there's a rest day, right? So is it the right strategy today to go all in, try your chances, or, I mean, still play it solid against direct competitors?
It's a very interesting question. It's a good point. I believe that because Andrei Yesipenko has again the white pieces, just like yesterday, it would be very dangerous psychologically to slow down and think like, okay, tomorrow is a rest day, let's make a draw, because it will mean that he will have to come back with the black pieces. And psychologically, if you slow down yourself and not showing enough fighting spirit, that can really backfire. That's why I was so happy also seeing yesterday that Andrei is burning for fight, no matter against whom he's playing. And I'm pretty sure that after Hikaru has played c5, g6, Andrei will be feeling the responsibility that, yes, I have to put Hikaru under some pressure.
Yeah, a very, very interesting choice of the opening by Hikaru. I think it basically means that I want to get a fight here because I was pretty sure, Peter, that we are going to get e4, e5, some sort of a Rai Lopez or Italian game. Well, I think that Nakamura also is seeking chances here, so this means probably that this is going to be really fire. But I have to ask, Peter, the choice. I mean, are you still going to go for c3, d4, or would you opt for the Marozzi bind? Because I have to confess, I'm a huge fan of the Marozzi bind, meaning the pawns on c4, and then you play d4 and try to squeeze black out of inner life.
Yes, it's a big question. For example, white can immediately play the move d4, c takes d4, knight takes d4, and after bishop g7 play the move c2, c4. That's exactly when we talk about the Marozzi bind. This is the structure, the famous structure. But the big question is that if you play it from the white side and your opponent plays the move g6, then somehow you have this psychological feeling that this is what your opponent wants to achieve. Yeah, that's why I'm always so tempted just to play c3, and it's kind of a yes, and c3 on the board. I like this choice.
And now we have some sort of a Lapin, have we not? Because, I mean, basically transposes to some sort of a classical Lapin with e4, c5, c3, g6, knight f3, d5. I mean, a slightly strange order the most where black doesn't really play g6. But if my memory is not very wrong, I think Hikaru recently played already against a Lapin, the g6 system. I mean, please correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it was in this very Grand Swiss tournament.
Yes, however, it was C3, it was against Sadvani. It featured, I think, D5, ED5, Queen D5, and after D4, he played G6. I
Right, that's why it
somehow.
felt familiar.
Yes, and this is, of course, a completely different story. What Hikaru is doing right now, playing knight f3, G6, and after C3, the move D5, E5, and A6. This is a very, very risky strategy. And let me just show one more thing, and it just shows that modern chess is kind of completely crazy and out of control. That there is a very, very familiar line like this when white plays C4, black plays E5, white plays G3, black plays C6. It has a very good reputation actually. And after D4, black plays the move E4. It's considered to be a very fighting opening with very interesting chances. And now what we are seeing with reverse color, like black has the extra knight f6 move at his disposal. So it's very intriguing for me. Yeah, take a look at the position. Yes, we already have the knight on f3, and Hikaru plays the move a6. It's playing with fire.
I agree, and I absolutely love how you make this comparison with a completely different opening, because very often the ideas in chess, they just transpose, I mean, they're mirroring from the other color, right? So everything you can do with white, you can also do with black with one extra tempo or less. So this is essentially what we are seeing here. But Peter, I have a question. What would you play here without any, let's say, I assume you have a lot of ideas here as a chess professional and a top coach, but the way I treat this position is that probably from the wise perspective, you want to limit this bishop on c8, because this is very often what I'm teaching to my students. When black has the pawn structure, the pawn on d5 and the pawn on g6, especially in all kinds of Caracan structures, you want to make black suffer and make sure that this bishop g4 doesn't happen. So that's why something like h3 makes perfect sense. But then again, is bishop g4 a problem? Because if black takes on f3, it gives white a two bishop advantage, which is such a popular topic at the highest level. I mean, the choices.
Yes, it's a very good point. The question is, however, that how does it work exactly move per move? Yeah, if white plays the move h3, stopping bishop g4, then maybe black might be considering the move d5, d4, forcing or bringing the game into completely different pawn structure territory. Let's not forget, black's last move with a6 was also aimed at stopping white's bishop reaching the b5 square. One of my kind of feelings in this type of positions is that if after d4, for example, c takes d4, c takes d4, bishop g4, I have the move knight bd2, then I'm not that worried of bishop g4, because this knight d2 gives me good stability. Then I'm gonna kick that bishop away with h3 and make sure that after bishop takes f3, I will comfortably recapture with the knight.
That's a beautiful point, and of course, white does get keys to bishop advantage, also space advantage, and I assume the structure of this position clearly dictates that black will have to play e6, which opens up some dark squares at the king's head. I really like Jespenko's chances here, and I agree with you're saying here, Peter. I mean, it does feel like Hikaru is playing with fire here.
Yes, on the other hand, it was his choice. Yeah, so it just goes on to say that he's willing to take risk. The fact that he has won 3 games in a row and he is already now leading the tournament or co-leader of the tournament does not mean that he wants to slow down. And it's very interesting. He did play the Tarash against Tabatabai. We talked with Jan Gustafsson in our broadcast that, okay, we have to wait for the final result. If Hikaru will win the game, we will be praising his opening choice. If it backfires, then we will say that no, of course, he should have played more solidly. He should have played his favorite Queen's Gambit and so on. Yeah, but it's very refreshing. It's great to see that the players are willing to take risk.
Indeed, right. And even if Hikaru plays badly, it's a good content for him. Right. So anyway, looks fun. I'm not really sure what to expect. I like your choice, Peter, playing d4, knight b to d2. Although h3 also makes sense. What do you think? Are we gonna switch to another game, or we still want to stick to this one?
Yes, I think maybe we can even have the bird's eye view if we are able to get that. That would be lovely to see all the top boards in action, right? There we have it.
All right. Is there something which catches the eye immediately? I see there's Marozzi Barnes, since we talked about it in Sevian's board against Sindarov, what else is there?
Well, there is a battle of defense between Yuanji and Eddie Gaisi, very interesting psychologically because usually Chinese players are big specialists from the black side. Arjun is not afraid. He plays the battle of himself against Yuanji. Caruana against Nair is a very interesting, very intriguing kind of Italian. With White's bishop on g3, it's always leading to very double-edged positions. Alireza Firouzja, surprising Artemiev with the bishop c5, Spanish. Look at this, Artemiev is taking his time in the almost starting position. Quite interesting. Yakuboev against Vincent Keimer is a Queen's Indian. Okay, very interesting surprise there from Vincent, because look at this. Yakuboev did spend something like 6.5 minutes and made up his mind to play the Petrosian variation with a3. Hans Niemann against Vidit. It's a classical anti-martial. Very, very interesting choice by Hans. He has played the Berlin against Fabiano, and he says that, okay, I want to switch. And which position or which game catches your attention?
I'm not really sure. It looks quite sharp. I mean, I was looking at this game of Sevian against Sindarov. I think we are going to get there at some point, but maybe let's do it in a row. We are going to move on to the second board, Yu Yanyi against Arjun Rigaisi, because these are the players who definitely know each other quite well. And they recently played in year 2023. They already have played against each other several times. They played in Biel, the Biel Chess Festival. It was a drawing and tallying game, although Yu Yanyi was winning with the white color. So that's why here, I guess, every guy see playing the Petrov should have been a small surprise for the Chinese Grandmaster. Also, they played in 2023 Dubai Open, right? And every guy see won in a Catalan. Again, it's quite amazing, Peter, right? I mean, the players at the highest level, they're no longer sticking to a single starting opening move like e4, like Bobby Fischer used to crush everybody with e4. Nowadays, I mean, literally every professional, with some exceptions, they play e4, d4, c4, knight f3, and they know every single detail about what they're playing.
Yes, you have to be very flexible. Simply the amount of theory and the computer has got so strong. If you just rely on one opening that you know and master it to perfection, it makes your opponent's life so much easier. He can just make sure that he targets you in one variation, and it's very scary. That's why every top professional player is trying to mix things up. He's moving with the white color to different first moves. With black, they are also flexible in order not to be able to be targeted. However, I did see one incredible position, and I think we have to go there. We have to give credit. It's the game between the two professors, two brilliant opening. Yes, I really feel like two brilliant theoreticians, Radoslav Wojtaszek against Erwin Lamy. And look at this. What are we witnessing here? The Albin counter gambit by Erwin Lamy. This is insane.
I mean, the last time, Peter, I saw the Albin counter gambit, I think it was in the Netflix TV series Queen's Gambit, right? Because I don't think I've seen it anywhere else, really. So what I'm talking about is obviously Elizabeth Harman playing against the world champion. What was his last name? I already forgot. And this game actually featured the Albin.
Yeah, wow. Okay, this, but that exactly between two such theoreticians, yeah, who are known to be playing absolutely perfect chess. They like nuances and everything. Wow. Erwin playing the move e5, d takes e5, d4, knight f3, knight c6, knight b2, knight g7. That's the shock of the tournament. What a big surprise.
Right. So I guess the idea is that black sacrifices the pawn on e5 in order to accelerate development. And I guess in general, that is thanks to the development of the engines, because engines really love their viewers to sacrifice a pawn very early to get a lead in development. So black says, I mean, the pawn on e5 doesn't really matter much, right? I get this very strong pawn on d4. I get to develop my pieces like knight e7, knight g6, target the pawn on e5. And if you get a healthy development with some activity, very often at the highest level, this is like a great trade for the pawn, right? I mean, at least Peter, I mean, I like to play like this from the black's perspective, because when you have a choice, either suffer a slightly worse position or give up a pawn for some activity, well, why not do it?
Well, it just shocks me completely because the point is, yes, that I'm pretty sure that the computer says that white can get an advantage in multiple ways. On the other hand, who would ever really be seriously studying the Albin counter gambit from the white side when there are so many opening problems? Yeah, it's in every other opening. You have to fight like crazy to get the smallest of ages. And here you are supposedly presented with a pawn. Yes, black has some compensation. Clearly, otherwise he would be not sacrificing this or would be not playing this opening. But after all, objectively speaking, it shouldn't be enough. And then daring to do it against Radek, wow, it goes. I have to give a lot of credit to Erwin.
I'm really curious what was the thought process of Lamy. I mean, maybe he was going through of Wojciech's games. He noticed that Radoslav has almost never played the Albin, and maybe he got some fresh ideas done in some training camps with a niche. I mean, I don't really know, but I think it's pretty clear that this is meant like for one game surprise. So right now, Lamy thinks it's a good idea to try for this particular game to surprise his senior opponent. I don't think we are going to see him playing the Albin again. But yeah, the question is what Wojciech should play here, because I'm pretty sure that he has looked at any Albin in the past years.
Yes, and the shock effect is, and we see that he's slowed down. He is taking quite a lot of time. Usually, white plays g3, bishop g2, making sure he develops as quickly as possible. Short castle. Eventually, there is the a3 b4 plan as well. So it's not even about getting that e5 pawn back, since black has sacrificed it. I remember that in old times, when in my childhood there were some players, I had some friends who were advocating that the Albin counter gambit is a great opening, it refutes 1d4 and so on. And I remember that they were very enthusiastic about somehow getting the bishop out, for example, but I don't think that it's already connected with knight g7, or maybe the move knight bd2. Maybe the move knight bd2 slows down the lines, because something like g3, bishop g4, bishop g2, queen d7, these are the things that I recall from my childhood, that those blitz games were featuring something like this, and then black was going all in, was trying to checkmate white's king. But all these memories are from something like 89 or 1990, quite some time back.
Except this is not a blitz game, right? This is a classical game with a time control of 100 minutes for the 40 moves. Then there's 50 minutes for the next 20 moves. And if it's not enough for the players, they get extra 50 minutes until the end of the game, plus 30 seconds per move. And it's the Grand Swiss, the tournament, the strongest tournament of the year, in order to determine two players in the candidates tournament. Amazing.
Yes, well, but this is the open tournament. Yeah, you feel like you want to spice things up. Maybe also Erwin felt like he has so much respect for Radek's strategical skills that he was afraid to get a tiny worse position and then be squeezed out, just as you highlighted before. And then his reaction was, okay, let me surprise, let me shock Radek and see how it goes. Also, one other factor that you did mention, and this is always the dilemma of the players, that the Albin counter gambit cannot be a main weapon, right? But in order to use it for a one-game surprise, you still have to study it quite carefully. Otherwise, you're just not allowed to gamble like this. And then how do you find this balance? Yeah, spending enough time and being ready at the same time. You might not be able or ready to repeat it. It's always a headache.
Yeah, now I think we are going to get our very first answer, Peter, because it's not really clear to me what black is going to do with the pawn on d4. Is he going to secure it with knight f5, and then whatever happens, is there some g4 ideas? This game could potentially explode, or instead he wants to trade this pawn on d4 for the pawn on e5, and this motive is there in some openings, right? You sacrifice the central pawn, you give it up, you pretend everything is cool, you develop your pieces, and somehow engines like your position. So what I'm talking about, indeed, the move you're making there, knight g6, which, by the way, was just played, and if white plays knight e4, knight e5, and then, I mean, black is down a pawn, but he is ahead in development.
Yes, knight g6, I think it's the logical move, and Erwin has played it quite quickly. The point being that if black plays the move knight f5, I feel that maybe I can just ignore and play somehow slowly with g3, because the knight on f5 actually hinders black's active development with the bishop from c8, and it's a little bit awkward. So yeah, knight g6 is the move, and I'm slowing down, to be honest, because I'm not really understanding yet what's in store for us. Is the pawn on d4 taboo? Do we have to worry about bishop b4 check or not? Is black planning to give that check at all if white takes the pawn on d4? What is your feeling?
Well, I think that here Radoslav is definitely not feeling any danger. This is pretty clear because I really like this one thing that you, Peter, mentioned before, right? That this is a very common feeling for chess professionals, because when you are preparing for a game against a very strong opponent, you are researching his opening repertoire. Are you looking for these tiny cracks? Where do you get your minimal advantage? And then your opponent suddenly plays the album where you are almost guaranteed advantage pretty much in every single line, right? So right now, I think that Wojciech is not concerned, and if he needs just a move to complete development, and if he's scared of some bishop b4 checks, he can just play a3, right? Give up the pawn on e5, then grab the pawn on d4, play e3, and always secure some very nice, pleasant advantage or edge or whatever you call it, right? But I think that Radoslav probably is a perfectionist, right? And he's looking for this ultimate move. So something like knight, whichever it is, knight b to d4. I think this would be the top choice I would be checking right now.
Yes, because once you spot that actually you don't have to worry about this bishop b4 check, because bishop b4 check, bishop d2 seems to be helping white. If black captures a knight on d4, we can capture the bishop on b4. That's a lovely trade. Also, if first black takes on d4, we might be able to capture with the queen. Very, very nice. Clearly, after the queen trade, there isn't any talk about compensation. So the very big question to me is that what happens after knight b takes d4, the simplest of all moves? White is also planning to continue with e2, e3. On the other hand, Erwin has blitzed out his moves so far, so there should be something.
Well, I can only guess he's going to grab the pawn on e5. I'm not
But
really sure.
how?
Let's say knight g to e5. I assume that you cannot take on c6 because I have the intermezzo check on d1. The white king is walking. Let's assume it's great for black. So something like knight x on e5. Maybe there's a room for some sharp lines here. Like, I'm not really sure. I mean, knight x on d4 and then bishop b4 check. Is this
Yeah, but
anything?
knight takes d4, e3, and bishop b4 check. We still have bishop d2, so I'm kind of struggling to see the danger here. Everything seems to be under
You
control.
have a very valid point. I'm not really sure what black should do. Maybe just take on e5 instead of knight x on d4 if you would go a couple of moves back here. Knight x on e5 and just say, listen, okay, I'm down a pawn, but I have a healthy development. The pawn on c4, it's not yet under attack, but the question is how white continues his development. You mentioned e3. Maybe now after e3, black plays something like bishop, I'm not sure, bishop d6, short castle, queen h4, and there could be something at the king side.
Wow, yeah, but somehow it looks to me quite speculative. But I'm not a believer in gambits. Yeah, that's actually my problem, especially gambit from the black side. Yeah, because okay, I feel like white has the first move. So if someone wants to do some gambit, then it's logical that it is white. Yeah, but doing a gambit from the black side, while white hasn't committed any crime, it's a very risky strategy. So I perfectly agree with you that Radek is a perfection, and he's not worried. He wants to make the most out of his chance. After all, both players are on +2. A win for any of these players would mean a very big step forward.
All right. Yeah. So I think.
Let's
So,
continue the journey.
right. Yeah, let's maybe go back to the bird's eye view and check what else is happening there. Maybe something interesting we are seeing. All right,
Well,
here's the next game. Yeah, it's FIDE against Hans Niemann. It is some sort of a Real Lopez or Italian game.
Yes, it's a anti-martial, and the line that kind of I know quite well. I have been playing this opening with both colors, with white and with black, for the last 20. Yeah, time is passing by. Yeah, so I started playing all these kind of things in the early 2000s. So yeah, 24 years has more or less passed, and let's just go back. So it's castles, a4, bishop b7. Honestly, just very quickly, I mentioned that I'm a b5 b4 guy. I have been b4 guy all my life after I have been beaten by Garry Kasparov in the year 2001 in Linares, one of my very first anti-martial games on the black side. I got a fantastic lesson by Gary. He just crushed me. And after the game, he told me that he relied on his preparation from the short match from 1993. And the idea that he used against me was advocated to him by Geller. And the point being that after, yes, bishop b7, Geller told him, and Gary was revealing this, that d3, knight b2, knight f1, and this knight is not going to g3, but the knight is going to e3. You combine it some bishop d2, you get a nice grip, and well, theory is progressing, but I think this old wisdom still stands that this kind of setup is very dangerous for black.
And Geller said it in 1993. I thought this is pretty modern stuff.
Yes, he was just way ahead of its time, and now we also understand why Gary was such a brilliant player in this type of structures, because he was learning from the very best and then making the most out of it in his own games. Yeah, Gary became a complete beast. I have been growing up studying his games in the anti-martial. I learned so much, and especially from this direct encounter with him. Anyone who haven't seen that game, it's painful for me, but please check it out because you can learn so much.
A painful experience is still an experience, right? But anyway, I think it makes sense to explain to the dear viewers why there's such a word anti-martial, right? So what's the point of the martial? And I have to confess, Peter, I mean, I've never really played the martial from the black's perspective, but the way I understand it, what its reputation is at the highest level, the move you're making here, d5, e takes on d5, knight takes on d5, black gives up the pawn on d5, and I think its reputation is that black has a very, very good game here. Or maybe something has changed in the past years.
No, nothing has changed. It has a fantastic reputation. It keeps on getting better. Yeah, it's kind of very interesting that the modern engines are actually very supportive of the martial from the black side. That's why we are seeing less and less tries from white. I do remember that in the 90s, I was getting a lot of headache preparing against Mickey Adams. Yeah, Mickey was a very big expert in the martial with the black pieces. I could never really find anything, and every single game against him was kind of a question: do I enter it or not? And after that, I thought, if I'm studying it for so much from the white side and I have headache, then let me try to play it from the black side. That's how I ended up. But what we are seeing here is a completely modern treatment. Yeah, so d3, d6, and bishop d2. This is one of the main lines at the moment. This little move, bishop d2, is kind of a very important move. It stops black from going knight a5, which is a typical idea, knight a5 followed by c5, hitting the bishop. Bishop makes sure that it guards this square, and usually when white plays bishop d2, it indicates that next white will probably develop the knight to a3 or to c3, putting pressure on the b5 pawn. This explains Hans's move queen d7. It's the most natural one. The knight cannot move to a5, so it prepares a journey via d8 to e6, which is equally knights from black side, just as I mentioned from white side, the idea of getting that knight to e3. H3, a very clever waiting move, and we're going to see this in the next couple of moves. I know this idea, knight d8, and a takes b5, takes everything, seemingly just some trade, but no, there's a very deep and hidden strategical idea that after knight c3, the knight is just in time to keep an eye on the b5 pawn, and when black plays the move knight e6, suddenly the incredible strategical shocker that white is willing to trade his b3 bishop, his light square bishop, which usually is the big trump of all these positions, for the knight on e6, because it forces black to capture with f takes e6, and then white plays b4. It's a very modern, fresh, strategical kind of play, trying to make sure that black's bishop on a8, the bishop on e7 will not be active. It's very important, and I have to highlight the move b4, because if you take on e6 and it's black to move and black plays the move c5, then black will just laugh about it and we will be criticizing white. So giving up the bishop is connected with b4.
Wow, that is an amazing concept, Peter, because I mean, I've played Vrij Lopez, an Italian game, pretty much all my life. I haven't really played at that high level, only about 2600, but I've always treated that in the Vrij Lopez, an Italian game, this light square bishop on b3 is like a essence, the soul of the positions, right? So that's why very often white plays this a4 or a3 or c3 to watch out for black not to play knight a5 or knight e4 to trade away this light square bishop on b3, which is controlling many important squares. Now that you mentioned this just stunning idea that after knight e6, white suddenly says, I don't need my soul of the position anymore. I'm going to take on e6. It's very deep. I love this stuff.
Yes, this is absolutely the modern chess. You have to be open-minded. And I do remember, if somebody wants to check out the history of bishop takes e6, I believe that it was Vishy Anand against Levon Aronyan somewhere like 2007 or 8, maybe even in Mainz, some rapid match when I have seen Vishy first giving up his bishop on e6, and I was like shocked. What? How? No, it cannot be true. And I feel like it's this whole idea was invented by Vishy, and now, believe me or not, but it's the top choice of computer, yeah, that this taking on e6 and going for the b2, b4 idea, and slowly with queen a1, just like what we are witnessing in the game, is how computers want to treat this position.
Well, Peter, I'm not sure what I'm more shocked. I'm more shocked about the idea that there's bishop e6, or the fact that you remember this rapid game from year 2007.
Well, I think that as a top player, you have to be following every single detail in of your rivals. Yeah, and I have been fighting with Vishy and with Levon and Anti-Marshall. Every single game on the highest level in the Anti-Marshall was super important. Yes, so I have all these memories. And yeah, that was some a3, and then Vishy took on e6. It shocked me completely, and I started studying and started appreciating this kind of strategical ideas.
All right, so indeed, after rook a8, queen b2, here we have a couple of moves on the board. The position has a closed character, and the one thing that I really like in white's position is that I have a feeling that white's pawn structure is more mobile, which cannot be said about black. But all right, we are going to come back to this game after the break, because, dear viewers, we are making a very, very short break. Hope you're liking the coverage so far, hearing the insights of Peter Leko about his experiences in this line. The round six of FIDE Grand Swiss is going to continue in a couple of minutes. Stay tuned, don't go anywhere, and we'll be back with more action from Isle of Man.
This Halloween.
Wow, for one split second, the position completely turned.
8 titled players.
The internet has my facial expression in every game, says CK.
Masks. Mystery.
And the loser takes his mask off.
Mayhem.
I don't see a move, but Freddy does see a move because bishop takes b3 at least attacks the rook.
Unmask the fun.
Oh.
Finally.
And Halloween Killer, I think you can take your mask off now. Just. Oh my words! It's a niche. No one knew it was a niche for that mask.
Shocking.
October 31st on chess.com.
October is here, and so are some familiar faces. Martin learned chess just to play with his kids, and occasionally the family dog. A workaholic, Philip hopes chess will help him relax before he works his fingers to the bone. Laura the librarian loves to learn, and has recently developed a penchant for spell chess. An aspiring influencer and self-proclaimed meme queen, Isla can be a monster on the board when she puts her mind to it. Paul Morphy's undying genius lives on to this day through his immortal opera game. Just your average old bots, and nothing else to see here. Play them all on chess.com.
And the sixth round of the FIDE Grand Swiss is well underway. We are about to see what's happening on the top boards. The players are finding out their wits in order to determine who is going to take one of the two places in the FIDE Candidates Tournament the next year. Your host, as usual, Peter Leko. I'm Arthur Nexans with two Grandmasters serving at your pleasure. Hope you're liking what you're seeing so far, but I think it's time for us to select a new game, Peter.
Yes, absolutely. I'm following now the game between Fabiano Caru and Yevgeny Nair. It's a very interesting game, but let's take a first look at the bird's eye view just to get a complete overview. Things are heating up also in the Yesipenko game, also the Yuanji Erigaishi game is in some big development. Wow, I'm suddenly without any words because the Yuanji Erigaishi position, this is something that I used to play from the white side, so I'm very excited to see how things will develop there. Artyemev against Firouzja, they are going along some very, very sharp line, but Artyemev is taking his time I'm not sure. I don't believe that he's ready for all the complications there. So much action.
Right, and I'm also looking at the game of Yesipenko against Hikaru Nakamura, and this position really looks familiar. It looks like some sort of a Dutch Leningrad position to me, because, I mean, Hikaru Nakamura, he is obviously one of the greatest experts in the Dutch Leningrad. He has played the system many times for black, and now with the pawn on f7 gone, it feels like at some point there is the f-pawn trade for the e-pawn, and sometimes you get similar positions. You open the F file, you have the bishop open. I think this is exactly what he wants. So, quite interesting.
Well, I wanted to switch to the FIDE game, but you are absolutely right that there has been such a big change in the structure that the first game we have to check out will be under Yesipenko, but we see another bird's eye view of the other boards. And look at this. We have a first result. Alexei Shilov against Richard Rapport ends in a draw in a Sveshnikov battle. Big respect there, mutual respect by the two players against each other. And now all eyes on Andrei Yesipenko against Hikaru Nakamura. And let me tell you one very interesting thing. And the first thing that comes to my mind when I look at this position is the game between Grishchuk and David Anton, or was it David Anton Hikaru against Grishchuk in the Grand Swiss 2019? 4 years ago, the Grand Swiss that I have played with reverse colors, just as what we talked about previously. And this is exactly the same position. c4, e5, g3, c6, bishop g2, no, d4, e4, a3. This was the very interesting fighting setup. And after d5, knight c3, knight f6, we are getting this, don't judge me by the move order, but we are basically getting this position that we are seeing right here in the game. And white goes for this very aggressive knight h4, knight f5, sacrificing the pawn. A very intriguing position, and now exactly that's what we are having here. Crazy battle.
I assume that probably white is benefiting from this extra tempo, but the same idea, I think it's going to work here as well. So if white should here, for example, take this pawn on c5, right? The question is, should he give up the center? Because black gets to play e5, take the center, and then he has beautiful knights on c6, f6, semi-open file, strong bishops. I think that Yesipenko doesn't want to do this against such a creative player against Hikaru Nakamura. Instead, he wants to finish development. But I mean, visually looking at the position, I can't help but feel that white actually is somehow behind the development.
Yes, that's absolutely true. Let's just take a look at white's queen side. And it's not exactly obvious how do you quietly develop. Okay, one could argue that thanks to the h3 move, actually white has this stabilizing move like bishop e3. And it might fit into this kind of practical decisions over the board. You understand that bishop e3 can never be a bad move. It gives you stability. You certainly, if you are not prepared, you don't want to be getting into these jungles where it's so difficult to get clarity. Yes, you can hang on to the pawn with b4, but it's clear that black will have tremendous amount of counterplay, and especially against Hikaru, you don't want to get into such positions. I believe that bishop e3, clearly, I would like to develop the bishop on f4, but that would run into knight h5. Yeah, that's the problem.
Actually, I think this knight h5, Peter, it's also available after bishop e3, and I tried to figure out what is going to be white's response. So, for example, here, I still play knight h5. I am still willing to give up the pawn on c5, and the threat knight f4 is there. You cannot play g3 because the pawn on h3 is hanging conveniently by the bishop on c8. So the question is, how exactly do you feel comfortable here meeting this move knight f4? Maybe something like rook e1, bishop f1?
Yeah, that or queen d2. I don't know exactly that. Is queen d2 completely crazy? Yes, I'm kind of hindering the development from the knight, but it might go to a3 eventually. But yes, rook e1, queen d2, those would be the kind of most natural moves. You are advocating for rook e1, and knight f4, we just retreat the bishop back to f1.
Well, I have to say I'm really scared of this knight on f4, right? Because I still gonna play g3 from the white's perspective. The pawn on h3 is under attack, and playing against Hikaru, the knight on f4, which is one step away from the king. Well, I don't know.
Yes, I perfectly share your feelings. And what about my kind of reaction that I had in mind after knight h5, just to play queen d2? It's a little sad move, but it does stop knight f4.
Yeah, it definitely makes sense. I guess the question is how exactly black continues, because white's next moves are pretty obvious. Knight a3, knight c2. I think this makes perfect sense to bring the knight in the game. Yeah, tough to say.
Yeah, because the point is that I'm highlighting queen c7 with the idea of knight f4, but after queen c7, white might be able to capture on c5. This, I think it's very important to highlight, because then the queen hits the d5 pawn, and black is unable to occupy the center with e5.
Right. Okay, so it's not really so easy. So knight h5, queen d2. The question is, how do you continue? Should you play knight h5 right now, or instead continue development? Because I mean, knight h5 is not the only move, right? The knight on f6, it feels rather well. It could jump to e4. Why not complete development with something more natural like bishop f5? And then you can always play knight h5. Or maybe it's all about ordered moves. For example, I make some random move, whatever. I don't know. I mean, some good move. And then after knight b to d2, then I play knight h5.
Yeah, on the other hand, if you commit your bishop to f5, then after knight d2, knight h5 will lose its point, yeah, because you are not heading to f4. By the way, also maybe with g4 you might be losing a piece, but that's not important. It's not what we want to highlight. Just that with all these nuances, yeah, that seemingly bishop f5 develops, but it takes away the knight h5 idea from black, yeah. So it's a very delicate position.
Yeah, I think I have this difficulty to make this random strong move really from black, because I think you either complete development or play knight h5. So which one is it going to be? Not really sure. Yeah. All right, let's maybe check what else is happening on the bird's eye view, because obviously this is the top board. We want to follow. Two of the leaders are fighting against each other. Is there something else, Peter, which catches your eye? You mentioned this Fabiano's game.
Yeah, Fabiano's game, but this is still a little bit of a slow affair. It will be heating up, I'm pretty sure about it, but not yet. The Yuanji Erigaishi game is clearly very interesting. That's a direct confrontation there in the Petrov. Let's check that out.
All right. So what do we have here?
Yeah, we have one of the sharpest Petrovs possible. We have seen that it was the symmetrical bishop d6 Petrov. I know one more thing about it, yeah, being Jan Nepomniachtchi's second for the 2.5 years in the World Championship match in candidate tournaments, and bishop d6 was clearly one of his absolute main weapons there. So yeah, castles, c4, c6, queen c2, knight a6. This queen c2 is my very, very old love. Ever since Alexei Shirov hit me with queen c2 in the year 2000 Linares tournament, it was the first time I played the line with bishop d6, and Alexei surprised me with queen c2. And after that game, I became a big advocate of queen c2 myself, playing against Shirov himself. So yeah, we had a back and forth in this variation with white and with black. a3, bishop g4, knight e5. And back then, the line was going bishop takes e5, d takes e5, knight ac5. Yeah, this was kind of the starting position. And then f3, knight takes d3. This is some very, very old theory. Takes, knight c5, queen d4, knight b3, queen takes g4, knight takes a1, bishop h6, g6, knight c3. That was featured in my game against Alexei. I was on my own. He was blitzing his moves, and yeah, it's just a completely crazy position.
Well, so, visually, I don't like black's position. I see, of course, Stockfish says that white is slightly better, but I mean, visually, I don't like black here at all.
Yes, because this was the reaction that you're supposed to play from the black side, yeah? And I was just new to this whole opening, and I thought, like, okay, let's follow theory. After this game, I was very skeptical about it. And well, but it's not so easy for black to play something else. After knight e5, we now see the move bishop f5 being played b4, knight c7, and after knight c3, black breaks the construction with a5. First of all, let's just highlight that now there is a lot of pressure on the e4 knight from the knight on c3, bishop d3, queen c2. So black has to know very well what he's doing. He played the move a5.
But I feel I want to go back a couple of steps. I mean, clearly this is quite known stuff, but if we would go to the ninth move, queen c2, where white attacked the knight on e4, black lay knight a6, he sacrificed the pawn on e4. So the obvious question is why black is giving up the pawn on e4, or white is not taking it?
Well, after knight a6, if you take bishop e4, I think after d takes e4, queen e4, rook e8, black gets some very strong compensation. Also, you have trouble putting that queen somewhere. The knight is ready to jump to b4, but it's not only that, but also, for example, after queen d3, something like bishop g4 comes very quickly. Black has already ideas like taking on f3, queen takes f3, queen h4, with double attack on the h2 pawn, on the d4 pawn, winning back the pawn. Knight is threatening to jump to b4, so there are too many tactical possibilities for black. I think, according to theory, white shouldn't be taking this pawn because it's too dangerous.
All right, but white basically says, I mean, I don't really mind taking the pawn, but not at the cost for the bishop. So that's why if you go back to the game, he plays a3, he plays knight c3, and he says, I want to take on e4, but preserve my light square bishop. The only move which is quite slightly puzzling me, Peter, is that after bishop g4, knight e5, bishop f5, this move b4. I guess white is taking some space advantage and preparing to play bishop b2, but yet after b4, knight c7, he doesn't play bishop b2, and that's what slightly puzzles me here.
Yes, but it all makes perfect sense, because actually now black is threatening to take bishop takes e5. After d takes a5, play the move knight ac5. So basically b4 is a restricting move. White wants to make sure that the knight from a6 is not joining the battle, and directly at least, and the bishop on f5, knight on e4 are pinned. Those are long-term kind of headaches for black. So b4, knight c7, knight c3 makes perfect sense, and black is actually losing the fight for the e4 square. So that's why Arjun is actually saying that no, I can't hold on to the e4 square, to the fight for the e4 square. So let me try to disbalance white, because white has also committed this weakness with b4.
Yeah, now there's a big question. What happens after rook b1? Because I would have thought that rook b1 is going to be almost an automatic response. But the question is, can't black then relieve this pressure on the b1 h7 diagonal and play knight x on c3? Because once you position the rook on b1, after knight x on c3, the knight on c3 is targeting the rook on b1. Unless, of course, white will play some sort of a gambit, take on e5, take on h7, and then whatever happens. Not really sure, Peter.
Yeah, well, it's a very, very sharp position and a very direct, concrete one. So yeah, and white opts for b takes a5. He just wants to avoid any of these complications. The gambit you talked about was very interesting, that I was thinking about that. For example, rook b1, let's just play something like ab, knight takes c3. Bishop takes f5 to highlight what we are talking about. Knight takes b1, bishop h7 check, king h8, and typically the dangerous move here is queen f5, not capturing back the knight, and then trying to go for queen h5 or queen h3 with mating ideas against the king. We do see the evaluation bar saying that it's not working, most probably because of queen h4, stopping any kind of queen h5, queen h3s, and the bishop on h7 is trapped.
Right, that's a good point. So that's why I guess it was not played, and b takes on a5. I guess it makes sense, because now the threat of knight a to c5 is no longer there. So once again, I really like this idea that you explained, that b4 is not for the idea to play bishop b2, but it's to take away the c5 square. And now that the black knight is gone from the a6 to c7, now you can just take on a5 and not worry about bishop takes on e5. Now the question is how black deals with this knight takes on e4 threat, because white is about to win a pawn.
Yeah, well, one of the main questions always in these positions is that what happens if black adds some more oil to the fire, yeah, with knight e6, ignoring the threat on the e4 knight, but suddenly hitting the d4 pawn. And if the d4 pawn falls, then actually white's outpost on e5 is also stumbling. It's always a very, very important question.
And now there could be some hostilities. I'm not really sure. I cannot calculate in 20 seconds what happens after bishop e3. Am I blundering some fork somewhere on d4? Because I see there's a trade on c3, take on e5, a trade on d3, somewhere d5, d4. But the question is how? Actually, Bar likes it. So bishop e3, from this point of view, makes sense. But I mean, you have to calculate things really, really precisely. For example, let's say I take on e5 right now. Then for example, after bishop e5, d takes on e5, black already is thinking about this idea d4 at some point. The question is, are you not blundering this from white? For example, knight takes on c3. It's very important that you see from afar that you have bishop takes on f5.
Yes, exactly. It's the typical reaction, yeah, that normally after knight e6, you can play the move bishop e3, and simply everything is hanging from both sides, but you cannot really punish white's construction. I'm somehow not recalling. Yes, this is the problem when you are not playing chess. Yeah, you are only working as a trainer or second or a commentator, then you don't remember everything. Yes, I remember quite a lot, but not every single computer line is still automatically in my mind. In order to have that, I should be constantly repeating my files and checking them. But I do recall like this 96 bishop east is always a very, very important question.
All right, so let's maybe go back to the bird's eye view and see what else is happening there, because there's so many games for us to follow. What else? Something crazy maybe?
Well, Yesipenko, just to acknowledge, he did play the professional move bishop e3, a solid move. Now it's Hikaru's turn to think, which gives us a chance to look at other games. Yakuboyev against Vincent Keimer is a very classical kind of Queen's Indian structure, the Petrosian variation, but with a twist with white's queen on b1 and rook on a2. Some surprises there. It isn't the normal one. We can maybe check that out because it's quite intriguing. What Nodirbek Yakuboyev has in mind. How did white's queen first of all reach b1, and what is the purpose behind the move rook a2?
Oh, rook a2. I just love this, really. I mean, of course, rook a2 in all kinds of Nimzo positions, Queen's Indian sometimes is a very, very common move. And in my very fresh memory, Peter, is the World Championship game of Dingleren against Jan Nepomniachtchi, where the Chinese grandmaster played this rook a2, lifted the rook on the second rank with a great effect. Yeah, so it's interesting. I mean, obviously, this is a very classical position. White has a very strong pawn center, e4, d4, beautiful positions, bishop d3, bishop on c1, some attacking chances at the king side. I've used these positions very often to show for my students some great attacking games by Garry Kasparov, playing d4, d5, sacrifice a pawn, open up the bishops. But the bar says it's equal.
Yeah, well, first of all, I'm a big Queen's Indian fan myself. I have been playing Queen's Indian for something like 20 years. I was never afraid of this structure, especially why? Because you know that it's dangerous and you only enter it if you feel like you have it under control. And I do remember that I had one very painful memory against Ivan Sokolov when I got completely crushed, and then thanks to God, basically, I managed to survive. It was one of the most craziest miracle saves that I had in Vaikanzi 2004. And after that, I very deeply analyzed this position to understand all the finesses. And I believe that afterwards, I started handling these positions very well.
All right. So you're not afraid. Okay. I will be slightly afraid, but I mean, you're coaching Vincent. I can definitely see that he also likes the Queen's Indian.
Well, no, I think it's the first Queen's Indian in his at least modern history. Maybe as a child he played it, but ever since he's over 2500, I believe this is his very first time.
All right.
And I have given up on Queen's Indian long ago, so it's maybe
it's not you. It's not you, yeah. So it's just Vincent.
Yes. Maybe he wants to come up with a surprise, yeah, to bring me nice memories. But yes, it's a very fighting position. I think both sides are kind of happy. They get a game, and it's a very sharp game. Okay, Vincent plays the move h6. Personally, from my experience, I would be a little shy from making this move as long as I don't need to. But okay, Vincent has played it.
All right.
Let's
Actually,
continue.
speaking about Yakuboyev, I mean Yakuboyev comes to FIDE Grand Swiss in Isle of Man, the city of Douglas, with very pleasant memories because he recently won the very respectable Qatar Masters Open tournament, which was held in Qatar. Some of the very best players in the world, including Magnus Carlsen, played there. It was quite a surprising win for Yakuboyev, who managed to beat Nordirbek Abdusatorov, his countryman, in very exciting tiebreak. So also, I guess it shows that Uzbek Grandmaster is in a great shape in this tournament. So it's going to be tough for Vincent.
Yeah, absolutely. And Yakuboyev is so heavily underrated. Yeah, with this 26-16, I believe that he was 26-60 just last year. And when the Uzbek team won the Chess Olympiad in Chennai, he was also one of the driving forces there. I don't know what happened. Yeah, he dropped some 40 points for no obvious reasons. It's certainly not connected with his playing strengths. He has shown it in Qatar Masters, and a very dangerous opponent. I think he's also famous for playing quickly. In this regard, we do see that Vincent's idea of surprising him is bringing some fruits, because Yakuboyev is not playing in his usual very fast mode.
All right. So h6, this last move slightly puzzles me. I would be quite careful to touch my kingside pawns, but I guess there's something very concrete behind it. Maybe he didn't like that white is gonna lift the pieces at the kingside, something like bishop g5, knight g5. Peter, what do you think about this? Because I'm very, very careful, especially when from the black's perspective, when I have the white's bishops on c1 and d3 looking at my king, right, and making the pawn on h6. This is what we call very often a hook, a target. I can press on it, but Vincent is quite happy about it.
Yeah, I also had the same feeling, like if I'm not forced to, I don't want to play h6. On the other hand, probably Vincent also felt like he didn't know yet how to place his pieces, because the most natural move would have been rook fd8, and being flexible eventually, depending on situation, is the knight going to f8. I somehow have the feeling that Vincent, with the move h6, he wants to, first of all, as you highlighted, cover the g5 square, but also maybe at some point prepare the move knight f6, which was not possible with the pawn on h7 due to e4, e5, and then suddenly white would be hitting that h7 pawn with all force. So maybe just a flexible move. Maybe even Vincent wants to play rook f8, rook ad8. If white, for example, folds it up with rook e2 and he feels there is some danger on the e file. So lot of finesses, which both sides are clearly thinking about.
Right. So I think the next move for white is quite easy at some point, to play rook e2, just to bring the rook closer to the attack. But I think that in white's ideal world, that he would like to do is to play d4, d5, and c3, c4. Because if he managed to do this, he opens up, I mean, he gets the space advantage, he locks the bishop on b7, he potentially opens up the dark square bishop on the long a1, h8 diagonal. The thing is, probably you're already laughing about this, it's not so easy to do it. I would actually say it's pretty impossible. But this idea, d4, d5, c4, this is something that black should be very, very careful not to allow.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. So normally black always makes sure that after d5 he has, for example, the move c4, isolating that pawn on d5. It's very typical. Another typical idea would be something. Okay, now of course d5 is not happening. I just want to highlight something like, okay, rook e2. If black would, I would be tempted to play the move rook f8 after rook e2, but this is again just some gut feeling. What I wanted to show, that something like d5, ed5, ed5, knight f6, hitting the d5 pawn, and after c4, breaking it with b5 is also a thematic reaction. But we do see that actually in this construction, then the queen on b1 does a brilliant job, because actually the queen eyes the b5 pawn. So that kind of freeing maneuver, freeing breakthrough, does not work in black's favor. That's why you have to make sure that d4, d5 is not possible at all.
All right, but yeah, I like this rook e8 just in case, protect the bishop on e7. So after d5, takes, just bishop takes on d5, and the white is simply not going to do it. I also like that Winston keeps the tension in the center. This is also one of the great things, the viewers, where you can become better players, because not always you have to clarify situation, right? I mean, here at any given moment, black can take on d4, yet he says, I'm not going to do it. Why? Because once you take on d4, c takes on d4, you open up the c file potentially for the white rook. And then also white could be thinking about positioning the bishop, the dark square bishop on b2. And again, think about these d4, d5 ideas. And then these bishops on b2 and d3, they could be quite a problem for black.
Yes, exactly. It's many nuances here, but keeping the tension as long as possible from black side, it's basically the absolute basic of this position. Yeah, that you just don't want to release the tension as long as you don't need to, and you want to make sure that you will not need to.
All right, Peter, I think we could go back to the bird's eye view and see what else is happening there. Maybe it's a good idea that I think that we should go to Caruana's game against his opponent, but let's first check if there's something quite spectacular.
Yeah, we are seeing quite some action. Probably also we should be visiting the women's section. Probably it would be a good idea, because we have been covering now exclusively the open section. Let's get an update there. We have some tremendous clashes on the first board, for example, between Anna Muzichuk and Bibisara Asobayeva. Vachier-Lagrave against Goryachkin are the top two boards we have been talking about.
Right. The Vachier-Lagrave game against Goryachkin looks like some Italian game, some modern stuff. Maybe that's the game we would like to have a look at. So there you go. So Vachier-Lagrave, the sister of Ramesh Baba Praggnanandhaa. We already briefly discussed this in the beginning of the broadcast. They're, I think, the strongest sibling pair in the world right now. So two very strong players from India, which keeps producing more and more chess talent. I mean, actually, Peter, I'm quite afraid to already see at which level India is going to progress in something like 10 or 15 years, right? Because right now, India is basically every year coming with a brand new superstar, bright talent rated 2700, right? And after 15 years, what's going to happen?
That's a very good question, and a very frightening one. Yes, also now in Qatar Masters, we could see that how many unknown brilliant Indian players are there, showing their fantastic skills. Simply, I believe that when in a country like India, there is such a chess boom, yeah, and the people are so excited about chess and they have tremendous success, the players are improving. Vishy Anand is there, making such a big impact, making sure that the youngsters are getting really great help. He makes sure that their future is kind of secured. It's just fantastic to see this, what Vishy is doing for, and Vishy has done so far as well for Indian chess. And then these young prodigies are coming. Praggnanandhaa, I played against Praggnanandhaa in 2018 in Isle of Man. It was probably the second round, somewhere early in the tournament. He was 12, 13, was extremely young and already very, very strong. I was squeezing him, as the old wisdom. You play against a young prodigy, a very dangerous player. Okay, make sure that you will torture him, he will not get any chances, and then try to squeeze the win out. And believe what? I put him under pressure. I had the slightly better position, and he made some 20 extremely good defensive moves, and I got zero chances of converting the advantage. Then I knew that, okay, this kid is something very, very special.
Wow, that's quite amazing. And now, of course, he's over 2700, one of the latest additions to the elite level. Right, but going back to the woman that went, Vachier-Lagrave, his sister, she recently got her third Grandmaster norm in the Qatar Masters, and she hasn't really hidden her ambition that she wants to qualify for the Women Candidates Tournament, because also like in the Open Tournament, the top two places, they get to qualify for the next candidate cycle. But unlike the open tournament, there's also more places up for grabs in the upcoming FIDE Women Grand Prix. And there's a brand new system. I'm probably not going to bore you with the details there, viewers, but it will feature more players. I believe it was 20 players for 6 events. So not only the first top 2 places are fighting for the candidates, there's more.
Wow. Okay, very interesting insights. I do recall having watched Bibisara's interview after her remarkable victory yesterday, and I very much love what she was saying, because people were indicating, so what about these candidate spots fighting for 2? And she was saying the correct things, in my view, that she's too afraid to even think about it. She's trying to push those thoughts far away and just focus on chess, because otherwise it will put way too much pressure on her. And this, I think, it's kind of our job as commentators and viewers to speculate about the candidate spots, but the players will be most successful in the tournament if they can somehow blend out that target and just play good chess, and then when it's about the last round or something like this, only then think about the result. Otherwise it will just hinder your play.
I think you're right, Peter, because when you're playing in this tournament where every game you are playing against the best players in the world, it's very difficult to plan things ahead, right? And I think at the end of the day, what is decided is your current form right now. And I mean, it just brings me the memories, because I was playing myself in the 2020 Grand Swiss when it was moved to Riga. And it was, I'm not sure what's the right word. Probably not traumatizing, but it was a very, very tough event, because basically every single round you had 2,650 level players coming at you. White, black, yellow, green, doesn't matter the color. I mean, every round, everybody was charging towards you, right? So that's why, I mean, when you're playing in this tournament, you don't expect anything. You just go to every next game, you're playing your best chess, and I mean, if you're in a good shape and everything goes well, maybe in the end you get to qualify, but it's very difficult to predict. Okay, now I'm going to be fighting for the candidates.
Exactly. Yeah, this is I think a very dangerous kind of feeling, and the reason why I also explained right from the beginning when the tournament started that I believe for the favorites it's very important to get a good start, because if they have a good start, they know exactly that they are in the mix and they will have chances. And we see all the other stars like MVL having a rough start yesterday, losing with the black pieces. Gukesh playing yesterday the King's Indian defense against Nana and Sunil Dutt, also in a try of getting that desired win, and it heavily backfired. He went on to lose in a very one-sided game. On this level, if you are out of your comfort zone, yeah, and you are facing top players, it's so dangerous to be just trying to go all in with the black pieces. Yeah, if it's much better if you just play your opening and you wait for the chances. But this you can do if you are in a comfortable situation with scores. But if you feel yourself under pressure, you get into this kamikaze mode, and then not important how strong you are, you can just end up losing.
Wow. Yeah, indeed. Well, right. Speaking about Goryachkina, right? Goryachkina did not play the previous edition of the Women Grand Swiss, which, by the way, is only the second edition, because unlike the Open Tournament, the Women Grand Swiss is organized only for the second time. The first time was 2 years ago, which was originally slated to be held in Riga. In the Isle of Man, but due to COVID issues, it was moved to Riga. It was won by Leiting G. But back then, Alexandra Goryachkina, she was not playing in the women event, because guess what? She was playing in the open event, right? And how do I know this? Well, I happened to play against her myself in the open tournament. And I really remember as I was struggling in the open rounds, I had a good start, but then I got massacred very quickly, and I was paired against Goryachkina. I felt this is my chance, and I have to, try to capitalize on this. And I played a bit risky with the black color. Well, guess what? I was annihilated.
Yes, because she has also very good openings. She has a very high class. I think she's a very stable 2600 player. Maybe she has lost a couple of rating points recently, but in my mind, she's 2600 and also playing this World Championship finals with all the coaches working very hard on openings. I think clearly improved her level. The good news for her is that she has already won the World Cup and she has already qualified for the candidates. So she doesn't have this pressure. She's much more, I think, playing it because it's a wonderful tournament. It's a very strong tournament, great prize fund. So why not to play it?
That's right. And going back to the position here, I think that black should be quite happy with the position. We just saw some trades on d4 after d4. If you could go back, Peter, a couple of moves after white played d4, this is a very, very thematic move in the Italian game. The question I have here, after e takes on d4, what is the right move? I guess you normally want to capture the pawn, right? You want to establish yourself a very strong pawn center. But the problem is, after c takes on d4, there's bishop b4, bishop d2, and I assume black at some point wants to play d6, d5, exactly create for white an isolated pawn on d4, which, if you don't have a lot of attacking pieces at the king side, might turn out to be a weakness.
Yes, exactly. I also had this feeling, okay, one could argue that it's still a move position because after bishop d2, white might be planning to take on b4 and then a takes b4 structure could be slightly vulnerable. And if black first takes on d2, no, we can even take with the queen and then the pawn on a5 is attacked. That's also a possibility.
All right. Yeah,
so this case, then c takes d4 made a lot of sense.
But then it's a bit puzzling why it didn't happen.
Yes, exactly. I have the same feelings. Yeah, bishop b4, bishop d2. So clearly the players were worried about d5. That's the move that you really worry. And bishop takes b4, a takes b4. And if you get e takes d5, knight d5 construction, that yes, the pawn on b4 is slightly vulnerable. Okay. So yes, probably computer means takes, and then a5, which would be a very typical reaction. I do recall this construction from the Catalan, and the game that comes to mind is Levon Aronyan against Yakovenko from the Hanty-Mansiysk Olympiad 2010. It came from a Catalan and it did feature this b4 a5 pawn structure. It was the first time that I have seen this, and the pawn on b4 was a long-term vulnerability.
All right, but we are going to go back to this game after a very short break, dear viewers, because we'll be seeing you in several minutes, and I would like to remind you, dear viewers, for our Twitch subscribers, we are about to show you a video of Gotham Chess challenging Fabiano Caruana in the push-up chess, so check out what is it all about. Me and Peter will be back in several minutes. Hope you're liking the coverage so far. Don't go anywhere, get comfortable, and see you soon.
Do you do shitty push-ups?
No, I'll be fine.
So I could like drop down and do 10 on move 1?
Well, yeah, we start the clock and then you just decide when you want to do that.
Alright.
Where are we?
Look at the form!
Look at the
How many did you do? We got a clown on the shoes!
How many did you do?
Get the shoes!
Wait, what does that mean?
Yo! Levy! What's up? What's up? I'm fit as bro! We should go this way! Oh, he's got game too!
What the heck?
Oh man, I gotta take off my shirt. I gotta take off my shirt.
Take that clock count out. We need an arbiter for the count.
Yeah, oh. Here we go.
Yeah, we should have brought
Okay,
Jim.
there you go. Okay, good. Actually, it's actually not. 5-3 is a big format, I feel like.
Okay, now we're tied. We're tied.
Okay.
Oh, he's trying to get a lead. He's at 31.
In that late night clock.
These pieces are crazy, man. That's I'm not trying to do
All right,
that.
so that was a really good lesson for me. That little pattern.
This is how you learn.
Yeah, that was good.
I mean, 3 move the push-ups.
Right?
I can't imagine
Queen
chess
d5
boxing.
check was fine, but taking the rook
Yeah.
was stupid. But if I took the knight and
tough.
blocked the check, right?
Our bishops are staying more push-ups, less time. Right. I take queen d6.
It's a pretty even position. So I'm gonna like go here and here.
Oh damn, the sneak attack. Taking the lead on the push-ups? Going to 60?
Strong, yes.
Oh, I have to play faster.
The 3-minute is 1.
Yeah, he could just do that though. It was a cool move. But it was a bad move. No.
All right, I got it for 3 minutes.
At least I did my push-ups. Oh, what a tragic way to end the game.
So we've got the
Long enough break.
Yeah.
Alright, as you can see, these two chess legends obviously can do a lot of push-ups, but let's go back to the action from the Isle of Man, the city of Douglas, which holds the very prestigious FIDE Grand Swiss, one of the strongest tournaments, if not the strongest tournament of the circuit of the year so far. Up for grabs are 2 spots in the FIDE candidate cycle. Your host, Peter Leko, and I'm Grandmaster Art of Nations. We are serving at your pleasure. Either let's go back perhaps to the bird's eye view and see what else we might have missed.
Yes, we have tons of action. I do feel that on the top board we have a very even position between Anna Muzichuk and Bibisara Sobaeva. It's not much to talk about. It's just a very even fight. I'm actually expecting quite a peaceful end to that game. The Vachier-Lagrave game we have already been covering and we might return to it. It's an interesting strategical battle. It does seem like Black has solved her opening problems. Then what do you think about the other boards like Garifulina against Tanzonji? Is Black under some pressure or is it under control?
Yeah, maybe let's go see a bit closer because visually it appears that White is doing slightly better. I mean, White controls this very nice e5 square, beautifully positioned the rooks on e2, e1, as you highlight, the bishop on e5. Nice, the pawn on e6 might be a potential target, but I think ultimately the question is, which probably is the term which is often used by chess professionals, is this enough for White to claim anything real?
Yes, exactly. And one is immediately kind of thinking about some direct encounters. Yeah, like what happens if White takes on f6 and then follows it up with b2, b4, hitting that knight on c5 and getting access to the e6 pawn. What do we make of this? Let's just check it out. Bishop takes f6.
I'll probably take with a pawn because king f6, b4,
Yes.
then the pawn on e6 is with a check. So now b4, very valid question. I guess the knight is going to go away from c5, not grabbing the pawn on b4, so that just in case the black rook on c8 can take on c3, the pawn on c3 is a target. The question is where? Knight e7 and knight e5.
Exactly, I think that knight d7 is probably the trick, yeah, because white would love to take on e6, but that runs into knight e5, trapping that rook, or you could argue that the rook is not trapped because it can go to b6, but then knight takes f3 check follows with a fork against the king and rook. And probably thanks to this, and let's just go back one move. Black's last move had been rook fd8. I always like to go back just 1-2 moves in order to understand the essence behind the position. So clearly black is relying on this knight d7 defense.
Right, or also he didn't really have any choice, because I mean white's idea to take on f6 and rook takes on e6 is quite difficult to parry, because this b4 move, it looks like unstoppable idea, because right now you could have positioned your rook on e8 because the bishop on b5 conveniently attacks the e8 square. So I guess you solve your problems in a tactical way. So Tan Zhongqi is very, very sharp. Obviously the formidable champion, she's doing well, I guess.
Yeah, she's kind of holding her position together, and if she holds the position together, then it will be very difficult for white to create new problems, because after all, the only visible weakness is the pawn on e6. And yes, okay, one could argue that the bishop on b5 with this construction is a very nice long-term kind of asset, but black is probably also preparing some trade on e5 and then getting the rook to d6, making sure that the rook will cover the e6 pawn, and then black's knight might be freed to start jumping around.
Can we check once again this line, because I have a feeling we didn't check everything. So let's say bishop takes on f6, g takes on f6, b4, knight e7. So we are not going to fall into this trap. There's still bishop takes on d7, stopping knight e5 idea. I want to grab this pawn on e6 and see what happens. But of course, I think black simply plays rook takes on c3 and is fine.
Yes, and that's why it was so important, as you highlighted, that black does not include the moves a takes b4, c takes b4, because then black would not have this counter-strike with rook takes c3. And we also see that black has not only captured back that bishop on d7, but has also got the rook to the 7th rank, stopping any kind of rook e7 check. So just in time to neutralize white's pressure.
Yeah, and if white doesn't have anything here, then maybe black indeed is perfectly in the balance. If you go back to the current position, instead of this forcing line, bishop takes on f6, let's say I make some improving move, and since we have not so many pieces on the board, king f2 makes perfect sense to get the king closer to the action. Bishop takes on e5, rook e5, rook d6. I think that very nicely. I liked your idea, Peter, that you said that the white bishop on b5 feels nice, but what of it? Because if the black pieces will be able to be improved somehow, let's say b6, and I want to get the knight ideally where? Not really sure. Maybe it's already where it wants to be.
Yes, there is also this idea of eventually going knight a6, knight c7, kicking that bishop away, but then the knight on c7 will be unfortunate. Knight b8 and follow the journey to c6. That would be kind of a natural rerouting, yeah? The knight from c5 to c6, getting stability, kicking the rook away from e5. Clearly, we are not afraid of the trade on c6, and that should be probably perfectly fine.
All right. What else do we have here? So it appears that this game is about perfectly balanced. Let's maybe go back to the bird's eye view and see what else is happening in the woman Grand Swiss.
Wow, for example, Efromsky versus Mungun 2 looks like a very sharp kind of system, but the queens were just traded off. Oh, this is unfortunate. I was already hoping for some very interesting double-edged middle game, but no, this is now end game. Things are different. Stefanov against Bull Maga, that rook on f4 is a very special piece. Maybe that's an interesting position to check out.
Let's do that. Yeah, let's get closer and try to understand how Antoaneta got the rook there on f4. What's it doing there exactly?
Yes.
Right. What kind of opening is this even?
Yes. Okay. In my mind, actually, Antoaneta was an eternal 1d4 player. Yeah. So I'm like Maybe she has already switched to e4 long ago. I'm just puzzled and surprised. And we see this g3 setup.
Okay, so we are seeing some surprises, I guess. In order to hope for some success at the highest level, you have to surprise your opponent. I think that, Peter, we are going to go at some point to this crazy game of Wojciech against Lamy in the open section. Again, I mean, White plays some offbeat line to surprise the opponent, which you don't see very often because Black very quickly plays d5 and says, I have a healthy position.
Yes, it's kind of a reverse Philidor. On the other hand, okay, as we are mentioning all the time, yeah, it's modern chess that often now players are playing reverse kind of openings with a tempi up, and it brings also psychologically so much intrigue because suddenly you don't know exactly what you are fighting for. And Black played the move bishop e7 already. The computer does not like this so much. Look at this. We are just in after 7 moves and computer already claiming some kind of an advantage for White.
Yeah, but I think that normally in these kinds of positions, Black is supposed to play f6 and not bishop on f6 because bishop on f6 feels rather passive. But then again, if you play f6, the problem, White always plays d4, rips apart the center, and then Black will probably regret having weakened some light squares around his king. That's why bishop f6, it's an awkward move, but it's simply something you have to do.
Yes, it's not an easy choice, clearly not, but yes, because f6 d4, that's also typical that if it would be Black to move, yeah, if it would be White, then clearly things would have been like Black's bishop or White's bishop would be already developed, and then we wouldn't be dealing with this kind of problems that White can break the center immediately, and Black will have this long-term weakness on f6. So yeah, bishop f6 is an ugly move, but makes perfect sense. Knight c3 played, and now we see some interesting development in the center. Takes on c3 and e5, e4. So Black uses the chance of opening up the diagonal immediately before, because just to highlight, it's typical idea from White to move that knight from f3 to d2, open up the bishop on g2, play rook b1, putting pressure on the b7 pawn, and making Black's pieces feel awkward. Knight on c6, bishop f6, bishop c8 don't coordinate well together. So e4 is kind of tempting. Rook takes e4, bishop takes c3, rook b1, bishop f5. Okay, so this is apparently a mistake on the computer. Is it based on some miscalculation? What is your thought?
Well, probably Black is suffering some immediate material losses. Rook b1, bishop f, what was it? Rook c4. Oh, this was a missed opportunity because I would have thought that you want to play rook b7, but there's a fork, knight a5 in that line.
Yes.
All right.
Here there is. So you can't play rook b7 because of knight a5.
Right, and even though you get 2 pawns for your exchange, Black is very active, and I guess this is something you don't want to do. But the question is, what was the miss? Instead of rook c4, maybe Antonetta should have played rook f4, attack the bishop, and then grab the pawn on b7. Looks like a very natural move to me.
Yes, looks very natural. And look at this, what happened in the game. She included rook c4, and after bishop f6, now she did play the move rook f4, hitting the bishop, and bishop e6 happened. Okay, but now this b7 pawn can be captured. There is no more fork, and Black's pawn structure will be isolated.
I think, Peter, the idea of Stefanova here that she always wanted to take the pawn on b7. She always wanted to put the rook at a4. But the question is, where should be the bishop, the Daxwa bishop for Black? Should it be on c3 or should it be on f6? So that's why she felt she has to push away the bishop on f6 first and then grab the pawn on b7. To be honest, I'm not seeing where's the problem if I still do it. I mean, rook takes on b7, I would imagine there's some sort of a bishop d5 idea. You know, Black activates the bishop, is threatening some knight jumps, but I mean, it's still a move away. I don't really believe it.
Yes, I'm not really understanding what's happening here. Because, okay, we eliminated this pawn. Yeah, one could argue that the rook on f4 is a strange piece in long terms. On the other hand, I don't see how to make good use of it. And Black is a pawn down.
Apparently, there was some mutual miscalculation from both players, but also I think that one of the other ideas that Stefanova had here, why she wanted the black bishop to stand on f6 rather on c3, because if the black queen at some point moves away from the d8 square, I don't know, let's say if we would go to the actual position, let's say here, it's a rook b7, queen c8. In some lines, now white has the option to play rook takes on f6, sacrifice the exchange. And then you have all kinds of bishop h6 ideas, attacking ideas, and with the bishop on c3, this was not an opportunity. But I mean, every single position usually is very concrete, and engines, they just don't like something there.
Yes, exactly. I also had intuitively this feeling that, okay, so with the rook on f4, we are always keeping an eye on this rook takes f6 idea. And all the more it's difficult to understand what black is relying on. And coming back to this position after rook f4, there was a chance of retreating the bishop all the way back to c8, protecting the pawn on b7. I understand it's not nice to go back, and basically just 2 moves ago, black played the move bishop f5. So once you go bishop f5 and you rely on some activity, you certainly won't be going back to c8. But I'm puzzled.
I mean, Peter, I have to ask you, I mean, is it better to acknowledge you have made a mistake and go back, or be stubborn and try to find something active instead? For example, here, black has the opportunity to go back and say, okay, I have problems with the pawn on b7. Should I go back and acknowledge I have issues, or instead I should go for something active?
Well, it depends on also move per move calculation. If you see that after bishop e6, rook takes b7, there is something that you like from the black side and you feel that it's justified, then it's one thing. But if you simply cannot come to terms with yourself and to acknowledge that, yes, no, I made a mistake and I should be going back, and just because of this you want to stay stubborn, then I'm not liking the idea. Yeah, it's always connected with concrete calculation. You have to stay objective, and in every single position you should try to make the best move, no matter what happened in the previous moves.
All right, I like that. Maybe let's go back to the bird's eye view and see something else. Some of the top boards, perhaps. Who do we else have there? We checked the game of Vaishali. Maybe let's have a very quick look of Anna Muzichuk against Bibisara Sabayeva, and then go back to the open section and see what's happening there, because I'm pretty sure there's more moves already on the board, and we definitely want to delve into those.
Yes, for sure. And okay, we talked about that. This is a very important clash. If Bibisara makes a draw, that's a very, very good result for her. She's leading the tournament alone at the moment, and she also got another black after her yesterday's victory. I kind of find it a little bit strange that Anna has played quite a solid opening, from the white side. If you are chasing the leader, one would argue that maybe you should be more aggressive. On the other hand, Bibisara's style is famous that she's very good in complications. So maybe Anna just feels like, I don't want to play for real advantage, but I want to some small little details. I want to grind out a position without any risk. That's the message I'm getting from her game.
It's quite an interesting position, because it seems it's balanced, because black has this knight on d5, which also can be secured at pawn on e6, but I find it that white's position is simply easier to play, right? You could play something like rook d4, rook d1, or maybe, no, let's not position the rook on d1, the other rook goes to e1, and then you're thinking about ideas like h4, h5, knight e5, rook g4 ideas, and literally every single white's piece is positioned at the king side. You could do something with this, right? Black is very solid, but at the same time, he might be lacking some real plan, right? So again, how do you continue here? So I would probably choose white if I would have to choose.
Yes, I understand your point. One of the main reactions that I feel from black side, that okay, playing the move e6 and bringing the knight back to f6 would be very logical. And looking back just 2 moves, I'm not liking black's move with king g8. So we did see a trade on g7 here. King takes g7, b4. To my eyes, the move king g8 is absolutely unnecessary. I believe that the king on g7 is maybe even better placed. I would have liked to play e6, go back with the knight from d5 to f6, get ready for trades on the d file. Yeah, rook takes d1, rook takes d1, rook d8, and basically look at my opponent that you really believe that you can do any harm to me in this position.
Yeah, probably without the heavy pieces, it will be highly impossible for White to do it. And actually, I think White, in the very long run, should be a bit careful because she's the one who has double pawns at the queen side. And one thing when you're going for a pawn endgame, you want to make sure you're not getting double pawns because, well, they might be an issue.
Yes, but this king g8, somehow it shows me that black is on the wrong track. I like the move g3 very much. It's a small little move that makes perfect sense, taking away the f4 square from black's knight. Even I was not really believing that black can jump, or it makes so much sense to jump to f4. But yeah, g3, getting this h4, h5 idea. I still believe that black has to correct and make this e6, knight f6 just to get the perfect harmony.
Maybe even knight f6 immediately. I mean, otherwise, what's the plan for black? I mean, knight f6, try to trade the rooks and see what happens. And in this king side, maybe actually White could refrain from trading the pieces and play something like knight f6, rook e1. Probably it's not enough.
Okay. I mean, yeah, it's a committal move after all. Yeah, there are not so many pieces. I don't really believe that there will be serious attack. Yeah, with knight versus knight.
I mean, I don't believe it myself, to be honest. I mean, I would just try to cook up something there. Let's say knight e5, queen f3, and then see what happens. But probably if black plays something solid as rook d5, there's nothing there.
Yeah, but again, I'm just very, very shocked that why on earth would black go voluntarily from g7 to g8 back? Yeah, it's a typical way of from g8 you play the move king g7 to get more stability. So that's kind of a mysterious move, but she has played the move knight f6, so she is on the right track. I believe that this only one inaccuracy with king g8 will not do too much harm.
All right, so things appear to be in control for the sole leader of the women's section. Let's go back to the open tournament, see what is happening there. And I think it's high time for us, Peter, to go back to the leaderboard, where Andrei Yesipenko is playing against Hikaru Nakamura. We left it some time ago. There was some craziness in this, what was this, hyper-accelerated dragon. Whoa, look at that, g5, the game is about to heat up.
Wow, and actually we did see the line we were discussing. Bishop e6, c takes d4, knight h5. Okay,
no, we looked at knight h5 immediately, yes. Not c takes and d4.
Exactly, without cd, and for my eyes it's very strange because I would have played the move queen d2 even there with the pawn on c3. Now with the c4 structure, I'm even getting the chance to go knight c3 after queen d2. I certainly would have chosen queen d2, but Andrei opted for rook e1, knight f4, bishop f1, and g6, g5 on the board. Wow, what's that?
Maybe, I think that, Peter, maybe I'm wrong, but I have a feeling that Hikaru senses that his position could be quite dangerous if he doesn't do something drastic, because his disadvantages of the position are pretty obvious. Those are the dark squares in the position. Let's say he doesn't play g5, he plays something else. I mean, the question is, where does he position his last square bishop? So if you would go back a move here, right, instead of g5, the knight on f4 is beautiful, but where do you position your last square bishop? Bishop f5 leaves the knight on f4 unprotected. Where do you place it? On d7?
Well, not really. And I understand your point. Yeah, what do you do with this bishop? And the reason why we had that fantastic bird's eye view, but looking at this position, it simply stole the show. Yeah, that this kind of structure is very fascinating. And then Hikaru did play the move g6, g5. I felt like we can't be talking about any other game than this. We have to take a closer look.
I mean, knight x on g5, this has got to be the obvious question. I mean, black is giving up the pawn on g5, and I want to check out what do you have in store for me. e7, e5 attacks the knight on g5. This line could probably still continue because white can respond with moves like, oh wait, there's no queen h5, I'm hallucinating. The knight on f4 attacks the h5 square, so I guess it's nothing. Yeah.
Yes, knight takes g5, e5 is not to my liking. Black seems to be getting the upper hand immediately. Yeah, that's the idea that Hikaru has. On the other hand, after g5, g4, there might be some. After g6, g5, there might be g5, g4 coming. So we need to focus very carefully to understand how to deal with this.
Well, if I was playing here from the white's perspective, I very often believe that you can get out of any position if you follow some rules, right? Because all of us who have received a classical chess education, we believe that very often if we follow some patterns, some rules, there might be the right answer. And one thing I know, Peter, is that when your opponent is attacking at either the king side or the queen side, you are trained to look for this counter strike in the center, right? So if black plays g5 and I check out that knight x on g5 is not really working, I'm looking, do I have any counter strike in the center? So should it be right now some knight e5 crazy jump, or wait first for black to play g4 and then play knight e5, or maybe it just doesn't work at all?
Well, it's a big question, because after knight e5, what happens if I just take it? Yeah,
that's a brilliant point. Yeah, I was about to sacrifice a pawn.
Yes, takes, and then how does it continue?
Something like bishop d4. I was hoping that it's going to be a compensation.
Okay.
No?
Yes. Wow, this is very interesting. But how good is this?
Probably no good. I'm not really sure, because I don't see anything for it.
Yes, I take, and then maybe I even play e6 followed by queen f6. Is that a possibility?
I guess I'm not in time, because I wanted somehow to get a compensation with knight e2, knight f3, rook e5. I mean, try to expose your king. The knight on f4 doesn't do much, but I don't know. Maybe this is still a thing.
Yeah, but I feel that with queen f6, I'm hitting your queen immediately. I'm also getting my pressure on against the f2 pawn. The knight can always fall back to g6, covering that e5 square as well. I'm not feeling worried at all.
Okay, but can I improve this idea? If I go back here, and I'm just looking for this counter strike in the center. Let's say I play knight c3, right? I develop a piece, and then the idea is that after g4, now I do this counter strike in the center. Probably doesn't work, because you always have g takes on h3, right? This is scary.
Yes.
This is really scary.
I take. No, take is bad. Wow, okay. Very interesting.
Look at that. Engine actually likes it.
Yes. It's surprising, yeah, because g takes h3 looks like it's at least a mess, but not according to the computer.
Bishop takes on f4, knight e5 ideas? I don't know. I mean, black is still underdeveloped, right? I mean, there's all kinds of discovered attacks. Knight e5, knight f6, the queen on d8 is unprotected.
Yes. This is dangerous, yeah.
You know, Peter, I usually say like this. It's very easy for me to suggest these ideas because I don't have to play them.
Of course.
So I see this idea, but I'm not sure I will do this myself with the white color.
Yeah, and also after knight c6, there are so many questions, right? Because, okay, it's also not exactly obvious what white is threatening. On the other hand, with black, I would love to play the move g4 if it works. I also don't have to. I can maybe just protect the pawn. I can maybe just play normal chess. But okay, for the moment, let's stick with g4. Unless computer says that this is already wrong. No, he says it's not. So knight e5. Maybe just take on h3 now.
I'm quite surprised that Engine is not slaughtering this line immediately. All right, my idea was to play g3, right? G3.
But okay, then I jump knight g2.
Knight g2. Okay, I like that.
Yes, okay, I want to get rid of your light square bishop.
And then now if I could take on g2 and try to dominate the dark squares, something like bishop g2, h takes on g2, bishop f4. Yes, and I'm saying the pawn on g2 doesn't matter much. I'm gonna rock and roll the dark squares in the center. King g2, rook h1, queen d2 ideas.
Yes, I like this concept. I like this, yeah.
Yeah, I can easily imagine this. Although there could be exchange, sacrifice on f4. Okay, I guess we are going already ahead of ourselves, but I mean, this is a big decision, and I think that this game has, Peter, a very good chance to become a central game of the round. It's already a central round. I mean, two leaders on the top board are fighting it out, and we're thinking before the round, maybe we're going to see a quiet Berlin draw. And, you know, I checked, Peter, before the game, how many times Hikaru has played this infamous queen d4, queen d6 line in the Berlin. I mean, I had the stats here: 42 times for black and 31 times with white. So he feels really familiar with the setup. But I was hoping that he's not going to do this. And you were absolutely spot on. You said that also Yesipenko, he's not going to do it because he's playing the second game in a row with white. He wants to use his chances. Doesn't matter. He's the leader of the tournament. He wants to fight. And but actually, it was Hikaru who diverted and played c5.
Yes, but you remember you mentioned that Grand Prix match between Yesipenko and Nakamura where it was e4, e5, and Yesipenko got a very dangerous attack against Hikaru with some brilliant preparation. So maybe because of this memory, Hikaru felt like, okay, let me just get out of prep, let me surprise my opponent. And Andrei hasn't been playing too much e4 recently. So yeah, a lot of mind games.
Yeah, that's indeed. I mean, mind games absolutely are a big part of chess. I mean, I keep bringing up this quote all the time. Judith Polgar said it once that psychology in chess is something like 30 to 40%. I'm not sure, Peter. Maybe you have a more another number, but it's quite clear that these mind games, tricks, getting under the skin of the opponent, not always playing the top choices of the engine, but playing something where your opponent doesn't feel very comfortable, that's a big part of chess.
Yeah, absolutely. And especially if you feel your opponent, if you have played with someone quite a lot of games, then also the previous encounters, the results of the previous encounters matters a lot. That's how you can also explain that why you have this crazy kind of circles that somebody, despite being a brilliant player, keeps on losing to a certain opponent. Then a certain opponent who is losing against that player wins against the other player who is beating the other player, and it does not make any sense. Yeah, but simply just you don't feel comfortable, or you feel comfortable and somebody makes such a big difference.
All right, let's go back to the bird's eye view and see what else we're missing there, because it's been some time. We immediately jump back to the top board, but there's more action. Peter, do you see something immediately which catches your attention?
Well, a big development that the UNG Arjun game has settled down. I think draw is very likely. It can happen any minute. So great opening success for Erigaisi, especially knowing that he had a very long game yesterday. It should be more than welcomed. We also see some other action. Abdusattorov against Aravin Chithamram. That's a very big and long, typical Queen's Gambit position with some grind.
And Peter, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I hear that there is some craziness happening in Gukesh's game, and maybe it's a good idea to go to that game, because obviously the Mirage Gukesh is one of the favorites of this tournament, the young superstar from India. He's playing against another talent from Azerbaijan, Aydin Soleimanli. So what is this?
Yes, a very good question. Gukesh was one of the tournament favorites, but had so far been suffering. After many draws, then he ended up losing yesterday by taking too much risk and with the King's Indian against Narana Sunildut. This time he's kind of in an absolute must-win situation, so it's kind of understandable that he's burning for a fight. What happened here? It was a quiet London. But nowadays, the London is everything but quiet. Things are always heating up. Yes, it's fascinating. Wow, c5, c4. I have never really seen this commuter move so quickly.
I thought you're not supposed to play like that. I mean, I clearly get the idea that a black plays c4 to stop bishop d3 from happening, and this bishop on d3 usually is quite an instrumental piece for white to conduct potential kingside attack. But I mean, still, black is relieving any kinds of pressure from the center. So something like c4 is quite a surprise indeed.
Yeah, and look at this. Immediately, Gukesh jumps on the opportunity, plays bishop g5, getting ready to play f4, cementing his knight on e5. So that's how things are heating up right from the start. Knight d7, f4, queen c7, a4, making sure to slow down black's counterplay with b5. Knight e8, it makes perfect sense. My feeling is that Actually, Sule Manli was very well prepared. You don't do this over the board. He's following some clear-cut direction that he had prepared.
I mean, this reminds me, whoever said this, Peter, is that if your opponent is making some weird moves and he's not a very strong player, then you usually explain it's a bad move, he's making a big positional mistake, etc. But if your opponent is a strong grandmaster or a very high-rated player and he's making something weird, well, rest assured he knows what he's doing, and there's probably some very deep trap.
Exactly. And look at this. Things are getting completely out of control. Black breaks in the center. White's king is still stuck in the middle. G3, white is keeping this status quo, but the bishop on h4 is kind of getting trapped. And look at this, with what we are seeing here, some wild complications.
I don't need the engine to tell that g3 is a mistake, because visually it just looks plain wrong. The bishop on h4 is completely stuck, and Soleimani immediately seizes his opportunity. I think that maybe this is what Gukesh blundered, because look at this, Peter. I mean, after g5, if we take on g5 a couple of times, bishop takes on g5, I think the key idea is bishop takes on g3, and suddenly white is collapsing.
Yes, white is collapsing, but I don't believe that Gukesh blundered it, because look at his answer. Simply that after e5, I believe that he was in a situation that if he plays some normal like f takes e5, f takes e5, then he is not happy with the white's position. It's clear that black is doing extremely good. Yeah, and he might have come up with this brilliant piece sacrifice. Look at this, how he reacted to g5. He played the move knight e3. Sensational stuff. Double exclamation mark. Please, artificial intelligence computer, give the double exclamation mark, because that would be the way how I feel about this move.
All right. So that indeed, now that I look at this, it does feel like it probably was part of his idea. But wait a second, I mean, he's still down a piece, is he not? Because, I mean, he's down a piece, the king is still in the center. I like the idea, I like the courage, but ultimately I'm asking the question, kind sir, what do you have for the sacrifice piece here? And I don't immediately see, because white has the material advantage and the white king is in the center.
Well, okay, we only have 2 pawns for the piece, but it has some strategical foundation, right? Because white has this great pawn structure, and look at this. Now, black's reaction after the move knight d2 to f3 is very interesting, because clearly if black takes on g3, h takes g3, then the h file opens up. Black's king will be pretty soon checkmated. It's very hard to believe that any kind of knight h4, knight g6, or some sacrifice on h7 will not lead to mate. And black has played the move. What did he play? He played the move h3, making sure that the h file is locked.
I don't like this, Peter. I mean, you know, I give a lot of credit points to Gukesh for playing the fighting chess, but ultimately, I don't see what he has, right? Because I mean, in order to justify the piece sacrifice, I guess you need to show what you have, and there's no direct attack, and that's why this h3 from the black's perspective makes perfect sense, because you make sure the king side is not opening up. The pawn on h3 is not an attacking pawn, it's a defending pawn to make sure the h file never opens. And then black is going to play something like knight b6, knight f5, consolidate the position, and I just don't see it. I mean, I'm all for this beautiful idea, but I have a feeling, I could be wrong though, that Gukesh is in a simple poker language tilting, right? That he is tilting and he is unhappy the way he has been playing before. He was burning with this desire in the previous round to strike back against his countryman Narayanan. He lost it again for the second time in a couple of weeks, because he already lost against Narayanan in Qatar Masters. Again, a loss, and that's why he feels he's not showing his best game. Now the opening goes astray and he tries to complicate the matters, but this could lead to catastrophe. I don't like white here.
Yeah, but also he got out prepared, yeah, because let's just very quickly go back to the move c5, c4, because now that we understand that it was all black's preparation, then we might have to give big credit to Soleimani for anticipating that this could be a very interesting practical choice. And we don't know exactly the objective evaluation, but certainly making White get out of his usual routine of the Londons with bishop d3, provoking his opponent to this very interesting and sharp battle, but he was ready for it. The move knight e8 followed by f6 e5 is just as you said before, yeah, that against a flank kind of reaction you want to break in the center. And I do feel like, yeah, this f6 e5 is so thematic. And then suddenly Gukesh, I don't believe that he blundered, but he might have not known already what to do after e5.
Maybe indeed, although the bar says it's still within the balance, and you're right. I think that he saw this idea, maybe not out of good life, he sacrificed a piece, but I think that very often, I'm sure that you're going to agree, Peter, when it goes to the highest level, very often these players, they don't blunder things. Is that sometimes they tend to misevaluate things, meaning they see a position which looks really great from afar, they see ideas, they see maneuvers, they see some typical tricks. And when you get there, like 5 moves in, you realize, oh, this is so bad. How did I got here? I should have done this in the first place, but there's no turning back now.
Yes, sometimes the desire, that you want to make it work, that's also the problem, that you see, for example, here also, if you just ask me that what happens if White has 2-3 moves, then I tell you, okay, knight h4, bishop d3, I get access to the f5 square, king f2, rook e1, and I will be claiming long-term compensation. So give me some time, I can visualize this to be enough compensation. The problem is that the chess rule is I can only make one move, then my opponent also makes another move. And just as you said, if we are having a closer look, then I already feel like it shouldn't be enough.
But I guess we are going to find it out. So short castle is played by Gukesh. He needs to bring the king to the safety. I like the idea, Peter, that you said is knight h4, bishop d3, go for these attacking ideas. There's one thing, dear viewers, that engines don't understand, and maybe this is actually why Gukesh is still having very good chances. It's the easiness to play the position, right? And right now, maybe White's next moves are incoming a little bit easier, right? Because it's very, very... logical. This knight on h4, take away the f5 square, thinking about all kinds of knight g6 ideas. The bishop on d3 is targeting pawn on h7, while black at the same time might be struggling to find how exactly he's supposed to simplify the position. I want to trade off some pieces, but it might be easier said than done.
Yes, exactly. For example, just to highlight, knight b6 with the idea of knight f5, but White falls back with the bishop to d3, making sure that the f5 square is under control. There's also one kind of strategical finesse that we should be mentioning, that White can try to provoke with knight h4 something like f5, then come back with the knight to f3, then head towards the e5 square. That's, after all, White has then some beautiful grip, but piece is a piece. It does not look enough.
Right, and the bar indeed confirms it, that Gukesh is in slight trouble, but I think this game can still go either way. Maybe there's even actually something like queen c2 first. This move is a bit more annoying because after queen c2, if you move the pawn on h7, then knight h4 suddenly looks a much more senior threat. And if black plays f6, f5, there is your idea, Peter, that you wanted to play this knight e5, knight g5 idea. All the dark squares belong to White. So still not clear. The more I look at this, I start to appreciate the idea, but
yes, it's a beautiful idea. Yes, but it might not be enough, or objectively not entirely correct. But there is this positional fundament. When I look at this position, which name comes to my mind? Alexander Morozevich. He was the type of player who was always very creative. At the same time, also he paid attention to have very nice structure. Was often sacrificing some material in order to get a beautiful position, and then playing from that on. It's that comes to my mind seeing this position.
All right. Let's keep an eye on this game, and we should probably go back to it at some point later. Let's go back to the bird's eye view and see what's happening on the top boards, because again, there's a lot of action. Over 100 players are playing in this open tournament. There's a one draw already. Actually, that's quite a surprise. Early guys, I guess you and me, it finished in a draw.
Yeah, we kind of spoke about this. Yeah, it looked already like it's going to be the natural outcome. There are two positions that catches my eye instantly. One, of course, in Yesipenko against Nakamura, because we did see Yesipenko going for your idea with knight c3 and then sacrificing. No, first he played knight e5 and sacrificed the pawn immediately. And another one, with it against Hans Niemann, White's bishop landed on b8. Wow, what a game. White is trying some queen a7, knight b2, knight bc, knight a5 idea. Beautiful stuff from Vidit.
All right, but before we are going to go into these details, we are going to continue that after the break, because there's another break for us. So we'll be back in several minutes. And dear viewers, I also would like to remind you that later today there will be chess.com's regular State of Chess.com, hosted by our CCO, Danny Wrench. So he will be discussing all kinds of upcoming events in the next months, fair play updates and more. There's also going to be live question and answer session with Danny himself. So the show is going to begin 5:30 p.m. Eastern Time on chess.com mainstream. So we are going to be seeing you there. However, we are still obviously continuing our broadcast. Let's make a very, very short break, and we'll be back in several minutes.
Let's check. Let's check. Peter. Let's check.
Let's check. Oh, sorry. I didn't hear you say anything. Yeah, thanks. I thought Padana played extremely well, very, very solidly. Didn't make mistakes and made good positional moves all the time. The last time I was wiped out by a woman was by Nona Geprindashvili in 1966. She beat me.
She beat you.
Two wins and one draw.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm retiring.
All right, dear viewers, we are back with the live broadcast from the FIDE Grand Swiss held in Isle of Man. Douglas is the city, Villa Marina is the tournament's venue. The weather is quite rainy today in Isle of Man. Still, perhaps the perfect weather for everybody to enjoy some pretty good chess. At least it was Andrei Yesipenko who, in one of the post-games interviews, said he enjoys the weather in Isle of Man. And when he was asked, does he really like such a raining weather, he said, yep, that's when you play the best chess. Anyway, there's a lot of action happening right now, and I think it's high time for us to have a look at the bird's eye view. And Peter, I'm looking at this crazy game of Alexander Pretke playing against Samuel Shankland. it felt like this is a transmission error because black is missing the rook on h8. Nope, that's the position we have here.
Yes, I also got completely stuck in the break when I looked at this game that, okay, we have to rush back and check it out. Alexander Predke, such an interesting player, always going for the sharpest possible continuation. But here I would be very careful to judge this as being so good for white. Yes, white did capture the rook on h8, and we're going to go back to see how did this happen. But if we count the material, then it turns out that white is only an exchange up, and that knight on h8 is kind of trapped, so white probably will be insisting on some sacrifice on f7 and so on. But to understand how we reached here, let's just very quickly go over the beginning.
All
It's
right.
a Slav. Yeah, Slav, knight c3, d takes c4. And here, of course, the classical solid line is a4. But white already goes for the adventure, plays a gambit line e4, b5, a4, b4, knight a2, knight takes e4. So white sacrifices a pawn. We have seen this, Predke has done it against Duda in the Vienna variation as well, going for the pawn sacrifice. Knight f6, rook e1, a5, bishop g5, bishop e7, knight e5. White is very, very aggressive. h6, bishop f4, bishop a6, bishop b3. Apparently, bishop a6, the first thing that we have to add is like what happens after knight takes f7 sacrifice. It's kind of very big provocation, this bishop a6 move, but it did not happen in the game. So we won't be able to now analyze it. The game featured bishop b3, bishop d6, keeps on inviting knight takes f7. What on earth is happening here? But white, instead of taking on f7, goes for knight g6, and bishop takes f4, knight h8. That's how we reach this position.
Okay, I mean, obviously I have a lot of questions because I don't really understand this entire sequence. I mean, I get it if we would go back to the move 13 for white after bishop f4. I get it that black doesn't want to play short castle because all of the white's pieces at the kings are pretty active, and you have the so-called hook on h6. But the question is, why did you include h6 in the first place? I mean, why do you castle then short castle immediately? I mean, instead of this, maybe even the move before. So it feels a bit artificial. So black plays h6, bishop f4. Now he realizes the pawn on h6 might be a target with some queen d2, bishop h6 idea, should black castle short. And then he starts playing moves like bishop a6, bishop d6, keeping the king in the center. I don't know. I don't like this.
Yes, well, on the other hand, okay, both players had a lot of time, so definitely they were calculating lines like knight takes f7, king takes f7, bishop takes e6 check. We do see the evaluation bar liking this from the white side, but okay, after king f8, one could argue that where is the checkmate? White's knight on a2 is out of the game. If the knight would be on f3, it would be obvious that, okay, you think white is winning. You have knight e5, but maybe just something very slow like queen c2, bringing all the pieces, making sure that you always have queen g6, so black is tied to the queen e8 defense. It looks like an overwhelming initiative. It's really surprising that this did not happen. Then what happened instead was bishop b3, then black again kind of inviting bishop d6, please sacrifice, and it again did not happen.
I mean, by the way, why did not happen? Because knight x and f7 looks like, I mean, basically a move you should play instantly, right? Knight f7,
yes,
king takes on f7, rook e6, and bishop f4.
Yes.
Is there some very smart discard check? I mean, I can win the queen, rook d6 check, but maybe it's not enough.
Yes, it's probably not enough. Then black gets way too many pieces for the sacrifice queen, and we do see the computer also does not agree with this apparently. Here after king takes f7, there is some move, but if not rook e6, then we certainly don't want to take the queen. Then it's again bishop takes e6 check. Or what? No, also not. Okay, so then already it has to be bishop d6, queen d6, rook takes e6, but this one doesn't feel right.
Yeah, because the knight on a2 is obviously out of the game, so in order to get something. Yeah, I think white is simply not ready for this, although Engine likes it. I mean, it's a queen after all.
Yeah, Engine likes it, but black has 2 pieces plus a rook, plus the white knight is on a2. My mind basically would rule this automatically out, that no, this cannot be played like this, black should be fine. So computer, maybe with some queen b3 check, some very forcing sequence of moves, makes sense to it. The earlier sacrifice, knight takes f7 and then playing for long-term compensation, that one was somehow much closer to my heart.
All right, so it seems that Shankland calculated all of this, and he felt that there is no exchange sacrifice. I mean, no piece sacrifice on f7. That's why he was pretty confident. Instead, Predke played knight g6 instead. And knight takes on h8. And by the way, the idea of knight takes on f7 again is still there. I mean, I could save my knight by sacrificing it on f7. But the question is, what is the knight doing on a2? I mean, I still think that white is going to have to spend some tempi like knight c1, knight e3, and bring it in the game. Oh, look at this, Peter. I mean, black plays now back bishop c8, because, I mean, it was quite funny. If we would go back a couple of moves, black played bishop a6 to trade the pieces. Now he goes back to avoid sacrifice on f7. I mean, this is crazy.
Yes, absolutely. I just feel like we are in a different planet here. What on earth is happening? And we know that both players are brilliant players. They are big tacticians, big calculators. What did they think of this? It's basically a very big mystery. In any case, now Sam is trying to make sure that, yes, I'm anticipating that my opponent needs to sacrifice at some point, because I'm also trying to trap that knight with king f8, king g8. And how do we think the game will continue?
I think it's some part of a larger mind game from Shankland, because he feels that ultimately he needs to provoke his opponent into do something, right? And that's why he played these weird moves, bishop a6, he played this weird move, bishop d6, try to provoke white into doing something aggressive like knight f7 or knight g6. And he succeeded to do that, right? I mean, he calculated knight f7, knight x on f7, this subsequent queen sacrifice for 3 pieces is probably good for black. And also you, Peter, you said that you're ruling it out automatically. And now that he has achieved exactly that, he's making sure there's no more sacrifices. He's about to solidify his position. And
yes, and you know, this is what happens, yeah, that the human brain, how does it work? I told you, yeah, that I kind of ruled it out. But since the computer insisted that white is better, then suddenly the move just where I wanted to stop, yeah, appeared that what happens? Maybe then queen b3 check is the justification of the computer, and I suddenly don't see a move for black. Yeah, to my horror. Yeah, previously I thought like, this definitely will not work for white, and then computer forces me to reassess my calculation, and suddenly I spot queen b3 check. I don't see a defense.
Wait, what if I play king e7? I slightly don't follow. Where's the?
Okay,
I mean, you have some queen e6 ideas, yeah?
Coming with a check again. Where is this king going?
King f8?
King f8 and queen e6.
And there's some big threats. I still don't see, by the way, where's the threat if I play something like rook a7?
Hang on. Then I'm gonna play queen g3. If rook a7 is your defense, then maybe I will even do it from this angle. No, apparently not. Okay, queen e6 was natural. Why? Wow, okay, it's crazy, yeah, that computer thinks that this is so good. What is some knight takes b4, but that's already too brilliant to be true. Knight takes b4.
Well, but I agree with you, Peter, right? It's very easy to cross this out, because if you simply don't see the follow-up, you just don't go there, right? And I think that at some point, all the chess professionals, they are drawing the line at some point, right? I mean, probably it's not a right idea to draw the line in a very sharp position, but still, I mean, you got to do this at some point. And I think that Predke was looking at this position. He felt like, okay, I mean, he has a rook and 2 minor pieces for the queen, right? He's about to solidify his position. He has an exposed king. I don't see a direct way I can capitalize on this, so I trust my gut instinct. And the gut instinct says, no, I can't do this. Well, this is where Engine says calculate a bit further.
Exactly. Yeah, I cheated. I turned on engine because I thought like, okay, am I such a weak player? Do I not see checkmate or whatever? No. Yes, well, maybe, but computer says that yeah, just play rook e1 to e5, target that a5 pawn. Black has no good way of protecting that. Complete insanity. And just to highlight that if Black falls back with the bishop to c8 so that the rook protects, it does not matter. We can just take rook takes a5. Rook takes a5, queen takes b4 check, and suddenly it makes perfect sense. We are collecting all the material. We will have tons of pawns, and well, white is actually just winning this.
I mean, you cannot really blame Predke for not seeing this from afar, right? If this was indeed the sole continuation which was giving white a very large advantage, I mean, the knight on a2 otherwise is stuck. To see from afar, you have queen b3, rook e1, rook e5, and rook a5 idea. Well, good luck with that.
Yes, it's basically a typical story that somebody gives you a hint that you know what you are calculating. This position is actually interesting. There is something. Then immediately the human mind thinks like, hang on, it has to be queen b3 check. Then you add as the situation that, yeah, actually, where is this king going? Then if king e7, rook e1 check, it happens, and computer keeps on telling you that this is very good for white, then you can come up with this rook e5. But if no one tells you, and that's the mystery of over the board chess, yeah, that nobody can support you during the game, then you don't get these clues, and then it's so difficult to even continue calculating this line.
I mean, nobody's supposed to tell you anyway, right? That's what we call a legal assistance, right? You can't really do it. Anyway, it's of course a major help. I absolutely agree, right? Sometimes having this information that there's something here, of course, it just gives you a completely different perspective.
Yes, and the game actually continued after bishop c8. White played knight c1, just as we discussed. Yeah, white is threatening to come with the knight dc, knight e5. So Sam played the most natural move, which got a question mark by the computer. Bishop takes c1. Computer is not in love with this natural move.
Well, I guess he wants to clarify the situation a bit, because after 93, 95, he has to calculate a lot of things. And actually, this 93, 95 would allow potentially the knight on h8 to escape. And can we shuffle a couple of moves there? Let's say I'm going to make some king f8 just to prove the point, right? So I'm going after the knight. 93, bishop wherever it goes, bishop d6, knight e5, and now you see that the knight on e5 and the knight on h8 actually is targeting the pawn on f7, and should you take on e5, now white has access to d takes on e5, and the knight on h8 still stands. So
yeah, but
after queen h5. Yeah?
But after d5, I can take on d1. I have this intermezzo move. This doesn't work for white.
That's a valid point. I mean, my brilliant idea was that you're going to decline the trade. Then I'm going to play queen h5 and use the knight on h8 as an attacking piece. But you're right. You're right.
Yes. Here black is just winning. Yeah. So basically, it wasn't obvious. Computer did say that knight d3, bishop d6 is very good for white, but maybe you just have to make a quiet little move, queen f3 first. We don't know, because king g8 is already almost trapping the knight, but then knight e5. There are all kinds of tactics. Yeah, let's just make this move. Is this the move?
That's a brilliant point. Yeah, king g8, knight e5, and you cannot take on h8 due to the fork on f7, a bishop e5, d takes on e5. Now the pawn on f7 is under attack.
Yes, exactly. And then we combine our ideas, yeah, that we get this knight e5, bishop e5, d takes e5 with queen on the board. That's fantastic.
All right, and that's precisely the reason why Shanklin decided that this knight e3, knight e5 is too much to handle. So bishop c1, fine. Okay, maybe not the most accurate move. Engine maybe is going to slightly not like it, but it's very human. Now black just wants to collect the knight on h8. King f8, king g8, those are the next moves, I think. So rook c1, king f8. Now I'm asking white, what's your next move here?
Yeah, very big question. Look at this. The evaluation bar keeps on growing. Like if it's so clear and so obvious. Is it f4?
No,
is
really?
It f4? Okay, F4? King g8, knight takes f7, and then f5. Okay, what else? Can I play f4? Yes, I can. Yes, okay. I'm gonna do this. And then king g8, knight takes f7, king f7, f5, and this one looks very promising.
Okay, maybe then king f8, king g8 is too much a slow move. There's also another bit more direct move. I was looking at this for a moment. I wouldn't believe it. It's possible. Indeed, king e7, targeting the Natalice with a queen. But is the king on e7 where you want to position your king long term? Probably not. I'm not really sure. It's asking for some d5 ideas somewhere.
Yes,
I'm not sure.
Yeah, very, very crazy position. Okay, it's just stealing the show. Yeah, I feel like we could be analyzing all day this position. I only don't know what the audience is thinking about that. Should we rely fully on this game or should we check out with Hikaru, because there also had been tremendous development, I guess.
Yeah, I think we should indeed go back to the leaderboard, because I mean, as exciting as this game is, of course, there's more games that we need to follow. Most notably, the leader fight. Andrei Yespenko against Hikaru Nakamura. It has been very sharp since the very beginning. And look at this, Peter. I'm very happy to see this on the board, because I told you that this idea, at least looking from afar, sacrificing the opponent in the center, might actually work. And Yespenko played this, only in a slightly different order of the moves.
Yes, exactly. After g5, you shocked me with your kind of... because you were even giving a very interesting speech about how do you deal with flank attack and so on. And I was thinking like, okay, but how do you break in the center? Yeah, you don't have any breaks, and then you hit me with this 95, and it was very interesting. Yeah, that how your mind works. Very creative idea. 95, just making sure that black is not getting counterplay on the king side. We sacrifice the pawn. Takes. Knight c3, the quiet little move gets an exclamation mark. And here it's a very interesting moment, because after e6, this was the position during the break. I just for 1 second opened the engine on my phone, and the engine was saying like knight a4 being the main move with advantage for white. Yeah, and look at this, that Andrei had it on his radar, but he included the move bishop c5, bishop d6, bishop d4, and after knight g6 opted for knight a4, when exactly the engine was already not that... Okay, still it's a very interesting idea. It's a fantastic play by Andrei.
I absolutely love this stuff, because I mean, to continue your thought, Peter, while white plays knight a4, I mean, the idea is not only to exploit the weakness of b6, but play knight b6, kill the light square bishop, and maybe try to get to this weakness on e6. Because if the bishop on c8 no longer is protecting the pawn on e6, think about some future ideas like queen g4, attacking the pawn on e6, attacking the pawn on g5, combined with bishop d3, bishop d4. Well, I can easily imagine a lot of tactical ideas here. So that's why Hikaru, of course, he's not interested to find out what happens there. And also, bishop c7 enables him the opportunity to play queen d6 and remind white that you might have some consequences at the king side as well.
Exactly. It's a very intriguing situation. Okay, queen d6 can always be answered by g3. Since we have the bishop on d4, we don't have to worry about the typical rook takes f2 idea. We always have bishop takes f2. So let's just take a look. What happens if we play the most natural move like rook c1?
I mean, you basically took the words out of my mouth, Peter, because I was thinking about this idea, rook c1. I'm not sure you want to continue with the idea I was about to suggest. Rook c1, queen e6. I wanted to sacrifice an exchange on e7. Is it too much?
Yes, it was also one of my kind of feelings that, okay, I don't know yet how I'm winning, but it's looking very, very suspicious for black.
Oh, an angel likes it. Oh, look at that.
It likes it, yeah. So, but how is the decisive blow? Knight b6 looks natural. Rook b8.
I mean, there could be some major problems with the dark squares, obviously. Bishop d3, queen h5, maybe bishop g6. But how do you make it work?
Yeah, and why is it completely winning? Yeah, that's a big question. Yeah, it looks like compensation, but winning, it's a little too much, no?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I want to bring my bishop on f1 in the game, right? Because it's not doing anything, so why not I bring it in the action? So bishop d3 right now, and try to do something there. Oh, look at that!
Yes.
So Bar likes it.
Yes, and if you eliminate that knight, then we will have tremendous dark square control of everything.
I mean, usually, Peter, I say like this: if I spot this idea like in, let's say, 1 minute, a stronger player than me already has seen it before, right? So I saw it like in 1 minute, so he saw it like in 20 seconds probably. I'm pretty sure that both of the players, Yesipenko and Nakamura, they're already seeing this idea and evaluating the consequences. And again, it's their viewers, it's very easy for us, for me, for Peter, to recommend this exchange sacrifice. But what it's not easy, it's to play it over the board, because it's such a, what do you say, it's such a responsible move, right?
Yeah, and also you feel like your opponent will definitely not give this chance if it's so good. The big question is, however, that after rook c1, then what is black's move? I mean, how is he dealing with this? Because a move like bishop d7 can be simply answered by knight c5 with pressure on the e6 pawn, pressure on the b7 pawn. It's like not exactly obvious.
I mean, queen d6 probably is asking for trouble, because especially if I played rook c1, clearly Nakamura already would have been anticipating this exchange sacrifice on c7, so queen d6 is just a waste of time. You're right, probably black can do something more meaningful during this time. Is there some break in the center, some e6, e5? Try to close this diagonal. Can I do this?
Yes, it's kind of the natural move, yeah, because also in the previous position, most probably white also had some bishop b6 idea. Yeah, let's just go back one move. So after knight a4, if black plays the move e5, then we have bishop b6 hitting the queen, and the queen hits the pawn on d5, and after bishop c7 we just trade and collect the pawn on d5, and we should be having a very big advantage for free. So after bishop c7, rook c1, e5 is already a completely different story. Now the b6 square is under control.
But I mean, I still see these exchange sacrifices on c7 and knight b6. I just cannot work out the details. I might be very good at suggesting ideas, but I mean, ultimately you have to figure them out. I mean, I was thinking about like knight b6 idea here, attack the rook on a8, think about knight e5, expose the king, of course. Now, finally, the bar says what you're doing here is completely ridiculous. Yeah, probably it's not very good. Knight a8, queen e4, something.
Exactly, because here I can just ignore the threat on the a8 rook, and I'm just getting perfect coordination, very good harmony. So the big question is then, okay, bishop c7, rook c1, e5. Maybe black is just in time to destroy this lovely blockade. Okay, you of course have a move like bishop c5. It's a tempo move on the rook, and you have compensation, but isn't exactly obvious how strong or how dangerous this is.
All right. I mean, I would be very curious to hear what Hikaru is calculating right now, because I've seen, Peter, some of his interviews where he explains his calculation process. It's just mind-boggling, right? It's just mind-boggling. He calculates so fast, so precise. He's such a dynamic player. And I would be very, very curious to see this post-game interview of Hikaru. I mean, assuming he gets to this interview after the game, and what he says about this position, what both players say about this position, and come up with ideas that it's so much usually fun to watch this, and just to get some insights from these super grandmasters. I mean, their thought process. I'm a grandmaster myself, and I'm still, I mean, very, very always into these interviews to see, I mean, what's the difference? Why they're 2800? I mean, what's the big difference between 28 and 26, right?
Yeah, and also the point is that when you play the game, you are so much deeper into all the details, yeah, because you are non-stop calculating, you sense the danger, you see the danger, you anticipate, you already see also for yourself the reaction. And look at this. Ante Yesipenko has anticipated the e5 break. He plays the move bishop d3 that you also suggested, like, why not to bring that bishop into the game, targeting the knight on g6, trying to get the dark square blockade. And imagine if white gets time to take on g6 and forces h take g6, then without the freeing e5 possibility, it will be very, very tough for black to defend this position.
I think that Hikaru needs to kill this Dark Square Bishop on d4 right now. I mean, play something like e5, even if this costs a pawn, and maybe this is ultimately where it leads to the balance. I mean, if I play bishop takes on g6, I want to snatch now the pawn on e5, bishop g6, e takes on d4, and now some sort of a bishop retreat. There's the queen d6, very nice. Actually, it leads to some craziness. I mean, I play bishop d3, you play queen d6. Can we put that on the board? Yeah? G3, and I see some rook takes and f2 ideas.
Yes, exactly. We talked about this, that with the bishop on d4, we can always capture back with the bishop. Then we don't afraid, but here it's just devastating. Yeah, king takes f2, queen takes g3. It's kind of a checkmate automatically on white's king. King e2. You can maybe even play fancy with bishop g4 check, but even just something like, hang on, queen g2 is checkmate
mating too,
on
yeah.
the spot. No, mating
one.
Mating
one.
Yes. I'm very bad in delivering mating once. I already noticed in all our broadcasts because my brain basically just shuts down here. I see that every move is winning, so that's it, finish. Yeah, queen e3, bishop h3 would be another. Mating 2. In any case, yeah, don't allow rook takes f2. I also don't want to let this ed4 structure happen. So the big question after e5, how do I react?
That's a big question then. If bishop g6 kills this bishop, I guess white should try to play bishop, I'm not sure, bishop c5? Wait, but then it's a completely different game, is it? Because then black has a lot of options.
Yeah, but look at this. Bishop takes g6 already on the board, so the players are kind of blitzing out this line. After e takes d4, now white needs a very, very strong move. Queen h5 is forcing a draw.
It's a draw.
Or more than that.
It's a draw. I think we're heading for a draw because h takes queen g6 is a perpetual check. I don't believe that white can win this. And I also don't believe, Petter, that black can afford to play something like queen d7 instead of this h takes on g6. The only way to protect the pawn on h7 is play queen d7. It jumps under some knight c5 ideas. It just looks so unnatural, and the bar immediately dismisses it. I think what we are seeing here is an unfortunate, abrupt end to a very exciting game. I mean, still a pleasure to watch, of course.
It's after queen d7, white has so many opportunities. Yeah, even just some queen takes h7, and then after rook e7, rook takes e7 should be a good deal. But clearly, the evaluation bar saying that white is completely winning, so there is something stronger. Hikaru does not want to find it out. Clearly, he will. Yeah, and it's already on the board. Queen h5. Everything is going move per move. The players have calculated, had foreseen this sequence of moves.
I mean, this is ultimately the best chess. I mean, that's what I adore about playing chess at the highest level and watching the chess at the highest level, because the players play sharp, uncompromising chess. There's a lot of tactical nuances on the board, and yet somehow still the game finishes in a draw, right? Because this means that none of the players made any mistakes, right? The position was balanced to start with. So yeah, it's going to be a draw, and this means that Yesipenko and Hikaru Nakamura, they're gonna have 4.5 points out of 6 before the rest day, and this also might be a chance for. No, it's not a chance, because actually guys already played the draw. There's just no chance. They're going to stay the leaders.
Yes, so probably now it's the right moment to take a look at the bird's eye view to see where to navigate next, because this game is about to end. Probably they are calling the arbiters already, because it's going to be a threefold repetition. We do see Caruana, Nair, a very, very interesting middle game. We haven't been looking at this game so far. We're going to check it out afterwards. What else do we have? Artemiev against Firouzja. It's a very interesting endgame, a very non-standard kind of structure. Yakuboyev, Vincent Keimer is a very big strategical battle. And
Vélez Bishop is on the... Look at that.
Yes. And we did with the bishop on b8 against Hans Niemann. What a position.
I think that, Peter, we are going to definitely go with the Caruana game, because we wanted to check this game already a couple of times, but always something happens. So let's go to Caruana's matchup against Yevgeny Nair, and I think right after that we want to check, of course, Vidit Santos Gurachi's game against Hans and Niemann. So Caruana against Yevgeny Nair. These are the players who know each other quite well because they were facing each other in the FIDE World Cup 2017 in Tbilisi, where it was actually Caruana who suffered a surprise loss. I believe it was in round 3. He lost against Nair in the tiebreaks. If I remember correctly, those are the rapid tiebreaks, but it doesn't really matter. So, and also they played, let me check it, I think they played in the last edition of the Grand Swiss. Nair was playing with white, and that game finished in a draw.
Yeah, Yevgeny Nair is a very dangerous player, and in Grand Swiss tournaments he's always doing extremely well. He is actually coach of the women Russian national team, and that's why he doesn't really play too much. But whenever he plays extremely well, and that's when you understand exactly that he's constantly working on his chess.
Yeah, that's one of the perks being a chess coach, right? I mean, you normally at some point stop working on chess, but since you're a chess coach, you have to work on some things anyway, right? You have to check ideas, you have to prepare some stuff, and this is how you always stay fit and stay tactically sharp.
Yes,
right.
And the position, to my eyes, actually looks like a very dangerous position for black. I don't really understand the evaluation bar why it says that black is perfectly fine. I just feel that this construction with GC, HC, knight G4, F2, E4 against this D4, D6 has a lot of potential for white, but maybe there is some tactical sequence of moves which gives back the chance, but my first feeling is white is better.
I absolutely agree. I mean, every single white piece is positioned to do something active at the king side. So this idea, maybe even queen d2, queen takes on h6, the pawn on h6 might be a potential target. Maybe even open up the king side with e4, e5, join the rook on e1, play f4, f5. There's so many ideas. While this knight on h5 for black, I'm not sure what it really does. So we can only assume there's something very concrete, as usually there is. But what is it? Is there some... Sure, g4?
Let's just also take a look of the last couple of moves, just to understand. So yes, this is a very typical idea of bishop g5, bishop f4. That's how you are supposed to deal with this type of positions before white lands the knight on d5. Takes, knight d4. Okay, this is a very strange transformation of structure. And look at this. Computer loving the position from the white side. What happened here? Knight g4, king g7, rook a7. Computer does not like rook a7 for some reason, but it makes so much sense. You force the black queen away after the trade on a8, and white played the move g3, rook e8 played, and apparently computer says, no, rook e8 is not accurate, but I don't understand computer here.
Well... me neither. I'm still choosing white, but maybe it's the thing that it's difficult for white to come up with the next move, because if you now play queen d2, then there could be bishop takes on g4, h takes on g4, and knight f6, go back, and the black is suddenly super solid. The bishop on c4 appears not to do much. The pawn on g4, by the way, is under attack. The king on h2 for white is perhaps not feeling so well, but I don't know. I mean, I still can play something like f3, and I see nothing wrong.
Yeah, well, but okay, nothing wrong is kind of something black can live with very nicely. Black is clearly not playing for advantage. He wants to make sure that he's solid enough. And our first kind of feeling was that white should be better, but also it's not so easy. Yeah, if queen d2, bishop takes g4 is kind of fine for black. Queen f3 we have to address, because queen f3 would be lovely to target the f7 pawn, but that runs into a beautiful counter strike with f5. And take a look at that queen from a8, pinning that queen on f3. Let me even put it on the board just to appreciate it. Queen f3, f5, and black might just win on the spot because of this pin. And it's a double pin even. So be careful. Rook e8 is kind of a trap. which Fabi clearly won't be walking into, but then how do we make progress?
That's the question ultimately, right? If white doesn't have any progress, then maybe things are not really so great for white after all. Maybe play something like f4. But then again, if you play f4, you close this diagonal to attack the pawn on h6.
Yes.
Not
Also,
sure.
black might have the idea of going f5 himself. One should not be ruling it out.
So it appears that Nair is doing all right, although his clock is indicating that he might be approaching a potential time scramble because, dear viewers, once again to remind you, the time control of the Open Tournament Grand Swiss, it's 100 minutes for the first 40 moves. Then after 40 moves, the players get extra 50 minutes for the next 20 moves. And if you don't have it enough, then after move 60, the players are added extra 15 minutes. And also, of course, on top of that, plus 30 seconds per every single made move. I think that, Peter, we probably could make another short break, right? And then come back with some more games to show you. I think that also one of the most anticipated games of this round, Peter, probably is the game where Hans Tiemann is playing against Vidic Santos Gurati. So this is the game you probably are going to check. Or maybe you had some other idea, some other very interesting matchups that you would like to check after the break.
Well, a lot of action. The Hans Niemann game against Vidic is definitely a very interesting strategical battle with that white bishop on b8. There were also some very tactical games like Sevian against Sindarov, the Vincent game against Yakuboev, so much to talk about.
All right, so don't go anywhere, dear viewers. Hope you're enjoying this so far, and we'll be seeing you very shortly.
Hey everybody, it's Danny here, and as you may know, Chess.com and Chessable are now one, and I'm here to show you how you can make your Chess.com and Chessable one in just a few clicks. To start, let's log in and connect our Chess.com account. I just scroll right here above the browser and click log in. Scroll down and click continue with Chess.com. Now, if you're already logged into Chess.com, it's just going to ask you if you want to approve that connection. I'm going to say yes, sir. But after approving, it'll bring you right back to the Chessable homepage. Now, the Puzzle Connect feature can be found under Tools, and you click Puzzle Connect. Now, what that does after you type in your username is it's going to pull positions from the games you played on Chess.com, create your very own personalized Chessable course, and then quiz you with the positions where you may have missed the best move. And the more you play on Chess.com, the more games it will have to quiz you as long as your account stays connected. It's pretty sweet, and it's going to help you get better learning from the mistakes in your games. Yes, this is a pro feature at Chessable, but if you go to chessable.com/link, you can get 30 days of Pro for free.
Chess again? No, this is spell chess.
Do I dare read the instructions, or should I go in without reading them?
I didn't read the rules. This man is just blundering. What?
Basically, it's normal chess, but...
There are two spells, jump and freeze. The freeze is applied to a 3x3 area. Man, this game is hard.
What? Freeze here, knight check. Boom! That's mate. Oh, that's incredible stuff. Oh.
Freeze. Wait.
A jump spell, which allows you to jump over a piece, and I'm setting up a win. Oh!
Then black would just freeze me.
Then I make a double threat. You don't have any freezes left. So if here... This is too hard. Wait, once I get the hang of this, we're going to be winning so many games, though.
I can't block with any of those pieces, but I can use this, and then this.
Freeze this, and then go here. Yay, I won! Let's go!
He cannot take my bishop. He cannot take my bishop. It's a nice feeling when you start understanding the game and you win.
Oh, they resign! I'm not even lying. I think I'm one of the greatest spell chess players to ever play spell chess.
That was fun. I'm enjoying this.
The round 6 of the FIDE Grand Swiss is slowly approaching the end of the first time control. Your hosts are Peter Leko, I'm Arthur Nations. We are here to serve at your pleasure. Peter, I have an idea that first we should probably look at the game of Samuel Sevian playing against Jawahir Sindarov, because I have a feeling that this game is about to end very quickly, because what I'm seeing is rather unusual sight. A very strong American Grandmaster Sevian, who is well known for his tactical capabilities, is quite surprisingly getting crushed with the white color in less than 20 moves.
Yes, it's looking at the position, it's a total shock. What has happened here? How did White ended up in so much pain and so much trouble? Look at this. This is like some crazy Grimfeld, crazy dragon, all kinds of dangers looming at White's king. Queen takes d5 is clearly answered by rook takes c3 check, and just to illustrate, b takes c3, queen takes c3 check is a checkmate after king b1, queen b2 check, and mate is on the board. So shocking development. I happen to know this opening from the 90s because Andras Adorian was teaching me this very opening c4, g6, e4, e5, and he highlighted it to me back then that this is exactly the trick, that White should not be falling into this trap of trying to play it like it's a King's Indian, because there is a very big catch. Just a very, very quick reminder of the opening. Takes, knight f6, knight c3. Castles looks like it's a King's Indian, but Black has not committed his d7 pawn yet. So actually Black is a tempo up compared to these things, and the whole idea c6, d5 comes very quickly. White has to be careful, and Sam Sevian was clearly not aware of the dangers. And look at this, how quickly things escalated here. Takes, bishop d4, rook b8. All this dragon spirit is coming to life. C takes d5, c5, stunning move. Exactly.
I think that what happened here is that Sevian, we can only assume he blundered this idea from afar, because he probably thought that after c takes on d5, Black is going to recapture the pawn on d5, and then he has a strong blockade on d4, followed by something like bishop b5 and the king b1, and then maybe in the long run try to outplay his opponent. But c5, this is something you feel unwell once your opponent plays something like this, because the thing is, the bishop on d4 can no longer stay. You cannot take on f6 and you cannot take on c5. There's just no good move after this.
Yes, exactly. It's like when you feel if you miss this move, your first thought is like, am I going to get a heart attack or not? Because you know exactly that the game is probably over after c5. It has such a devastating effect. Bishop takes c5, queen a5, followed after bishop d6. Okay, question mark, but we talked about this, that in crazy situations, you just cannot play a good move. And also, I don't think that White already had a good move anyway. Bishop f5 gets a double question mark, but it's in the spirit. Probably computer said that maybe something worked, like rook takes b2 or I don't know what, but let's not deal with this. Let's go to the current position. Bishop f5, g4, another question mark, rook bc8, g takes f5, knight takes d5, f takes g6, h takes g6, bishop h3, knight takes c3, bishop takes c8, rook c8. That's the current position, and it looks like White's gonna be checkmated.
Right. I think that very often it goes like this, that when you start to commit mistakes, and when you make the first mistake, there's a rule that mistakes usually come in pairs, right? So you make the first mistake, you get a very unpleasant position, which is also multiplied by the fact that you are not feeling well, you feel unhappy with the decisions you have made, so you start to play not optimal chess. And this is usually very dangerous ground where you are committing the second mistake. And I think that this move c5 upon Sevian had such a powerful effect that he was simply unable to come up with something serious. But maybe the position already was so bad that it was very difficult to come up with something serious. So that's why engines are saying this bishop d6 was a mistake, a g takes in f5 was a mistake, and there you go. Finally, the position is what we're seeing on the board. The white king is completely open, and the black has enough pieces to checkmate the white king.
Yes, and I calculated a very, very nice force checkmate. For example, after b takes c3, rook takes c3 check, king b1, queen b6 check, queen b2, rook c1 check, and that's it. You see that things are opening up on the b2 square, no matter if you capture with the king or with the rook. Queen takes b2 check will follow with a checkmate. Just to illustrate the dangers and why we think that it's all over, Sam Sevian has only 1.5 minutes left, and he just made a move, and it's queen d2 to d3. Wow, it's basically just indicates that he knows exactly that that's it, it's over.
Right. I think any move here wins for black. Even the simple knight x on d1 makes perfect sense to bring the white king close to the center. By queen a2 next on the board, we have a material equality. Only the white king is completely exposed. But I'm pretty sure that Sindarov is going to look for something more direct, something like knight a4, knight b2, maybe queen a2. I think there's more than one win here.
Yes, I have the feeling that basically with black, you already want to finish the game on the spot. Yeah, it's looking like a completely winning scenario. Queen takes a2 on the board, gets double exclam. Well, it's basically the c6, c5 move should have received the double exclam. All this is kind of the logical follow-up of what we have seen.
Right, and I think it makes sense to bring up once again the performance of Sindarov, because recently he's been playing some very, very good chess, and he was one of the 3 Uzbeki players who played really well in the Qatar Masters, which happened right before the Grand Swiss. Just to remind you, dear viewers, the first 2 places there were Uzbeki players. It was Yakuboyev, who beat Nodirbek Abdusatorov in the tiebreaks. Both of them finished 7 points out of 9, ahead of everybody else, including Magnus Carlsen. But also, in the 4th place, it was Javohir Sindarov, right? So 3 Uzbeki young players, essentially, who are forming the national team, the winning team from the 2022 World Chess Olympiad in Chennai, right? I mean, these young players, they're here to show that they can beat anybody. And, Peter, I just love this quote. I mean, it's quite a funny quote, but I just loved it. What Hans Niemann said, and we are going to go back to his game in a moment. Hans Niemann said in one of the interviews that playing against underrated Indian, Kazakh, and Uzbek players is basically traumatizing, right? Because it feels that they're already playing much stronger than they are. They're not playing 26-50. They're playing something like, 27-50.
Yes, and actually Sindarov has already won. Sam Sevian resigned. Yeah, it was all over. A brilliant victory for Sindarov. I'd even say a little bit too easy, because if you let him attack, he will tear you apart, just as he has done with Sam Sevian. A shocking, brilliant victory by Sindarov. I also believe that what Hans Niemann was saying, because he did play a couple of opens there in Kazakhstan as well, that the 2400 players are also already, we have seen in the tournament so far from Zhal Makhanov, 2450 or something, and playing at the 2800 level so far in the tournament. There is so much development in Asian chess.
Right. So, yeah, indeed. It's also going to be fun to see how also the Uzbeki chess is going to develop, because they've had this amazing young generation of the players like Sindarov, Yakuboyev, Abdusatorov, and I think it was Vahidov also. There's a lot of very, very strong players. All right, but let's continue with observing the games. And since we talked about Hans Niemann, and obviously he's one of the most controversial persons there is right now in chess, I believe it makes sense to have a look. How is he doing here in his game against Vidush Gurati? This was the game, Petra, where I really liked your explanation in the opening phase. You're saying how this bishop takes on e6 has changed the understanding of how Ray Lopez can be played. I was thinking that a Latsko bishop in the Ray Lopez and Italian games positions is a piece you don't want to trade just like that, and yet it happened, and it's the modern concept. But All right, but the big question is, how did white exactly get the bishop on b8?
Yeah, that was quite a journey. And not only the bishop is on b8, but also the king from g1 started to journey towards the queen side. Yeah, now we see that the king is exactly on d1. I don't yet understand. We probably have to very quickly. We don't have time to deal with every single nuance, but just to get a feel for what happened here. Yeah, white first enters with the queen, then the queen comes back. Black feels like he can't do anything, so let's just shuffle. And now we see the start of this bishop maneuver. Bishop goes to a7. The bishop goes to b8 pretty soon. Bishop e7, bishop b8. Black keeps on waiting because black can't really do much. Then suddenly the knight starts the journey. We saw in the current position the knight already on a5. It started with knight b1. It's heading towards a5. It's just a strategic masterpiece now. Hans is trying some counterplay with knight h5, knight f4. White stops that with g3. Now Hans falls back with the bishop to d8, knight bd2, queen 8, and that's why white starts the journey with his king, because he felt like black might go for some counterplay against the g3 pawn. All right, knight f6 back, king e1, king h7, king e2, some triangulation, knight g8, knight b3, knight e7, knight a5, queen e8, king e2, and that's the current situation.
Okay, I have to admit, I totally get the idea of this king march, right? You want to get the king towards the queen side. What slightly puzzles me, Peter, is this, what do you call it, triangulation, king e1, king e2, yes. King d1, king e2, but fine. Doesn't change much in the position.
Yes, let's just highlight, king f1, king e1, then king d1, no, king e2 first, then king d1, then king is going back. On the other hand, black has moved his knight, so his knight was going to g8 and d7, so this probably also gives white the freedom that... but yes, so much mind game here involved. Knight bc, knight d7, knight a5. And queen e8, now black probably threatens some queen h5, some activation. That's why white anticipates that with king e2. The bishop on c6 is under pressure. The big question that is black somehow able to break out of this construction, or is he completely locked down?
Well, at least I have the impression that Vidit is slowly outplaying Niemann. That's the impression I'm getting here. I mean, the bishop on b8 does quite a wonderful job. It's targeted pawn on c7. The bishop on c6 for black is pretty passive. I can easily imagine, let's say, if black would play something like bishop d7, white could play queen b7, and now you have some major problems to protect the pawn on c7. I don't like where this is going for the American Grandmaster, at least so far. If we cross out these weird maneuvers with the king d1, which I don't understand, except of just returning the ball back to the court so that the opponent can move with something, I have quite a strong impression that Virat is having very serious claims to win the game here.
Yeah, he's following a plan. Now, basically, we can forget about this king e1, king d1 maneuver because the king is on e2. It makes perfect sense. The only worry that I have with white is that somewhere black might sacrifice the knight somehow with knight f5, knight d5 just to shock. For the moment, the bishop on c6 is a trouble. So I was even thinking about something like, can I play bishop d7? And you mentioned the move queen b7. Then, for example, kick that queen first away with something like bishop c8. You move with the queen somewhere. I don't know exactly where. For example, to a8. Because queen a7, I have knight c6, right? I at least have knight c6 here.
Peter, can you please put the queen on a8 just for the picture? I mean, I don't think I have ever seen it in in any chess position here. The queen on a8, bishop on e8, and black's bishops on c8, e8, and queen on e8.
Yeah, it's a total domination. It's still, on the other hand, very hard to see how white will break. But okay, that's already another kind of question. What I wanted to illustrate is some kind of a pin sacrifice, but I still don't. All right, so after bishop d7, let's not make a queen move. Let's just play a move like h4. Then I wanted to highlight the idea behind knight d5. that knight d5, e takes d5, e takes d5, and I would be very happy from the black side to transform this type of structure. Look at the evaluation bar. He does not yet appreciate what I'm saying, but I suddenly open up the light square bishop. And in a practical game, if things like this happen, queen h5, the king on e2 can be a target. You have to keep an eye on this.
Well, I definitely appreciate it because I can sense that the white queen on a6 is out of the game. The knight on a5 doesn't really allow white to bring the queen back very quickly to the defenses. So this threat of bishop g4, queen h5, even e5, e4 at some point. I think maybe this was the idea why Vidit was not really sure where to position his king on e1, d1, e2, because at the same time, while he is preparing for his big breakthrough at a queen side, he also needs to be very open-minded what might be his opponent's counter chances. And something like knight e5 or knight f5, such a skilled player as Vidit, he definitely doesn't want to miss.
Yes, exactly. He has it on his radar. The big surprise is that for some reason, the computer thinks that this position is now equal. Yeah, so apparently there is some kind of a move here that might change the course of events, which is very strange because, okay, more or less the same position happened in the last 10 moves. And what changed? What causes the point that computer thinks that, yeah, how?
Oh, there could be some, no, wait. I was thinking there's some perpetual check, but I can't even come up with anything.
Yeah, there is still a pressure on the c6 bishop. Yeah, it's not so easy to move the other pieces. I'm puzzled.
That's a very good question. Then, I mean, if queen h5, the bishop on c6 is gang, so there's no way you can exploit this pin. I was looking at this d5 idea, but I don't understand because it's a very committal move. I mean, if you get it wrong, you could be busted. Although after d5, knight e5, there's queen h5 check, and then knight e5 is targeted by the queen.
Yes, this is exactly. It's also the only move in the position that makes sense when you see the computer's evaluation. Yeah, that only with d5, black could change the character of the game. And what we are talking about is knight takes e5 will be met by queen h5 check, hitting that knight, and this is in fact quite risky from white side. Okay, knight g4.
Yeah, but there's knight g4, right? And whatever happens now, because the bishop on c6 is still under attack. I don't know. Maybe Niemann actually needs to go here because what choice does he have? I mean, otherwise he will be suffering the entire game, and maybe
it's on the board.
It's on the board.
Yes. Wow. Okay. Hans is using his chance, and that's why we were kind of little bit critical about Vidit's king maneuver, because it looks like he lost some time.
And I think it's also very funny, what would I call it, self-trap. I mean, that's probably the right word. I was thinking knight takes on c6, black can respond not with knight takes on c6, but queen takes on c6. And you can't trade on c6 because after black's knight c6, the bishop on b8, now it's causing white trouble because it's essentially trapped. And this is something that white definitely doesn't want to miss.
Yes, absolutely. And it's move 36. So Vidit has 11.5 minutes. Okay, it's enough time to navigate, but if he missed the move d5, then that's clearly a very big cold shower. Yeah, because when you think like everything is intact, you are just maneuvering and nothing can happen, and then you miss a move like this, it can be a game changer.
All right. But I mean, white still here probably has more than one move, because I don't think it's only knight e5, queen h5, and knight g4. There could be some quiet moves. For example, I could play, let's say, even the same king e1, right? This is something, okay, I get it. It's the king move again. But let's say I go away from all of these pins, and after king e1, if you take on e4, now I have access to knight x on e5, hitting the bishop on c6.
So here you want to play king e1.
I know it's ridiculous, but
wow,
I mean,
you have brilliant nerves. Wow. Okay, king e1. Okay, that's a shock. I don't know. Wow. Okay, but I can also just take d, knight e5, bishop d5, and I'm opening up the position. My bishop stays alive.
Okay, I didn't see bishop d5. I have to confess, I didn't see bishop d5. My idea was that your bishop on c6, from the black's perspective, has nowhere to go. Now that I see bishop d5, I see all kinds of queen h5 ideas, and the queen on a6 is still disconnected. I don't like this. Okay, scratch that. I don't like this.
Yeah. But actually, what do we like after d5? And Vidit hasn't blitzed out his move, which means that because okay, what happens? Yeah, that you kind of anticipate the d5 move. You want to signal your opponent that, okay, you played a brilliant move, but I have been expecting it, yeah? If he is now slowing down, okay, knight takes e5, queen h5 check, and then knight g4 looked like a safe way from white's side that at least white is not risking. I don't believe that. Yes?
Can I play g4? Can I play g4 to stop this queen h5 idea? I know it's ugly, it creates a weakness on f4, but the threat is d takes on e4 and knight e5, and now my knight on e5 and the pawn on g4, they're somehow, keeping the queen on e8 in check. I mean, maybe you can still play bishop d5 or even include the trade on d3, but probably this is... Oh, wait, and now your bishop on d5 will be very strong.
Yes, I'm just very happy with this. Yeah, e takes d3. If you take cd, then I get access to the d5 square. I can just put the bishop on d5.
You're right.
It's looking very good for... And now the knight on a5, bishop b8. All of white's pieces, which were so strong previously, are out of the game.
You're absolutely right. I mean, it was just enough for me to shuffle a couple of moves forward to see that it's not going to work. You're right, Peter. It's got to be knight e5, and then whatever happens, queen h5 and...
Yes, queen h5, knight g4. I feel like this is a very safe way. I believe that black has this queen takes h3 move. This is kind of key move. And probably black survives thanks to this, but also from white side, for example, if I just take on c6, I shouldn't be risking, or am I wrong? For example, takes, queen takes g4, king e1, for example, something like this looks safe enough.
Right. Then again, black can play bishop e7, get the bishop in the game.
Yeah,
probably
no, I think it's equal. Yeah, I think it's equal. But I'm also worried now from Vidit, yeah, because look at this. He's down to less than 8 minutes. He's facing a game changer move like d5. And if things escalate, he might just lose in the time trouble. Yeah, so finding a way. Okay, he plays knight d2, an ambitious move. All right, interesting. Good move. Good move. It keeps the possession. I thought like it's impossible to keep the possession, but yeah, we did find the way. Nice.
All right. All right. So Vidit Santosh-Gurati has managed to find a way to keep the position compact. Maybe it's also a good moment, Peter, for us to go back to the women's section, see what's happening there, because it's been some time when we checked this. So that we are not forgetting also about this tournament, because FIDE Women Grand Swiss is only the second edition. First one was organized back in 2021, a brand new tournament, giving a chance for everybody to fight for a chance to qualify for the candidates tournament in a Swiss setup. And here we have a game of Anna Muzichuk playing against Bibisara Sabayeva. Not much has changed from the bird's eye view what we are seeing there, but we already see that a couple of draws have been made. Garifulina, Tanjanki is a draw. Also, Mamadzada, Sophie Millet is a draw, including also Kamaldenova against Yakalashvili also is a draw.
Yes, and I also see that Anna Muzichuk, despite that it seems that this is an endgame, made some progress, because the knight on e5 is a very strong piece. That knight on d6 is somewhat shaky. I'm looking at this position and I feel like maybe Anna's strategy of just playing a strategical game against the very dangerous and tactically extremely gifted Bibisara pays some dividends here.
Right, because ultimately what White is trying to do, apart from doing some tactical ideas at the king sides, perhaps try to get to the pawn on f7, ultimately create an outside pass pawn on the queen side, because if you look at the pawn structure, the queen side, white has 2 pawns, black has 1 pawn, and even any knight endgame, let's say we swap the queens off the board and I play like b4, b5, maybe even g5 to fix the knight on e5. I like Anna's chances here. You're right, Peter. This looks like it was a strategy all along, to play against such a sharp player positionally, and so far, she has an edge.
Yeah, after all, Anna has tremendous class with all these strategical battles. The big question is, because it's a very strange construction, this knight d6 and queen d1, that how do we harmonize, coordinate these forces? Is something like queen d2 followed by knight e4 an idea, trying to kick that queen on c5 and trying to get access to the f2 pawn? Then, but then f7 pawn will be weak as well. It's confusing, but somehow I'm expecting the move queen d2 to be played.
Yeah, but what happens after queen d2 if I play queen c7? Because now that I start to have a look at this position, I don't really understand what I'm going to do against white's threat of c4, c5. I just don't see a move.
And then queen d4, you're gonna play c5. Wow. Right. Okay, this is c5? No, c5 is not the winning move.
Oh, I missed it. What did I miss?
After queen d4, apparently, computer says we are winning. Wow. Crazy. Because I do see some queen d8 check, knight d7 ideas with queen f8 checkmate, but I can't believe that black will not be able to give. But queen e4 check, just king g3, queen d3, king h2. Wow.
I think we have to show it on the board, right?
No? Oops, no, but it's not queen d8.
That's not the one.
Is it maybe with queen b8 check? No, also not. Wow, but then it's very confusing. Why is white winning here? Just maybe knight f3. Maybe just knight f3 going back. It's so easy to miss these kind of things, yeah, because you think like, okay, you want to checkmate or something, but you fall back with the knight, and then...
Oh, and the queen is overloaded. You have no good squares. Queen f4 is c5, and queen d3 is queen d8 and c5.
Yes,
that's a beautiful
exactly.
idea.
That's a key move. Wow.
But you can miss this from afar easily, right? And sometimes this happens, right? We see the evaluation of the bars changing very rapidly, jumping hands and forth. We don't understand why this is happening. Obviously, in an actual game, the players don't have access to the bar. They don't know what's happening. So b6 is played by Asabayeva.
Yes, b6 is played with the tactical idea queen takes b6, knight takes c4. I'm guessing, because then knight takes c4, queen d5 check. Let's just get it on the board to appreciate the idea. Knight takes c4, and if white captures the knight, then queen d5 check, and this should be drawish. Then we take on c4, and this is a drawish endgame. Wow, b6, very interesting reaction.
And if I play now queen c7, I still want to continue the same idea. At least
but you don't have c5.
Yeah, yes. Not yet anyway. And this tempi might be quite important for black. But I mean, still, queen d4, you have to calculate all of these ideas with knight d7 to make sure there's no mate.
Yeah, but somehow I felt like knight d7, I should be able to open some luft with h6 and then queen f8 check, king h7. That's why I was shocked, yeah, that okay, where is the mate? Why is the computer thinking that black is lost? And we have seen that with the pawn on b7, knight f3 was the killer. Yeah, the silent killer, just retreating the knight. With pawn on b6, knight f3 is doing absolutely nothing. Black can probably just play queen c5. And no problems. So great defense.
I'm still not convinced there's no mate. Obviously, I see the bar, right? I mean, can we move this a bit? I mean, yeah. Queen c7, queen d4. I give you a check on d8, king g7, knight e7. Mate in one threat, queen f8. Queen e4 check is king g3. King h2, I escape from the checks. This at least I can see.
Yes.
So you gotta play something like h6, and now really there's nothing? Queen f8, king h7, and nothing? Maybe you're right.
Yeah, because the queen on d4 is such a brilliant piece. That's why I was surprised. Why is it a checkmate? And it turned out it's not a checkmate. Now, also, white's pieces are going too far away from white's king.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. Yeah.
Wow. Okay, Bibisara showing her tactical vision. What a great defensive move on move 34 with just 3 minutes on the clock. Spotting this queen takes c5, knight takes c4 idea. That's good news. You know exactly that you are trading pieces. You are getting closer to the time control. And yes, it might not be an automatic draw, but you feel like it should be very drawish.
Can we go to the bird's eye view? Because Peter, one game in the women's section caught my eye. That is Yefreimski's current position against Mongotol, because I'm not sure what to make of this. I see there's a beautiful black knight standing on c3. The game is a tactical mess. Let me look at that.
Yes, let's take a look. Also, Fatalieva has crushed Elizabeth Petz. A big win there for Fatalieva. Wow, but let me get that game. So, Efroimski against Muguntul. Wow, how do we evaluate? And White's last move, yeah, White's last move was acquired a2 a3, good nerves.
Or just a mistake, as the engine says.
Okay, it
Wait
invites a perpetual check. It invites, please, knight a2 check, king d1, knight c3 check, king c1. Let's repeat. Do you agree?
No, because I have an extra piece, right? I mean, I'm not gonna agree to a draw. Can I play knight a2 check, king d1, and I wanted to play this innocent-looking move, bishop b2, attacking the pawn on a3.
Okay, I'm coming back with the bishop to d3.
Yeah, you spoiled my beautiful idea to deliver a checkmate in one, obviously, right?
Yes,
so that was...
let's show it. Yeah, that if white just prematurely plays a4, then there is suddenly knight c3, there is a pin, and the bishop takes away the c1 square from white's king. But the point was that the reason why I think that white is not in any danger, and I don't really believe that I have to worry too much, that if I get the stabilizing move bishop d3, then I will be having 3 pawns on the queen side. I don't believe that the g pawn should queen, and unless I'm getting checkmated, I'm not worried.
Okay, and if I play now rook a8, attack the bishop on a6, and think about rook takes an a3, rook a1 ideas, all kinds of mating patterns.
Well, I told you that I'm not afraid if I'm not getting checkmated. It's not fair, yeah, that you keep on harassing my king. Yeah, this is a very unpleasant move. Rook a8 is very strong. And this gives me the feeling that maybe white should have played a4 instead of a3.
But can we show this very funny mate on the board? Bishop d3, rook a3, and then whatever white does, bishop takes on g6, you cannot take on g6, that's a pin, king d7, the bishop goes back. There's a very funny mate on the board. Rook a1 check, king b2, and now choose any mate of your liking. Yeah, double checkmate.
Yes, knight a4 check is a checkmate, and knight d1 check is a checkmate. Completely crazy construction. Double attack, double check.
Okay, it's probably not going to happen though, but yeah, I guess you're right, Peter. This a3 was a mistake, and a4 probably was the necessary move to avoid rook a8.
And if in time trouble, look at this, the white player only has 2 minutes left. If Munguntul plays the move rook a8, how do you deal with all these threats?
I'm not sure.
Bishop g5, is that a move? Could that be a bailout option after rook a8? Just trying to change the character. What do we make of this?
I'm not sure. Probably I take on a6, rook e7, king f8, and then somehow try to push forward my g-pawn. Try to get the bishop away from the g5 square. Maybe trade the bishops, knight e5, bishop f6. Try to persuade white to trade the pieces. A4 and
the question is that if... Yeah, also that bishop a6, I have rook e5, otherwise I would be losing on the spot. But computer also highlighting that is losing. Then maybe with rook d6, rook d1 check, you can again go after my king.
Right.
Not okay. Apparently not rook d6, but yeah, it's a very, very shaky position from white side. All kinds of problems. If rook a8 happens, practically speaking, I don't believe that white can save this.
Yeah, this looks really bad. All right, let's go back to the bird's eye view and see what else is happening there. Maybe something interesting catches our eye.
Wow, something breaking news. Anna
Yeah.
Muzichuk played queen e3 and allowed knight takes c4. Did she actually blunder? Because then it made absolutely no sense for her to play queen e3 instead of queen takes b6. What is this? What is this? We have to get back to the top game immediately. Okay, the good news for her is that finally she will take on b6 anyway, but she plays with the tempo down, the same position. Why?
Maybe she thinks she doesn't have anything real in this position anyway, and then after whatever move she's going to make, let's say king g1 or king h2, she's going to take on b6, and probably Anna suspects it could be draw's position, but still she has this outside pass pawn, and in the queen endgames you never know. For example, if you start to give me a lot of checks and I bring my king towards the queen side, we already saw which game it was in the open section. I think where we are going to have to jump after this game. In the open section, there was this game of Alexei Shirov against
Abdusatorov. Yeah?
Abdusatorov, yeah. They also had this G pawn, right?
Yes, but here my point is that after b6, if white sees the possibility of knight takes c4, if she did not blunder it, then of course you take on b6, and after knight takes c4, you play the same position with the tempo up. But
oh, right, you're right. You're
yes,
right. Yeah.
It's your move. So basically, by playing queen e3, I think that Anna first wanted to stabilize the position. Probably she understood queen takes b6 is met by knight takes c4, and she completely forgot about knight takes c4 also being possibility after queen e3.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I missed that moment. But okay, I mean, luckily for her, this was what we call a lucky blunder, right? Maybe this loss of a tempi is not really so critical because she gets to the same position, albeit losing a tempo. But let's go back to the open section because I keep hearing that there's something very exciting happening in the game of Vincent Kammer, playing with black against Nodirbek Yakuboyev, the winner of the recent Qatar Masters tournament. The game apparently has taken quite a bit of turn.
Well, it was a very interesting battle right from the beginning. And okay, I do see the evaluation bar that it says white is in some kind of a trouble. On the other hand, yes, black is up a queen, but white has a rook, a bishop, and the pawn. So basically enough material. Also, white has kind of a nice central control. The dark squared bishop moving back to c3. So I'm assuming that there is some move pair move kind of problem for white. Otherwise, white should be perfectly fine.
A bishop c3 is the first move which I would probably blitz out without thinking because I don't want to trade my dark square bishop for the bishop on g4 unless there's something very specific. Bishop c3, I also stop the pawn on c4, and I think there's going to be a fourth sequence, like bishop h5 seems to be the only move. Oh wait, no, there's bishop d1 as well.
Yes, there is bishop d1 as well, but bishop d1, what does this bishop d1 do? Yeah, I have knight f5. All this is... and then you try to trap the bishop on b1 or what? This is crazy. Yeah, that's kind of the idea.
Well, that I did not see at all, to be I was thinking that bishop h5 allows white to play g4 and trap the bishop on g6 where it's doing nothing, right? That's when I thought that bishop d1 makes sense, and then you went ahead and said that it traps the bishop on b1. But you're right. Yeah, queen b5 suddenly appears to be quite a resource.
Yeah, that's the idea of the computer. And let's just very quickly take a look at what happened to understand who, because we have Vincent. Okay. So Vincent had compensation, but he wanted to get probably more with bishop c5. He went for these adventures and b takes c5, rook takes b2, bishop takes b2, queen takes c5, bishop takes c5, rook a8. King g2, apparently a mistake, but okay, it's such a wild position. I don't dare to judge this. Bishop b1, rook a3, h3, again a mistake, and all this is happening. Rook takes c6, rook e3, knight d7, a question mark by the computer, bishop c3 and bishop d1 on the board.
Well, I'm not really sure I agree with the engine here. Of course, engine knows better, but the way it looks, both of the players were playing pretty human. I mean, given this messy position to start with, if we go back to this moment, rook a3, which was, I believe, mode 30, I think Vincent's intentions are pretty clear. He tries to normalize the position, right? So the game is a mess. He has an extra queen. So what do? You trade off some pieces. So that's why rook a3 makes sense. The more pieces disappear from the board, the stronger becomes your pawn on c4. So that's why rook a3 makes sense. Also, the move he played, knight e7, which was flagged as a mistake by an engine, makes perfect sense because the knight on f6 is not doing anything. So why not improve it?
Yes, exactly. Knight d7 is so thematic, and bishop c3, bishop d1. He has already definitely spotted this idea of going after white's bishop on b1, and Nodirbek is taking his time. He's down to less than 5 minutes because he feels if it would not be for the bishop of being trapped on b1, then knight f5 would be blitzed out with big happiness, with big smile on white's face. But like this, with this bishop on b1 being in trouble, because after bishop a2, black might be harassing that bishop with queen a4, or might even have somewhere some bishop b3, trying to force some transformation of structure after the trade on b3. So much tension in the position.
Well, I have a feeling that structurally white should be completely fine, but probably everything depends on the details. I mean, the devil is in the details. So maybe I'm thinking, can I normalize my position with rook e1? I push away the annoying invader, and then I want to play knight f5 and e5 and whatever, expand at the king side. But maybe there's queen a3. Yeah, and I was looking at this move, and I had a feeling maybe this is something which is slowing down Yakoboyev's next move, because he sees queen a3. He's not really sure what he's going to do with this bishop on c3, because you can't easily protect it. And if the bishop leaves the c3 square, I mean, the c pawn is rolling forward.
Yes, this is, humanly speaking, very dangerous. He's also in some kind of a serious time pressure because the position is completely out of control. For 7 moves to have only 3.5 minutes, yes, 30 seconds increment help, but still very tough decision.
And Vincent, I think he proves that he likes this format. Actually, I was, Peter, before the broadcast, I was going through the list of the players who have been performing well before in the FIDE Grand Swiss and who are performing well right now. And obviously, Vincent was one of them, because in the previous edition of 2021, which instead of Isle of Man was held in Riga, Keimer finished in 5th place, I believe, right? He was sharing 3rd or 4th place. I'm sorry, I don't remember the precise details. He finished in 5th place and thus qualified for the upcoming FIDE Grand Prix cycle. But there's other players who are always performing well, right? And one of them also was Alexander Pretke, who we had a look at his craziness. I think it was against Samuel Shankland today. He also played very good in the last edition. Then we have also Yu Yanyi, who finished last edition 4th place, and now he's playing on top boards. It's quite interesting, right? That there are these players who are maybe not part of this elite group playing in these closed round-robin tournaments, but playing really well in these strongest Swiss tournaments.
Yeah, they are incredible fighters. Also, we talked about it before the tournament that Eri Gaissi, for example, is an open beast. He has played brilliantly in the Sharjah Masters. He has won the Sharjah Open. He did, I think, very well in Dubai. He has played brilliantly in Qatar Masters. His style, yeah, because all these uncompromising fighting players who do not shy away from complication, they are burning for the desire to go for, and look at this, e5, queen takes d5, bishop e4, white give up the d5 pawn just to activate that bishop.
Well, I imagine it must have been a very tough decision for Yakoboyev, because I mean, he did not want to give up the pawn on d5, but I think that since the time scramble was approaching and he was already down on 3 minutes, he felt that he has to make the safe choice, right? And you give up the pawn on d5, but at least you normalize the harmony of your pieces. Bishop on e4, knight on f5, bishop on c3, rook on e3. Everything is well, everything is protected. And even if you are not making the optimal move, you're avoiding a larger disaster in the time scramble. So from the human's perspective, I can perfectly understand his choice, but it must have been a very difficult one.
Yes, it's a difficult one to give up the d5 pawn. On the other hand, he gets coordination. He might feel that as long as he has this blockade on the cc square and his knight will join the party, like knight f5, knight d6, or knight f5 somewhere, some e6 opening up the bishop, and then knight takes g7 counterplay is looming in the air. It's obvious that if black could here now quietly trade the light square bishops, black would be strategically winning, and technically it would be quite an easy effort. But now black's bishop on d1 is out of the game, white's bishop on e4 is active, knight joining the battle. It's not so easy for black to coordinate. Is queen c5, knight f5, bishop a4 with the idea of bishop c6 an idea?
I think that Winston definitely wants to continue to simplify the position, and getting the last two bishops off the board would be on top of my ideas, right? So I agree. Queen c5, bishop a4, bishop c6, get the bishops off the board, maybe activate the knight on d7, put it somewhere on d5, try to kill the dark square bishop on c3, and then somehow push forward this c pawn. Because if the c pawn is gone, there's nothing Winston really can do, because the material advantage is rather little. But I think that we are gonna go for yet another break in a short moment. So Peter, maybe some first impressions. I don't know what we are seeing so far in round 6, the equator of the Grand Swiss so far. Something which really is sticking in your memory, at least from the games we have covered so far.
Well, nothing dramatic, just the everyday business, yeah, that we are thrilled with brilliant play. We have also seen some incredible high clash on the first board between Yesipenko and Hikaru Nakamura, ending in a draw. Not because of lack of fighting spirit, but just because both players were playing extremely well, taking risks, and it finally ended in a draw. This is the Grand Swiss. This is what we are witnessing every day. That's why I'm not surprised, I'm just entertained.
All right, and before we go into the break, I would like to, dear viewers, to remind you of a very exciting upcoming event which is going to take place tomorrow, because tomorrow it's the time for Halloween Mystery Banter Blitz. So this Halloween, there will be 8 masked players who will compete in the 4th edition of Halloween Mystery Banter Blitz. So the players' identities will be revealed upon elimination, but who will win with their spooky mask until the end, you're gonna have to find it out. As tune in tomorrow for the Halloween Blitz event at 12 p.m. Eastern Time and find it out. Use the exclamation mark Halloween Blitz in the chat, read up on the event. So we'll be back with more exciting coverage and games to follow in several minutes. Don't go anywhere. Hope you're liking what you're seeing so far, and see you in a bit.
International Master Danny Wrench back again, Chief Chess Officer, bringing you chess terminology. Let's dive right into one of everybody's favorite tactics, if I might be so bold, because it's surprising. It's something that never fails to deliver shock value and excitement, whether you're watching a broadcast or just reviewing some famous chess games. And that is the process of an under promotion. When you move a pawn to the other side of the board, almost always you're looking to get a queen. But the rare times where it's better to get something else, or perhaps even required in order to maybe not stalemate your opponent or keep your winning chances alive, are some of the most fascinating, exciting moments in chess. So with that, let's dive into what under promotion is and show you some of my favorite examples. Under promotion, as we said, is the process of promoting a pawn, but not to the most obvious or most powerful type of piece, which is usually the queen. In this famous example between Nakamura and Vladimir Kramnik, the fact that Hikaru was winning is only because he under promotes on c8 to a knight,
That move comes with check on the black king, so that on the next turn, white can capture the e2 pawn. It should be noted that if Hikaru had queened, black would actually go on to win, because now black queens with check, and ultimately Kramnik would have been able to not just save, but actually win this game. An under-promotion tactic provided to me by our own Sam Copeland, Vice President of Content. One of his favorite examples is the move d7, and after bishop to e8, the only way to win the game is to under-promote to a bishop. Under-promoting to a bishop doesn't happen that often. In this particular study, it was designed to be so. The point is that if the bishop moves over to h5, we check and mate along the a4, e8 diagonal, and if the bishop moves anywhere else, white actually plays a subtle move, bishop f7 first, and there is no way to prevent checkmate on the next move. Shout out to everybody watching this video. Thank you for tuning in and enjoying our breakdown of under promotion, and we'll see you on chess.com.
Alright, and we are coming back a little bit sooner than anticipated because the time scramble has reached round 6 of the FIDE Grand Swiss, and we are about to jump into the game of Vladislav Artemiev against Alireza Firouzja, one of the top matches today. The bar says that Artemiev has the better position, but all I see is on the board is a complete chaos in a time scramble, and ultimately he will understand his position in a very limited amount of time on the clock, will emerge victorious. The bishop on a2, Peter, what's he doing there?
Yeah, it's kind of trapped, but Rook d3 also keeping an eye on the e3 pawn. Double attack now on the knight on c3. Alireza goes b4. We do see that both players have 1 minute each, and still more than 10 moves has to be played. Alireza is fighting for his life. He wants to survive this very scary position.
Yeah, because before I saw that white has the rook on d3, I felt the position is quite a mess. Now that the pawn on e3 is gone, clearly white is simply playing almost like an extra pawn, because the pawn on c5 stands and it so quickly is rolling forward. I mean, you take on e3, play c6, c7, and then it's just one step away from queening. c6 is on the board.
Yeah, wow, it shows tremendous nerves by Artemiev, and also probably he calculates that let's forget about that e3 pawn. No, I'm maybe targeting the b4 pawn, because bishop takes b4, rook takes b4, rook takes c3 would be a great kind of liquidation for white. Then black's bishop would be still out of the game, and white gets this very strong passer. Alireza goes back with the knight to b5. What do you make of this?
I'm not sure I like Artemiev's choice. I think that if I would be playing this position in time scramble, I would try to get rid of the pawn on e3 as quickly as possible. So I totally get the idea of c6 and then this idea bishop takes on b4. But now after knight b5, the position suddenly complicates a bit too much, unless the pawn on e3 is gone anyway. So bishop c5, e2, and black still keeps this pawn alive.
Yes, it's
that
kind
will
of...
make me nervous.
It makes me nervous. It's interesting that doesn't it make Vladislav nervous? Yeah, it's kind of strange. He's down to 20 seconds. Did he miss the move knight b5? Could it be?
It's very easy to miss it because it's essentially a time scramble. Still bishop c5. I think it's the natural move. Attack the pawn on e3. It's on the board. Now the question is what he has prepared after e3, e2. So black keeps the pawn alive. I guess some sort of a rook d2. But then we have knight c3. c7. What is that position?
Yeah, try to figure that out with 40 seconds on the clock. Incredible pressure on the players. Two brilliant minds, two prodigies, two titans. Vladislav Artemiev has also been a 27-60 player a couple of years ago. He has this incredible strength and a fantastic blitz and rapid player himself. Very intriguing situation.
Yeah, they have played against each other. I checked before the round. They have played against each other so many times online. There's all kinds of rapid and blitz tournaments on chess.com. But over the board, they have played only 3 classical games. So this is where it gets really interesting. All of the 3 games they have played against each other always finished with the white color winning the game. So it was first Artemiev who twice beat Firouzja before, and then it was Alireza who beat the Russian Grandmaster back in Tata Steel Chess, although it already was 3 years ago.
Yeah, wow. And the line that you mentioned, yeah, e2, rook d2 on the board. And after knight c3, there is bishop d4 check. I think that's a very important detail, nuance. So black shouldn't be going for that direction. On the other hand, he can also maybe play the move bishop b1, because suddenly the bishop escapes. You can't take that. Then the e-pawn queens on the board, but now the e2 pawn can be captured.
Yeah, now I think that white should definitely not toy with the fire anymore. Just take the pawn on e2. It's causing you some problems. I mean, unless, of course, no, the c7 pawn is not going anywhere because the black knight on b5 keeps it. Just take on e2 and worry about details later. That's what I would play here.
Yes, definitely. We don't have nerves of steel anymore. Yeah, we are not the youngest generation. Yeah, these young players are fearless, but even they eliminate finally this e2 pawn. Yes, now we are feeling much more secure.
Right, okay, so at least white is not going to blunder anything in time scramble. The pawn on c6 still remains incredibly strong. I think rook c8 probably is a move you want to play and somehow deal with this pawn on c6. You are correctly highlighting, of course, that the pawn on b4 also is up for grabs. But the question is, does white want to spend a whole tempi right here and take this seemingly meaningless pawns and maybe instead try to push forward the c pawn somehow?
Yeah, but on the other hand, the c pawn is under check. Yeah, the rook on c8, knight b5 are kind of protecting any advance. The knight on a5 can't move because it's beautifully protecting the c6 pawn. And since I don't see any decisive action yet, and I also don't see what black is threatening because the bishop still can't reach the e4 square because we have control of the e file. So it might be a good time to collect the pawn on b4. Actually, after bishop takes b4, my next move would be bishop c5 back.
Yeah, and you're right. Bishop takes on b4 is played, so Artemiev is trying to play it solid. Although now this opens up the knight a7 move, which previously wasn't possible. There's also a knight d4. Oh wait, knight d4 is bishop c3. That's
yes. Yeah, this is the good news. And also after knight a7, then maybe I can go after black's king with bishop c3 check. it could easily be, yeah, that knight a7, bishop c3. Where do you go with the king? Because I might switch back to some knight c4, knight d6 for course. It's crazy.
Yeah, this looks very unpleasant. I think that Firouzja is borderline losing this. I mean, he's down a pawn. The king is a bit exposed, and he wants to eliminate his pawn on c6 while there's still time. But the question is, how do you do it? I mean, knight a7. Maybe bishop g6, bishop e8 is alternative way because the bishop on b1 is not doing anything. The knight
But
on
bishop
b5
g6 can be met by some bishop e7 check as well. He plays king f5. Okay, he's trying to get bishop e4 in. That's how he wants to survive. But always some g2, g4 ideas are there as well.
I like this move. I mean, just in case black removes the king from any checks. And on top of that, there's the bishop e4 move. I think that what Artemiev wants to do right now is also improve his ducks with bishop. But wait a second, there's also a knight e4 move now because the king on f5 avoids this potential pin.
Yes, knight d4 is very much. That's why the move bishop c5 would be kind of thematic. And the big question, how do we deal with bishop e4 then?
Artemiev's clock is ticking. 20 seconds.
Exactly. 15.
So he still needs to make whole 5 moves in the position. Every single move gives white 30 seconds. Knight c4 is a blunder. Wait a second, what did he blunder? The pawn on c6?
Well, black can just take on c6, isn't he?
Did
that is rook. No, because he wants to count on some rook e5 check, king g6, rook e1 double attack on the bishop and knight e5 fork. So let's not be so harsh yet.
All right. But wait a second. After rook e5 check, I have king f6. What do you have?
Yes, but it runs into bishop e7 check. It's also not yet the end. Crazy tension.
I mean, I wouldn't have played knight c4. I mean, and rook takes on c6 is on the board, so Alreza seizes his opportunity to eliminate this very dangerous looking pawn on c6. I don't like what Artemiev did here. I mean, does he want to trade the pawn on c6 for the pawn on g5? I think you're right, Peter. Rook e5 check is his idea, then retrieve the rook, the fork ideas on e5, but king f6 after rook e5 is about to follow. So white is going to win the pawn on g5, but it's no longer as important as it was on c6.
Yes, and the point being, rook e5 check played, king f6, bishop e7 check, that once white puts the bishop on e7, then after king f7, rook e1, the bishop on e7 is also hanging. So black can just ignore the hanging bishop on b1, play something like rook e6, and the hanging bishop on e7 saves black. So just to highlight this, again, double attack with check, check, but black intercepts with rook e6 and should hold.
So we are not going to put, we are not going to put this on the board because this is live action right now in time scramble. The situation is changing very quickly, so we are simply going to observe these moves. King f6 is played, but it was literally the only move. I think by now Firouzja should be feeling pretty safe. I mean, compared to what he had before, now this feels like this is salvageable.
Yeah, I think that he can at least have also the feeling that if he survives the next couple of moves till time trouble, and he is not losing on the spot due to some tactics, then he should be able to hold. And this is a very good feeling. King f7 played.
Now the question is there bishop takes on g5? Yeah, bishop takes on g5 is played, and Artemiev basically acknowledges that not everything went according to his plan. Rook e6 feels to be quite an easy move for black, just not to blunder anything. White is probably going to try to keep the rooks on the board. Otherwise, if you trade the rooks, you trade the knights, despite the fact you're up a pawn, it's an obstacle, bishop hanging, which probably is a draw. Rook e6 is on the board.
Yeah, we are expecting rook c5. Yes, rook c5 played. White has to keep as many pieces possible. So white has reached the time control. So he can calm down. Black still needs to make move 40. This is also one of these very tricky psychological situations, yet white is already leaning back. He's happy that he has made it, and with black you still have to be in total focus because it's such an important moment what you play here.
Right, and also you need to watch out for some knight e5 and potential checkmate ideas. I mean, knight e5, king g7, your king is in sort of a mating net, and there's a pawn majority at the king side. Still not over for Alireza, and sometimes... Okay, rook e2 is played. I like this. Bishop e4 is the idea.
Yes, he's looking for counterplay. And now things have slowed down. So basically now we can take a breather. We can also check out on some other game. I'm pretty sure that we still have some crazy time trouble somewhere. Let us
Right, so let's go to the bird's eye view and see what's happening there. Maybe it's going to give us some hints where to look at. I see that Fabiano Caruana actually has managed to beat Yevgeny Nair, and this means what? That he's catching the leaders after a streak of 3 draws.
Yes, very big step forward for him. Yakuboev against Vincent Keimer, we see that things happen more or less the way we described. Both sides are regrouping their pieces. It feels that, yes, black is better, but white has good chances of defending this position. I see that Pretke is winning against Sam Shankland and the time control has been reached. Radek Wojtaszek against Lamy. Radek seems to be winning in a rook end game. No drama there in time trouble. Niemann against Vidit. Vidit has just made time control, and yes, the time trouble has just finished in that encounter.
So maybe let's go to the let's go to Vincent's game and see what's happening there. Is he still in time scramble?
Yeah, it's move 41. No, time trouble has just finished. So basically, I think then officially everywhere the time trouble has finished by now.
And what about the game of Zhal Makhanov against Anish Giri? Have they made move 40? Also, yeah? All right.
Yeah, they have made, and look at this. Zhal Makhanov is amazing. Even against Anish Giri, he has things under control. Yes, it's a very drawish position. It's very equal. Okay, still drawish is too harsh. It's still a lot to play for. But it's just amazing how well he's playing in this event.
All right. So now I guess we have a little time to breathe, right? And we can, in a slightly slower pace, to choose which game to look at. And I think that it makes sense to go back to the game of Vidit against Hans Niemann, because that's the game we were looking at before the time scramble, and it did feel that the Indian Grandmaster blundered this counter strike in the center of d5, and yet something happened in the time trouble. Apparently, it was Niemann who mixed up things. He activated his queen, but he's got no help. There's no other piece which is going to help him, because white is simply up a pawn, and his pieces on d7, d8, and the knight on e7, they're quite far away to hunt the white king.
Yeah, wow, actually, not too many things have happened since we left, because this is now move 41. The players have just reached the time control, and the move d6, d5 was move 36. And we have to give credit to Vidit. He was down to 8 minutes. We were suddenly worried for him that he might have missed this counter-strike from black, but he handled it beautifully. He played knight d2. He might have been also welcoming this d5, that now there is some more target in black's possession. And things got very, very wild. In time trouble, queen h5 check, king e1, gets an exclamation mark, bishop d7, queen b7, just following the idea of going after the c7 pawn. And here we see apparently a big mistake by Hans. Computer does not like the move d takes e4. It gets a question mark, but why? So let's take a look. D takes e4, d4, queen takes hc, and bishop takes c7 on the board. White's king is safe. Yeah, there is only one check, which can be very nicely met by king e2. On the other hand, white's queen is doing a lot of damage against black's pieces and black's pawns.
Can we go back to this moment, because I'm really curious. So what was the idea? I mean, was the idea to allow bishop takes on c7 and keep the pawn on d5? So what is it? I mean, do I play queen takes on h3 here? So what's the difference?
Yes, it's. I wonder that is somewhere bishop c8 kind of important, because we were always thinking like queen b7, we want to meet with bishop c8, but now the pawn on b5 is hanging. It's not entirely obvious. So let's just check. So if you take queen takes h3, I take bishop takes c7, and wow, here I just cheated. I turned on engine, and computer says that I'm cheating, but it's so small that I can't really read, so it doesn't help me. Bishop
e8.
Yes, bishop e8.
I understand it. I understand it, Peter, because after d takes on e4, you give up the d3 square for the white king to escape.
Wow. Oof. Yes. Unbelievable. What a small but decisive difference. Yes. So here bishop takes d8. Probably black. Does he start with bishop h5 or queen h1?
I was thinking queen h1, then bishop h5, but maybe bishop h5 immediately is better. I'm not really sure. Because queen h1, king e2. Is there king e2? There's knight f1 as well.
Knight f1 as well, yeah, exactly. But also after knight f1, then probably you will use this bishop h5, queen f3, and going for queen e2 checkmate, or what?
I don't get it. It's not obvious, because after bishop h5, I can take another piece on e7. How is this a draw?
Yes, let's just check it out. Bishop h5, for example, queen takes e7 or bishop takes?
I don't know. I mean, bishop e7, maybe to have some bishop f8 ideas with the checkmate on g7. Now queen f3 somehow is keeping white in the game. So where is it? King d2? What am I missing?
King d2. Yes, well, maybe queen takes f2. I want to attack this c2 pawn. I also wanted to play d5, d4, but then you escape with the king.
Queen d1, queen a1.
Oh, wow. Here just like this. And perpetual check.
Oh, come on! This is not serious. I mean, it's very easy to miss this from the black's perspective, that you have to give up this piece on a d8 and then on e7. There's somehow some very strange perpetual check. To see that from afar you have this queen a1, to see that there's this counterplay, it's not very human.
Yes, it's crazy, because it's not like mate. Yeah, you feel like white is running away, but wow. So let's do it one by one. So instead of d takes e4, yeah, Hans should have taken on h3. White, of course, collects the pawn on c7. That's the whole idea. Now black plays the brilliancy with bishop e8. And just to highlight the difference compared to the game situation, that if now black does the same, then the big problem is that here white can just play king e2, bishop h5 check, and white can walk away. And no, apparently not yet. Not yet.
Maybe f3 first and then king d3. Maybe that's the most precise.
Yes, f3 check. So queen g2 check, then king e3. No, king e3, queen g1 check would disturb me. Not the computer. The what? King d3, queen d4 check, king e2. No, it's not correct.
Okay.
King e2. Queen g2 check. And okay, let's go king d3, no? That's the whole point. King d3. Yes. Okay, finally.
So this d3 square is quite important after all. And Hans's choice, of course, in time scramble, it was quite understandable. You want to expose the white king a little bit, right? I mean, include one more move closer to the next time control. And it was quite unfortunate to him that his d takes on e4 actually was a very bad move. Who could have known?
This is very, very unfortunate. Yeah, in time trouble to understand all this nonsense. On the other hand, we did see when he played the move d5 that he had like 30-something minutes versus Vidit's 8 after knight d2. And even this time was not enough. It just shows that how difficult the position was and how difficult it was to calculate all this.
Right. And speaking about Niemann's performance so far, I mean, in one of the post-game interviews, he said that so far, I think it was after round 4, he was having 3 points out of 4. He said 3 games of perfection and 1 game of humiliation, right? He was referring to his inability to keep the game to a draw against Fabiano Caruana, to whom he lost in the second round. He had won all of his games with white. Actually, I think it's quite amazing, right? You play at this highest level and you're still able to score 100% with white, and it's the black color. which is dooming the American Grandmaster, right? Because he lost against Fabiano, then he played again a draw against Firouzja, right?
Yes,
if I remember
yesterday,
correctly.
yes.
Yesterday, Firouzja, and today he's again suffering. It's quite understandable. I mean, at the highest level, the white color, it really means a lot.
Yeah, especially for such aggressive players like Hans, because there are players who are much more solid with black, but they are much more harmless as well with white. Yeah, because they put all their emphasis of how to be stable, not like how do I beat my opponent. And when I looked at the pairings last night, I felt actually like this will be a very dangerous pairing for Niemann. Also psychologically, yesterday he had a crazy wild game against Alireza Firouzja, and after that, you feel like it would be great to have the white pieces, and then he got a second black. Very, very unfortunate.
All right, but of course the game still continues. Bar is saying that black is done. I guess it's something like king d3 or f3. I mean, this cluster of black's pieces, d7, d8, knight e7, they don't really leave a very good impression. White is simply up a pawn, and I guess this is simply summing up. So the objective evaluation, black is lost. So let's go back to the bird's eye view and see what else is happening. Maybe there are more results which have come up in the time scramble. The top boards, as you're seeing, they finished in a draw. We covered already these games. We did not see how Caruana won his game against Yevgeny Nair, but I guess we are going to leave this for some moment later when we're going to have some time. Peter, maybe you choose which game to follow?
Well, we also have some more bird's eye view from the other games. Abdusattorov, Chithamban Alavin still in progress. A very wild position. Computer says 0-0-0, but it looks completely crazy to me. We do see some more results. Yilmaz Duda draw, Vityugov Melkumyan draw, Bartel Maxodlu draw. A big win for Etienne Bakru against Niklas Huschenbet with the white pieces. Sarana bouncing back after yesterday's loss against Nakamura against the very solid Guyan. And Nihal Sadin Naranan draw. Jumabayev in a lot of trouble apparently against Deak. And Fedoseyev, Staric is a balanced position.
Right, so I do see a typical e5, e4 move in Jumabayev's game against Daniel Bogdan Diak. So maybe we could have a look at that game.
Let's take a look. So let me just bring it up. Yeah, this one. And this is the problem. We talked about this before, that Rinat was involved in the game of the day yesterday against Aligaishi, that phenomenal endgame, that complete craziness, where he was just one move away from making one of the biggest saves, and he finally lost that. And often these ultra long marathon games in classical chess, 7 hours, all this tension, nerves, everything involved, takes too much energy out of the player. It's not only losing that game, but it might influence your next game as well.
Well, I can definitely relate to that, because I mean, I did bring up this my own experience as I was playing in 2021 edition, right? So I mean, the story was that it was moved from Isle of Man to Riga due to COVID concerns, and then I mean, we actually played the Grand Swiss in Riga during a lockdown, right? There was an actual COVID lockdown in Riga, but everybody was living in a bubble. Anyway, that's a different story. Maybe I'm going to bring it up a bit later. Anyway, I had this crazy game in the second round. I was playing against David Howell, and we played 8-hour game. I mean, 8-hour game, right? Second round. And it lasted something like 150 moves. And I was just dead. You know, I had no energy left whatsoever. And then I had to wake up tomorrow and play the next game against, I believe it was Samuel Sevian, right, who actually lost today against Sindarov. I made a very quick draw, but it was not enough to recover. So having a very strong physical preparation for the event the ability to play long games and not tire. This is going to be a very, very crucial element to survive this daunting long distance, because this is essentially what it is. I mean, the players are playing 11 rounds in 12 days. There's, I believe, the Sophia rule. There's the super long time control, and the games can easily last 6, 7, 8 hours. You're playing against the best players in the world. I mean, the tension is just unbearable, right? I mean, it's so tough to play at this event. And for somebody who hasn't done that, for example, for me, I did it for the first time in my life. I was like mind-boggling, right? So I mean, I was dead tired after round 2.
Yes, this is exactly, it's the ultimate test. It's some incredible pressure on the players. And those, for example, who are playing leagues, yeah, like Bundesliga, and then you travel to play 2 games, this is a completely different story. It does not tell what it means to play these events. Yeah, and every day you are faced with some very strong player with brilliant preparation, a lot of tension every single game. One single inaccuracy can cost you the game. And now we are seeing that actually there is not much to talk about. Black is an exchange up. He breaks the White's construction after e5, e4. It's just a question of time when White will lose this game. It gives us the chance to move on to something else.
All right,
The
Abdusattorov
Chithamram game was very intriguing, because look at this dynamic unbalance. White has this monster knight on d6, but Black has the a file, and White's rook is still a bit passive. What do you make of this?
Well, I wanted to say Black has a monster queen on e3 also, which is targeting the rook on g1 and the queen on d3, and the Black knight can be moved on d5. Visually, I would, unless there's something very specific, I'm not sure. I wanted to say I would choose Black, right? Because if I want to play knight e5, the Blacking feels sort of safer. So maybe actually it's Abdusattorov who has to be careful and try to exactly play queen f5, queen f7, queen f8, queen f5, try to escape the draw. Because having such a king on h3, the rook on g1 is under attack, so he's definitely no mood to take on e3 unless he wins this pawn. I think he has to be very careful and make a draw here.
Yes, yeah, and queen e3 was a very nice move, not allowing White to stabilize the situation. Yeah, queen takes e3, d takes e3, followed by knight d5. It's clear that only Black can be better. Maybe White is in time with some g5 counterplay to make a draw, but this is not interesting. After queen e3, we want to play the move queen f5, making sure that, yes, we sacrifice the rook, but we give perpetual check. King h7 does not really matter because we have tons of checks. King h8 runs into queen f8. So yes, we are kind of expecting a draw by repetition here after queen f5. It just goes on to show, yeah, that why we have so many draws, because such incredible fights we are witnessing. The players are too strong.
So indeed, I think this game is heading to a peaceful outcome. But I guess for some of the players, it's not really so bad, because, again, to remind you, the viewers, of the schedule, tomorrow there's going to be a rest day, there's going to be the Halloween. I'm not really sure actually what is in the store for the players. On the Isle of Man, I have never been there. I don't know what's their cultural program. At least I can tell what was in Riga. We had a beautiful excursion to Kemeri, which is natural trails. It was safely organized in a bubble, because we're not supposed to interact with a general population, right? So it was really nice, and I'm not really sure if there is some sort of unofficial Bermuda party, which is quite a famous exhibition in the World Chess Olympiad history. So I don't really know, but I think that the players are also looking forward for this rest day to gather the strength, relax a bit, and then come back with recharged batteries and once again fight some uncompromising chess.
Yes, exactly. I've played 4 years in Isle of Man. It's a fantastic place. Very peaceful, very beautiful, fantastic food, brilliant organization. Yeah, it's the organization is really such that if you have played there once, you want to keep on playing. And my last event was the 2019 Grand Swiss, and I can tell you that on the rest day, it was a nice weather, and I went to visit my favorite place on the island, the Peel Castle. That beautiful bird's eye view that we are seeing, that scenery, that castle, that's the Peel Castle. That's a half an hour bus ride from the Douglas, from the capital. And whom did I met there? I met Fabiano Caruana, I met Robert Hess, I met Christian Kirilla and Grigory Oparin, and then later also Ganguly, Surya. So yes, there is a lot to see on Isle of Man. Clearly the players will be catching as much dip as possible, but the island is just fantastic.
All right, so I think we're gonna definitely talk about a bit later, but let's jump back to the women's section because Peter, I mean, there's quite a bit of surprising turn of events in the game, in the leading game of Anna Muzychuk against Bibisara Sabayeva, the sole leader so far after 5 rounds, because apparently Muzychuk's B-pawn is about to remind itself and apparently is just about to queen.
Wow, and look at this last move from white, queen to d4. It's such a counterintuitive move because it looks like after queen d4, black could trade the queens because the king is in the box to cover the b-pawn. But white plays the move king c5, king d7, king b6. The white king gets in front of the pawn, but makes sure to shoulder black's king after king c8 with king a7, and there is no power to stop the b-pawn, which means that the queen trade is an automatic loss for black. But what a stunning move, and probably it was missed by Bibisara.
Well, if we would go back to the moment, where was this? Once Anna blundered this knight x on c4 queen d5, this tactical idea by Bibisara, which I said it's a lucky blunder because white's position is, I mean, okay, she lost the tempi, but still you need to prove. It's very easy to play this with white, right? Because you play b4, you play b5, and your b-pawn is simply strolling forward, while at the same time, black has to figure out where the perpetual check, right? And of course, I mean, when you look at this position, we realize there should be a draw, but the question is, where exactly, right? Where exactly is this perpetual check? And apparently, Asabayeva just did not figure this out. So she played h5 to expose the king, and apparently this was not the right choice.
Yeah, because queen c5 suddenly appeared. A wonderful move, 40 move. Again, kind of forcing, provoking an endgame. Of course, black is not forced to enter it, but here the problem is that black does not have a time to include h take g4, because then the c-pawn queens. If you play a move like king f6, then white opens a new front on the king side with g takes h5, g takes h5, and it's clear that white's king is coming towards the h-pawn, and the c-pawn distracts black's king, and finally white's h-pawn will win the game. A wonderful move 40 trick there by Anna. And after queen c5, black had to keep the queens on. So queen d3 happened, then g takes h5, and suddenly there are some problems. Black gave black to queen takes h3.
I love this move, queen d4 check. Yeah, centralizing the queen. I like that because it's not a big secret in all kinds of endgames. You want to centralize your pieces. Queen on d4 deals with a lot of things like taking care of the g4 square. Beautiful.
Yes, but look at this. Not only this is just the beginning. After the move f6, she played the fantastic move from human perspectives. h6 check looks very interesting because she distracted white's queen to h6, now goes queen d7 check, forces black's king to the back rank, and forget about question marks, exclamation marks, whatever. It's very, very annoying for black to be stuck with the king on the back rank. White advances the b-pawn, and now we reach this situation that if black is not finding a force way of giving perpetual check, then this is very, very dangerous.
Wait, but how did it miss? How did she miss this? Because there's a lot of checks. Check, 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 check. Apparently, there was no draw. Queen g5, king f3, queen f5, king e3, check, king d3. So why did she stop giving the checks? Apparently, the white king is no. This is wrong. I mean, you shouldn't be playing a passive defense.
Yes, you cannot play passive. But okay, how do you play otherwise?
I just keep giving checks, I guess. But again, it's pushing the white king exactly where you want.
Yes, yes. I feel like maybe this is very important moment that the king on d3 is actually in the middle of nowhere. You should just not give the c4 square. So my intuition tells me something like e5 could be a clever move, because what is white doing? Queen d8 check, king f7, b6 already feels like I can start giving millions of checks again.
Yeah, but maybe it's the same, right? Can we put it on the board? So e5, queen d8 check, king f7. I think this is what Anna would have played anyway.
Yes. So
yeah,
e5,
queen d8. Yeah, queen d8 check.
D8, king f7.
b6. Now the threat is queen c7 check. So
yes,
black
but now
queens.
now I start giving you checks like this, and I don't let you go to c4.
Queen b5. I missed this move. I thought only queen a3. I didn't see queen b5.
Yeah, no, this is my drawish method, because now the queen is away from d7. Yeah, so I get access to the light squares. It feels like this should be a draw. Yeah, queen b6 was a very unfortunate move, because she blocks the pawn. It's famous that the queens are no good blockaders, and Anna immediately jumping on the possibility king c4. And now after g5, we saw this stunning move queen d4, because it's not only kicking away the blockading queen, but it's a double attack. So if you keep the queens, then you lose the f6 pawn, and if you lose the f6 pawn with check, you lose everything.
Yeah, but I think this game is still not over, because I remember still this game, of course, we talked about briefly, Sheriff against Abdusatorov in the open section, round 3, I think it was, where Sheriff had his, also it was the g-pawn, it was mirrored on the other side of the board, he was unable to win, the engine was screaming, he's completely winning. I mean, but these queen endgames, they're very, very tricky, and if you can't really force the queens off the board, and you push forward the b-pawn, it's going to expose your king. You might easily miss perpetual check. I mean, it's very, very easy to do this.
Yeah, with queen endgames, it's never over till it's over. On the other hand, I again here feel that this element that black's king is on g7 and this pawns f2, g5, they are actually very beneficial for white. They take away many, many checking possibilities in the future. If you remember that game against between Shirov and Abdusatorov, that featured finally some very distant checks. I do feel like with black king on g7, if white will slowly advance all the way to b7 with the pawn, then it should be an easy win.
Yeah, probably Anna is about to score a very important victory here. Still, I think this game is going to take quite a lot of time, because, I mean, they still have plenty of time. There's extra 15 minutes on the clock. So let's go back to the bird's eye view and see what else we have missed in the woman section. So the second and third board, Vaishali against Goryachkina finished in split point. Garifulina against Anjanki finished in a draw earlier. Also, look at that. Yefroimsky against Mungotul somehow finished in a draw. We thought that black was doing really well.
Yes, if black would have played the move rook a8, which we don't know if she played, we can after check it out. The Stefanova game against Bulmaga is still on. This is a long, long torture. Whenever it's rook, bishop of opposite sides, if you have a pawn up, you have the feeling I'm gonna play this on as long as it's needed, because you always have a chance. We have seen Mamadzada Millier game end in a draw. Maria Muzichuk getting a very important win against Teodora Ignatz. Elizabeth Petz has lost in a crushing manner to Fatalieva. We see a checkmate there. Tsolaki do against Huang Trang. looks like an easy win with 2 pawns up. It should be easily convertible. And Kamaldyanova against Javakishvili end in a draw.
All right. Is there a game which you would like to check a bit closer from these remaining games? Also,
well, the remaining games are not that exciting, yeah, because this Stefanova game is like a long torture. The Tsolakidu Hoang game is kind of a thematic win. Basically, the most intrigue is in the Muzichuk game that, yes, how easy it will be to convert this queen end game, especially having in mind that Shiro Abdusattorov game.
All right, and the G-pawn still remains there. I think one of the key defenses, I mean, I tell you honestly, Peter, I have read Dvoretsky's endgame manual, right, which is one of my prime sources to the endgame knowledge, but I kind of skipped queen endgames, right, because they're very difficult to remember. So I was reading the book diagonally several times, picking up some of the most interesting topics, rook endgames, pawn endgames, all kinds of triangulations and whatnot. But the queen endgames, I never found them to be interesting to study. But anyway, one thing I know for sure is that the best defense very often for the defender who is suffering in this position is to position the king somewhere very far away at the edge of the board. And I think in these positions, you want to play somewhere king h4, king h3. Is it not?
Yes, exactly. These are the only things that I also kind of remember from all these endgames. Also kind of very depressing that if you check with table base, then table maze plays perfectly and you feel like humanly every single move is kind of a mistake. Or even if you make a good move, you don't understand why this was better than the other move. It's just so frustrating.
All right. Okay, I mean, maybe let's go back then to the open section and let's not forget that this game is still ongoing, and I'm pretty sure that Muzichuk against Asabayev is going to continue for quite a while. I would say at least half an hour to an hour. So what do we have in the open section?
Well, we did have that crazy time trouble between Artyomiev and Firouzja. Now things have slowed down. It's a more technical affair. Black has survived the worst. Yeah, it's clear that white is pawn up. White will try to squeeze this, but I believe in a classical time control, Areza has now very, very good chances of defending and holding this position. One of the biggest intrigues that I'm seeing is in the Yakuboev-Vincent Keimer position. It's just so difficult to evaluate this knight on d6, bishop on c3. The construction seems to give white very good drawing chances. How do you break this construction? That's a big question. And of course, Vidit against Hans Niemann is still a question that is Hans able to put up some resistance, or is the position practically as bad as the computer indicates?
Yeah, maybe this is also a perfect moment to take a short break, because I have a feeling that the pace of the games of the 6th round so far has significantly slowed down. We have in our very first results, the first decisive games, first draws. The players have got their extra 50 minutes on the clock. Some of this time already has been used, so I don't think we're going to miss anything during these several minutes. The viewers, hope you're enjoying the coverage. Please write your insights, your questions in the chat. I'm having a look at them, what you're saying there from moment to moment. And we'll be back to serve at your pleasure in a moment.
Alright guys, when you're ready.
All right.
Frozen versus Kostya. Chess Dojo versus... What exactly is your brand? Oh no, my queen?
Oh no, my heart race, yeah.
Overly sized giant queen.
Speed up, guys, speed up.
My chess here.
Oh, this is close to its cut line.
Chess is so good.
Ah,
Not so good.
I haven't looked at the board once.
Eric is fast.
Go for a dirty flag.
Pretty flat.
Oh, that knight's not pinned.
Knight is not good. Keep it shaking.
Alright, thank you. Okay. It's fine.
Fine?
Yeah. Less stuff in the way. Oh! Wait, what?
Yeah.
Okay.
Big time.
It's a sacrifice.
Back in it. Oh my gosh.
Wow.
What's going on here? That's not a move.
Oh, shoot. Oh no, my rook. Okay. Check, 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 check. Ah.
Should you tell him or should I?
Ah, GG. GG. Oh, the game. Whew. That was a workout. That's tough. Nice. Man, you did 5 of these.
Welcome to Check with Mates, the only podcast by chess pieces for chess pieces. I'm a rook, and I'm a pawn. Let me ask you this. You ever feel like you're undervalued? Absolutely. Everyone's like, oh, pawns, they can only move one square, they can't go backwards. Maybe we don't want to go backwards, you know? Maybe we're focused on the future. Yeah, I feel that. Sometimes I wonder why we're even protecting a king. He wasn't elected through a democratic process. Maybe I want to be king. Dude, I think about that every day. Yeah. Okay, real quick, shout out to our sponsor, HelloFresh. I don't use them because I'm a chess piece, but I'm sure they're great. We are back, dear viewers, with the round 6 of FIDE Grand Swiss. The second time control has been reached. There are already some games in. Still, the leader fight is going on. Also, most notably is the game of Anna Muzychuk playing against Asabayeva. We are about to see a very, very long, grinding queen-pawn endgame. But I think we are going to go back to that game in a moment, and first let's check what we have missed in the open section now that the situation has calmed down. And we're going to start with the game of Nodirbek Yakuboyev, the recent winner of the Qatar Masters Open tournament against Vincent Keimer, where the German young superstar has a queen. But the question is, has he any realistic chances to capitalize on his material advantage? Peter?
Yes, my feeling is that White seems to have enough. That's my kind of intuition. Just looking at that knight on d6, beautifully protected by the pawn on e5, the bishop on c3, and the rook on e3 make perfect sense, yeah, making sure that the c-pawn is under check. And how does black really improve the position? And we see Vincent is taking a lot of time. Bishop a4, bishop c6, one of the maneuvers that we highlighted earlier, probably And let's just go back. I think already they had this position once. So bishop d5, bishop a4. Okay, got a question mark, not important. King h2, knight e6, knight d6, bishop b3 back, bishop f3. And exactly this is what I'm highlighting, that if black plays the move bishop a4, threatening bishop c6, it will be always met by bishop d5, targeting the c4 pawn. This is kind of the problem.
So essentially, Vincent has to figure out if he wants to accept a draw, because white definitely can't be the ambitious player here. Also, white cannot allow bishop a4, bishop c6 to happen and leave the pawn on c4 alive. So, I mean, if Keimer is not playing bishop a4, bishop c6, then what, right? Because
Exactly.
if he does something else, like let's say knight c5, knight a4, can he give up the pawn on f7? Because if the pawn on f7 falls, the e5 pawn for white is rolling forward very quickly. I think this is very dangerous business. And right now he's trying to calculate, let's say knight a4, whatever is happening there. Bishop takes an f7 check, king f8. I don't really believe this. e6 at some point, or bishop b4, e6. This is asking for trouble.
This is absolutely asking for trouble. By the way, even the bishop on f7 pins the pawn, the bishop on b3 pins the pawn on c4. The pawn cannot move. That's exactly a very nice illustration. And we do see that it's only move 42. So basically, after the time control, Vincent had only made one single move. He has invested already 25 minutes trying to find the way. There are some ideas, like trying to put the queen first on c5, making sure that we cover the d5 square, and then slowly get ready for bishop a4, bishop c6. But my feeling is that if it would be so easy, then Vincent would have already played the queen c5 move.
By the way, after queen c5, the bishop on f3 has other unique capabilities. It can target the pawn on f7 via the h5 square. So let's say we continue with this idea of queen c5. Well, it also can remind black that, I mean, the pawn on f7 can be problematic. Bishop h5, g6, knight e4, exactly as you're highlighting, targeting the queen on c5, knight f6, bishop g4. And I don't really think that this is the position where black can safely say, I can play out this position with no risk. No, there is risk, right? Because if you misplay this position, if you're overly too ambitious, and let's say white plays something like bishop h5 or bishop d5 combined with f4, f5, I mean, things can escalate very quickly and not in the direction that black is going to like it. So actually, I would not really be surprised, Peter, if Vincent, after a deeper thought, he would realize, listen, realistically, am I going to beat this guy here? I mean, he looks super solid. Maybe, maybe just let's just call it a day, right? I totally would not be surprised if this happens.
Yes, practically speaking, it's very logical to call it a day, because white has very, very active pieces. On the other hand, I know Vincent, he's such a fighter. Whenever he feels that there is a chance, then, and you ask him, okay, maybe draw, he says, no, I want to play. So in this regard, I have the feeling that that's why he's also spending all his time to find a way to somehow break white's construction. But I don't find it easy, and I don't really believe in it.
All right. Sometimes how I treat these positions is that I try to imagine myself the ideal scenario. So maybe this is something which might help black. I'm looking at the position, I'm thinking, okay, bishop a4, bishop c6 does not work. Can I position my bishop on e6 instead, right? So for this to happen, I would have to remove the bishop from b3, a4, bishop d7, remove the knight on e6, knight c5, bishop e6. But I think it's just taking too long.
Yeah, it's the same problem. That after bishop a4, bishop d5, I'm already attacking the c4 pawn. It's kind of putting a lot of pressure. Out of curiosity, because we do see that the computer indicates that apparently there is some way for black. Let's just cheat, it will be now the computer idea that how computer thinks at all to continue, because we do see some -1 position. Can you read the lines?
Yeah, bishop a4.
Yes, but why not bishop d5?
bishop d5, and now maybe there's bishop c6. Give up the pawn on c4.
Unbelievable. Bishop c6. So we take the pawn with big happiness, and then...
And queen a7 with what idea again?
Wow, okay, this is very computerish.
Because I don't see a threat. I mean, I clearly see there's some idea to put the queen on h1, but how do you get there? I mean, how do you get the queen on h1? Maybe knight g5, knight f3. What if I play some move like
h4?
a4?
Exactly,
queen
h4.
a3.
Wow, okay, this is this typical mysterious kind of computer play, yeah, that he can, with the queen, he can make all these mysterious moves that no human can understand. And now he's threatening to come from behind with queen c1. Wow.
But
okay,
even,
this is...
I mean, to be honest, I don't even see where's the queen c1 threat, because I can always play bishop e1, right? So it's not like black immediately checkmates white by doing this. And by giving up the pawn on c4, I think that what Vincent is he probably sees this idea. I'm pretty sure he sees the idea that he should activate the pieces. But the question is, how realistic are his chances to win this position? Because if there's no checkmate, what we have essentially on the board is material equality, right? I mean, it's rook and bishop and the pawn versus the queen. It's a material equality. And if everything is protected for white, all the pawns are on the same flank. But I mean, I don't know, maybe he's going to go there.
Yeah, but actually, as always, yeah, whenever you read the computer lines, once you see them, it makes sense, and you can say that, yes, actually, because of the active pieces, yeah, then suddenly the bishop on c6 is a monster, the knight on e6 is a lovely piece, the knight on d6 not doing that much. If with queen c1 we can force white to get passive, then who knows, we might be even opening up some more the position with something like g5. It's already understandable that there is something, but before we turned on the engine, it was not even in my mind that black could play like this.
Right, but it seems that it's either this or what? And instead, Keimer has played queen a7, which
is a natural move, actually.
What does he want to do? I mean, maybe activate the queen and then improve the bishop.
Yes. Now the problem, however, is that clearly bishop a4, bishop c6 idea is no longer available with the queen on a7.
Okay, king g2.
Point,
yeah.
You want to play king g2?
I mean, I just want to solidify my position, make sure I'm not blundering anything. I'm thinking about idea h4 or bishop d5 or maybe bishop h5. Maybe I could have played bishop h5 immediately, to be honest. I'm not entirely sure, but I want to keep my position as compact as possible. Because if you still go for knight c5, knight a4, I can still play bishop d5. Remind you of the pawn on f7. I'm not really sure how this queen a7 bothers me.
Yeah, no, this knight has to stay on e6. I believe knight has to stay on e6. I believe that the reason why Vincent finally opted for queen a7, that white's last move was actually bishop d5 to f3, which kind of signals that white just wants to sit and wait. He doesn't really want to do anything. Yeah, and then it also gave the ball back to Vincent that, okay, then please show me how you improve your position. Then Vincent played the move queen a7 because he had to make a move. Maybe somewhere, but knight d4 is always answered by bishop d5. Moves like h4, king g2 are very natural.
I like h4. I mean, just in case to take away the g5 square. Also a slight window for the king. And then essentially ask black, what do you want to do? Because maybe queen a7 gives the d4 square for the knight, but there's again bishop d5.
Yeah, always. Yeah, whenever this knight moves, bishop d5, because then we can lose. Yeah, if we lose the f7 pawn, almost it's guaranteed that we're gonna lose the game. So for the moment, we don't see the very big difference. However, it's now white's turn to burn his clock, right? This is sometimes also a very important practical way of dealing with problems. You don't know what to do. Finally, make a move, press the clock, and make sure that your opponent has to face some ghosts or some issues.
All right. Should we go back to the bird's eye view, or there's something
Yes.
immediately which catches your eye from the remaining games? Let's maybe check the bird's eye view and see what's happening there.
Yeah, definitely.
I have a feeling this could be a long game because Vincent wants to fight.
Yeah, he wants to fight. On the other hand, Yakuboyev is maybe also happy that, okay, if Vincent is trying to push this position, that will also give him counter chances. You never know. One of the things what we could do, because action is a little bit slow at the moment, to check out Fabiano's victory, yeah, because we missed that. That could be the golden opportunity for us.
All right, let's do that, because we left it. We had this visual impression that White is doing slightly better, and yet the bar was saying that actually if somebody is better, it's Black almost. Rook e8, I believe this is where we left it, and we missed whatever happened. e5, yeah. I had a feeling
e5. Yeah, you actually mentioned that, yeah, there might be some e5 break. I also felt after rook e8 that e5 is a perfect timing. Now bishop take g4, h take g4 always traps the knight, so Black has to react. So most probably queen d2 is already a big threat, hitting on the h6 pawn. D takes e5, knight takes e5, queen a5. Wow, so Yevgeny wanted to rely on this tactic. It's a very tricky move, hitting the knight on e5 with the rook. Queen is eyeing the rook on e1, but it's Fabi. Yeah, these top guys are just so amazing, and look at his move. Rook to e4. Rook takes e5, will be met by b4. Forget about the x, forget about the critical eye of the computer. This is a fantastic move, and probably was missed by Yevgeny.
Actually, I was looking at something like b4 immediately, and then I had a feeling that maybe the queen on b4 will be somehow overloaded, but I'm not really sure what's going to be my follow-up, because I wanted to play somehow bishop f7, you take on e5, at a rook e5, king f7, and then somehow do something, but apparently there's nothing.
Because queen f3 check, we play knight f6, and it gives perfect stability. Look at this, controls every anti-square. No, rook e4, in my mind, it's like a double exclamation mark move, and the reason why Fabi went on to win this move, went on to win this game, because everything that Yevgeny relied on backfires after rook e4. If you can't take on e5, and let's just show this then, White has the brilliant b2, b4, kicking away Black's queen, and picking up the rook on e5. And if you can't take on e5, then everything is terrible. Then nothing works. Nothing makes sense. Knight f6 is already total desperation, because knight takes d7 leads to two pieces versus rook. Knight e4, d takes e4, rook e4, queen f3. Fabi jumps on the opportunity, setting checkmate. Queen f5 obligatory. Now takes, destroying the pawn structure. Also very important. Knight b8.
Knight b8.
Ho ho.
So we had today with it, putting the bishop on b8, and now it's Fabi in his game putting his knight on b8. So b8 square today is quite a hot square to position White's pieces.
And
minor pieces.
And Petke had his knight on h8 with White. Yeah, what a day this was. Yeah, unbelievable. Knight b8, and if the knight escapes, then due to the structure, if Black's pawn would be on d5, not on d4, it would be a different story, but White has the light squared blockade, so it's kind of a technical win. f4, g4, yeah, not trading pawns. f4 pawn is a big weakness. h5, knight c6, 8g, 8g, king f6, king g2. The king is nicely walking towards the ideal square on f3. Rook e1, king f3, rook d1, bishop d3, and Yevgeny resigned because the position is just completely hopeless. All the pawns are falling. What a performance. Just one little move, rook e4, yeah? One miss, and that was it.
But can we go back to this move, rook e4? Apparently, Black was still doing all right, and this knight f6 was a big blunder because it allowed knight x on d7. Apparently, there was something here. Maybe the position wasn't really so bad, but I imagined it was a time scramble.
Yeah, but practically speaking, I think after rook e4, if you have missed the move rook e4 and this rook e8, queen f5 seemingly was relying on the fact that this queen a5 will be a super smart move, humanly it's so difficult. And we also saw that Yevgeny was under time pressure already.
I mean, I don't think this position looks so bad for black, but I understand missing rook e4 could have applied quite a serious psychological pressure against Nair. But can I play something like, I don't know, bishop e6 here? I think there's nothing so terribly wrong with black position, is it not?
Yes, bishop e6. I think the computer, I just turned it on for a second to see, not that we are saying nonsense, was kind of the first move. But computer here, computer there, I feel like black's position is now very, very shaky. I don't know exactly if I can confirm it, but for example, knight c6, is that a move? Then queen f5. That's kind of a nasty response. Knight c6, queen f5 with double attack.
Well, either way, it seems that Nair blundered under serious pressure. Probably it was a time scramble, so a very important victory for the top American Grandmaster. Since we're talking about American Grandmasters, we looked at Caruana's game, we looked at also Hans Niemann's game, which I believe is still ongoing. There's also one game I would like to check closer, which is Levon Aronian. He's not really doing so well so far, but still a legendary chess player with a lot of experience. And here he is playing against the young German Dmitry Kollars. And apparently there is one move where white is winning. The question is, Peter, do you know what it is or you don't know? Can you find it?
I don't know, but it's very interesting. Yeah, then please, if you know already, then don't reveal it.
I'm spoiling you. There's one move which wins.
One move wins, yeah? Wow. Shocking, yeah? Because, okay, black's last move, king h7, was kind of the most natural move in the position. And if you don't tell me that white is winning, I would have thought like, well, okay, it's promising for white, but very far from being clear if it's enough for victory. Wow, white is winning. Levon played the move king f3. It's the correct move.
Yeah, that's the correct move, apparently. I think the idea is to take away the e4 square so that white can play rook a3, rook a5, and then the king is disconnected. I think so. This has got to be the idea. Although I'm not really sure because it's very, very concrete. King takes on h6, rook a3, king g6, king f6. The black king is running very quickly towards those pawns.
Yes, it's still not obvious. Okay, black is in some kind of a box. Rook e3.
No.
Rook e3. Wow, so Levon actually wants to bring his king as quickly as possible towards the queen side. And look at this. Wow, the a pawn is now covered by the king if black trades the rooks.
So this is the only move as well. Again, rook e3. And what's the point if I play rook d7? I slightly don't follow once again.
Well, it's just some brilliant play by Levon. Does he continue with king e4 and then rook d3? Could it be that this is his idea? Fantastic stuff.
And if I play a4?
a4, well, even here I can play rook d3. I can trade, right? Wow, and then I reach d4 and I'm coming and I'm winning. Amazing.
And the king is cut off. And the king is cut off ultimately, right? Oh my goodness, that is really, really nice, nice endgame to show for.
Yeah, how pleasant it is, and I'm loving. You know, that's why I'm loving the classical time control. That after move 40, the players are given time. Yeah, it's look at this, well invested time. Otherwise, players would be already done to last couple of minutes, and they would be forced earlier to make their decisions. When they still don't know what to do. Here in classical chess, you make the moves. When you know that you have things under control, you are already ready.
Can we go to this last mistake where black made a final mistake? I mean, after g takes on h6, apparently king h7 is a mistake. And engine says here, this is probably droish. So how exactly is it droish? So king h7, I guess it wastes this valuable time because the pawn on h6 seemingly is not going anywhere, and yet black felt that he has to grab this pawn. So what is it?
Yeah, because the problem is that the king is on the 8th rank, yeah, so it's kind of very natural to activate the king. It's not only about the pawn, but yeah, you want to activate the rook seemingly on e7 is doomed to defending the big weakness on c7. So critics, what? Would it be rook f7? I'm not just coming to rook f7 because we already know that king f3 was such a big threat. Is that a move?
I try to calculate very quickly if I can put the rook on c5 instead, but I'm not really sure where this leads.
But when you go with the rook, I'm gonna check and take the c7 pawn.
Yeah, and then I
How do
wanted
you
to
move?
give up the a somehow. But okay, it's probably wrong. I mean, I wanted to activate my pieces while I can. I mean, rook e5, rook d8, king h7. It's probably wrong. Yeah, king h7, rook d7, king h6. Grab the pawn. Then I want to play a4, rook c5, but I guess I'm not in time because you always play rook a7. This is ridiculous.
This is hopeless. It's basically the situation is such that if king h7 loses, then one has the feeling then everything loses. So my mind is now giving me this feeling that could it be that it's rook f7? You know, it's kind of just to stop king f3. And look at this, the evaluation bar agrees.
You're right. Wow.
This is crazy.
So I guess it's everything about not allowing the black king to cut off, right? So
yes, and not allowing white's king to join the party on the queen side.
Oh, this is really nice. All right.
Yeah, unbelievable. But this is like a study-like position. It's not a chess position. This is a study-like position. Unbelievable. And Levon spotting this idea: king h7, king f3, king takes h6, rook e3, rook d7, king e4. And yes, he is just methodically getting the win with rook d3 and then king is
three only moves in a row, and now I think the black king is cut off, and if the black king is cut off, you grab the pawn on a5, organize an outside pass pawn on the queen side, and then eventually this is going to lead to what we call the Lucina position, or in common language, the bridge. Yeah, this should be a win.
Yes. Wow, very instructive victory, and well, it's not over yet, but basically already after spotting this idea and knowing that this is the classical time control, Levon still has 26 minutes. I believe he will convert it. Wow.
All right. Let's check once again the bird's eye view, if there's something interesting. Obviously, there's more ongoing games. Artemyev against Firouzja, not much has happened. Firouzja has managed to activate his pieces. He's down a pawn, but I would say that he has excellent chances to hold this position to a draw. Vincent has activated the queen, put it on a2. Not really sure for what purpose, because with white's Lascaux bishop still on f3, it's difficult for black to make a progress. Vidit is slowly but carefully grinding out.
Yes, now look at this. Black was forced to go back with the queen to 8 in order to avoid loss of a piece. But now his weaknesses, the e5 pawn is falling. This whole d6, d5 break backfired because Hans was not able to find that fantastic, stunning, brilliant counterplay. Knight takes e5, the pawn is captured. The bishop on d7 is in a lot of trouble as well.
There's one interesting game, Peter, I would like to check. That is Jordan Van Forest playing against Benjamin Gladura. And apparently there's a pawn race, because I think that every chess fan can probably relate to this feeling. You don't want to enter rooking games when there are pawn races, right? So there's a pawn race on the other side of the board. Your opponent has passed pawns at the other side of the board, and this is where the cost of the mistake is really, really so high. So I'm also one of those players, Peter, is that I sometimes, if I can, I try to avoid these positions. I understand the concept that you have to calculate very precisely, but still, I mean, this cost of the mistake is so high. And apparently here, white's extra pawn somehow doesn't even feel, does it?
Yes, not at all. This pawn e3 and f4 are looking extremely dangerous and scary. You know, when you talk about pawn races, there is one player that stands out in my mind. Do you know who?
No.
Just a guess? No. Okay, so I will reveal. Vichy Anand. You know, I have had the honor of playing Vichy in scenarios like this, and I know that his pawns always queen and mine are stuck. You know, it just it was really because I know I have to push them, but always the way how Vichy pushed them, they were effective, and I lost to him a position which I thought like, okay, even if I want, I cannot lose it because I'm way ahead. It was in Morelia, 2008. I should even better not remember that game, but I still do. Yes, okay, Vichy is just a magician.
So his pawns simply run forward faster.
Yes, and they always queen. Yeah, that's
they
the
always
secret.
queen. Okay.
Yes.
So what happened here? If we go back, because I think I saw correctly that Gladura's bar was saying that he is close to winning, and yet once again we are close to equality. I think it was something like a move before. Or was this? Okay, here we go. We have a pawn race, h3.
No, but hang on. Here, actually, the bar is in Jordan's favor. And after rook b8, it changes, yeah?
So apparently he missed rook a4, a very nice resource, a nice intermezzo move, which led to this pawn race, right? So I think that Jordan's idea was to meet h2 with rook h8. And I imagine probably was the then infamous 40th move, of course. I mean, this is the moment when a lot of players commit mistakes.
Yeah, and then, okay, we get this completely crazy position. Takes rook h8. It looks like, all right, white should have things under control. How did this get so out of king c4? It's the ambitious move. It's clear that if white wanted to be safe, could have played the move king e3, and black was probably giving checks as long as he can, and it would have been a draw. So yes, white is playing for a win with king c4, rook d2, king c3, rook d8, takes, f5, and now it's where this craziness starts. f4, a4, e5, a5, king e6. Nice little touch, not hurrying, pushing the pawn, because probably after e4, white had rook h4, I'm guessing, hitting the pawn, and then finally after, if black moves the rook to f8, then king d4 could join the action or something.
You don't want to block those pawns, right?
Yes, so black played the move king e6. Nice. We continue. A6, question mark. E4.
Looks pretty human to me.
Yes, E4. Rook h6 check, king f5, rook h5, king f6, a7, question mark again. E3, check, question mark.
And this is where I saw the bar that black is completely winning, and apparently here there was a mistake. Wait a second, but why not king g4? Wait.
Because the rook e5.
Rook e5
and then f3.
Now, but we have to show this position because this is a very, very famous technique. I mean, king g4, rook e5, f3, and there's this idea, rook takes on e3 is f2, but there's rook e4 intermezzo check. I love this stuff.
Yes, f3, then rook e4 check first, and white is the one who is pushing, because white can give up the rook. Yeah, king g3, rook e3, and then we can sacrifice, and our pawns are very, very dangerous. So be careful. But that's why Benji, of course, played king e4. Yeah, he did not want to be tricked into this position.
But the bar still says that black is completely winning, so apparently there must have been something here. Maybe it's the order of the moves.
Yeah, he played king e4. He played king e4, and the big question to me is that why isn't white losing after king e4? I don't see a defense. I think
All
we
right.
shouldn't be fooled by the computer. Let's just rely on the human feeling that, okay, king e4 is such a lovely centralizing piece.
I think the major difference is that the black e pawn is gonna queen with a check, right? So let's say b5, e2. Maybe we could put it on the board.
Or rook h7. I wanted to start with rook h7, to be honest.
Okay.
But
So
then you push f3, yeah?
Yeah, rook h7, f3, b5, f2. Yeah, I think black is simply faster.
Yes. It's
Here,
hopeless.
Right.
Yeah, it's...
And
yeah,
if we
king
try
e4.
and if you try the other way, instead of this,
b5?
b5, e2, rook h1, f3, b6, f2, and there's the major difference. I mean, white is almost queening, and yet queen e1 queen is a check.
Yes. Yeah, wow. Okay, this is crazy. Jordan should have sensed the danger. I know he's a very big fighter. Both these players are actually stuck on -1, yeah, so they most probably felt like draw gives us nothing. Let's go all in, and whatever happens, happens. But finally, it's Benjamin who's very nice technique, that king e6 move. Yeah, I'm just loving this, that instead of getting into pushing the pawns, he find this nice little resource that you have to, and you have time to activate your king.
Yeah, but can we go back here? Where was this moment? This endgame after king c4.
Yes, rook d5 check.
What's the objective? Would you continue to fight here if you're playing with white? Because I have a feeling. Let's say, what was this? King c4, rook d2, king c3, rook d8, rook h3, f5. I want to see this position. I mean, even with the naked eye, you should have a feeling that if somebody is risking in this position, it's white, no? Because I mean,
exactly.
Black is starting faster. I mean, I see the bar slightly favors white. I don't think that's the case, because these pawns are one step closer, and you see the pawn on e6 is about to promote an e1 with a check. So this should give you some feelings that this is, listen, you can lose here, and this is exactly what happened.
Yes, I also have the feeling. I wonder that maybe something like rook d3, making sure that the king can come back towards the pawns, but then you are also losing time. Yeah, black will have some e5, e4 coming with tempo. His king is coming. It's if you ask me, okay, I was always famous of, you know, seeing dangers even when there wasn't any. Yeah, so if there was something like this, I wouldn't dare to play king c4. Okay, king e3, rook e5 check. Let's just show this. Rook e5 check, king f3, rook f5 check, king g3. Looks like a very safe way. Like I feel like, okay, nothing can happen to me. Let black make a draw if he can. Strange.
Yeah, all right. So it seems that indeed Gladura is going to capitalize on Jordan's mistakes in the endgame. Is there another game we could check? So this was quite a very nice lesson.
Yes. Well, okay, we should check out that Artemiev before we get any news in the other. Hang on, what happened? So Alireza is going in for some force sequence. Knight d6 check. How does he... What is going on?
Well, but there's king g8 or even king g6, because I think we missed a sequence where Artemiev won 2 minor pieces for the rook, but the pawn on b3 is gone, right? Because you can't protect it. Knight x on e4, there's rook b2, there's no knight c5, the bishop on f2 is hanging. And I think that there is no risk. If black gets the outside pass pawn, the b pawn, he can never lose this.
Yes, let's just catch up with the action. So we have seen rook e2. The timetable has finished. We felt like, yes, black has enough activity to hold. Bishop e3, bishop e4, bishop f2, rook c2, pinning the knight, offering the trade of rooks. Yeah, please trade the rooks, then it's draw. So Artemiev clearly wants to continue. Check, king h2, rook c2. And wow. So yes, Alireza has foreseen and calculated that you can take on b5. You can get the two pieces, but just as you highlighted, rook b2 is a very nice double attack on the pawn on b3 and the bishop on f2. So black will get the b3 pawn, and that should be enough to make a draw.
I think white could also include something like g4, h5, try to push those pawns at the king side, but black can always respond with h5, right? So again, I don't think that this h pawn is going to go anywhere. And my expectation is that this game is getting to quite a peaceful outcome very, very soon.
Yeah, and it will mean that it's a very important save. We know that Alireza has to get one of the top 2 spots, or he should qualify via the rating spot. Yeah, so there's a lot of intrigue that actually Alireza and Hikaru in this tournament are like rivals. Yeah, because it's a very close race with the ratings. But if one of them qualifies, that's actually very good news for the other, because then the rating spot get free. It's a very crazy situation.
And Firouzja, of course, is the winner of the last edition, right? He won the Grand Swiss in 2021. He had a superb start, so he was crushing everybody right at the beginning. Then he lost against Fabi Caruana, whichever round it was, I really don't remember, round 7 or round 8. Still, he prevailed, and he kept his lead, and he won the tournament with a stellar 8 points out of 11. Speaking about Fabi, by the way, who already won his game previously, we looked at this game previously before. He finished the previous editions in the second place. So back in 2019, when the tournament was organized for the first time, the maiden edition was won by the Chinese Grandmaster Wang Hao, who is not playing here, by the way, for reasons unknown. I don't really understand why Chinese Federation hasn't sent more top-level players like Ding Liren, like Wang Hao. There's more. And then in the 2021 edition, it was, again, we talked about this Firouzja, and Fabi, once again, was in the second place.
Yes, Fabi just shows that no matter what kind of format, he's a beast. He's incredible, and I believe that after today's victory, he might have reached 2800 again, yeah, because this is one of the other big storylines in the tournament, that Fabi keeps on hitting the 2800 mark.
He keeps kidding, and he keeps leaving it, right? Because I think he already did it once during this tournament.
Yes.
I mean, he beat Hans Niemann in the second round, and he already crossed the 2800 Elov after leaving this elite club a couple of years ago. I don't remember when exactly. Now he's out of it again, and he's coming back at it again. It just proves that Fabi is clearly a 28 level player.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's so nice to see him in top shape in Grand Swiss. He's playing very well. Actually, also in Isle of Man, he plays very well all the time. He just loves this atmosphere, I believe. And, well, so much intrigue. Yeah, now he's co-leader after winning today's very important game against Yevgeny Nair. By the way, the Nodirbek Yakuboya Vincent Keimer game has ended in a draw. I also believe that maybe we should be moving to the Vidit game, or maybe is it time to revisit the women's section? What happened there between Anna and Bibisara?
Yeah, maybe let's go back to the women tournament and see if the leader fight has finished with Muzichuk scoring a victory, and then after that, if there's nothing dramatic happening on top boards, we're going to go back to the open section. There's a major difference. Oh, there you go. There's the result. Anna Muzichuk has won her game.
Yes. Wow, fantastic technique. And look at this. She made perfect point out of this extra F and G pawns on the board.
So you can't take an f4. I mean, you're winning the pawn, but the king is a bit too far away. Actually, it's quite funny. I mean, after queen takes an f4, if he could put it on the board, very smart play by the Ukrainian Grandmaster. Queen f4, g takes an f4, b7. Sometimes there are positions where black gets to put the pawn on f2, the king on g2, and this is a theoretical draw, but I think that black is simply missing several tempi to get there.
Yes, because f2 is met by queen f4 check or queen h2 check. There's even a very pleasant choice. And okay, if black plays king h3, that's completely hopeless, because then the pawn has not advanced. Then okay, white just plays something like this, gives a check, and black king has to step in front of the pawn, and then white has all the time in the world to come back with a king with the same motive, same method. So a very important win and a fantastic way to finish with f2, f4. Big congratulations to Anna.
Yeah, and this also means that Asabayeva is losing her lead in the women's Grand Swiss, and now it's going to be Anna Muzachuk, and probably it's a shared lead. If we would go back once again to the bird's eye view of the women's tournament and see what else is going on, have we missed anything? There's several draws. The games of Maria Muzachuk, her younger sister, against Indiak, we already discussed. Fataliev against Pax, we have mentioned. There's this torture game you mentioned, Antoaneta Stefanova against Irina Bulmaga. Has white made any progress?
Yeah, we can check that out. Also now Anna is leading alone. She is the sole leader after winning this game, so it's very huge. The other games end in a draw. And Antoaneta Stefanova trying to squeeze. This is what I have been talking about. Yeah, this is such a nightmare to defend. You can defend with 50 good moves, and finally you make one mistake and you end up losing. Nothing can change the construction, because bishop on e7 protects both pawns on h4 and on d6. For the moment, the d6 pawn is nicely blocked by the king, but white will be shuffling. White will be giving some check to that king. If king moves to e6, then there will be some bishop f8 with idea rook e7 check, d7. There's so much intrigue in this position. Probably with perfect play, it's a draw, but in practical play with less than 1 minute on the clock, good luck defending this.
Yeah, it's very easy, definitely, to blunder this. There are all kinds of checks, all kinds of tricks, and yeah, now you see bishop e4, suddenly the bar jumps. But what I wanted to mention, there's this major difference between the open section and the women tournament, is that in the women tournament, they have a shortened time control. So in the open tournament, it's 100 moves for 40, 50 moves for 20 moves, and then 15 minutes until the end of the game. While in the women tournament, it's the classical time control. It's 90 minutes, and then there's 30 minutes as the second time control. That's it. So no matter what, the women tournament usually finishes faster.
Yes, and I don't know, everybody can draw his own conclusion. What I'm seeing here, and as a commentator, I so much more enjoy that we have the 7-hour time control. We see that the players have so much more time to be dealing with this very difficult part of the game, the end game. And here with the 30 seconds increment, with only 30 minutes, the second time trouble is coming so fast, puts tremendous pressure on the players. Yes, one could argue that the men tournament, the open section tournament, is like a marathon event and it's so grueling and everything. It's true. But on the other hand, as a player, I always find it easier to play a very long game where I have some breaks and I can always calm myself down. The tension is under control, rather than in this FIDE time control where, you know, when you get into a final time trouble, it can last forever and your heart is hitting you non-stop. To me, it's unbearable.
Well, I can definitely relate to this. It definitely is a daunting task, and you can see the game is still ongoing. And we are going to come back to this moment in several minutes. We are going for a small break. Dear viewers, I hope you're not going to go anywhere. We'll be back in a moment and probably continue this game of Stefanova against Irina Bulmaga, and then once again jumping back to the open section, see what he have missed. Stay tuned. See you soon.
Hi, I'm Grandmaster Giri, and welcome to Lifetime Repertoires. 1 e4. The so-called Latvian gambit is horrible. F5, knight takes e5. This is not how chess is played. He played too many moves with pawns and the queen and didn't develop his light pieces. And if knight e4, this is a very important trick to remember. Many people fall for it actually. Knight to b5, brilliant idea. AB and queen g7, and after rook f8, bishop h6, queen c5 and f3, and surprisingly, queen f2 is almost checkmate, but it's not. If your opponent wants to be solid, we go for aggressive for the kill. If your opponent wants us to go for the kill, we play simple chess and just use the fact that we have more space in the center, clear-cut plans, and nothing to worry about.
What's the best way to follow any chess event from the Champions Chess Tour to the Candidates, Speed Chess Championship, Title Tuesday, FIDE World Championship, and so much more? Chess.com/events has all of the top chess tournaments played both over the board and online. Analyze and review games from the world's greatest players with live commentary, cloud analysis, Opening Explorer, and table bases. Find all the key event information, including schedules, prizes, results, news reports, player bios, tie breaks, and more. Even compete by voting for your predicted results. Explore chess.com/events today on web or with our iOS and Android apps and experience chess like never before.
we're back. The 6th round at FIDE Grand Swiss, Isle of Man. Douglas is reaching the final parts. Most of the games already are over, but some of the games have reached the technical part, which very often is the end game. Your hosts, Peter Leko, I'm Artur Lekshans. We're two Grandmasters trying to explain the thought process of all of these top players. And there's one game, Peter, we haven't checked for a while. That is this crazy Albin counterattack we mentioned and we looked at very briefly in the beginning. Erwin Lamy tried to surprise his opponent, and apparently the surprise did not really pan out so well.
Yes, this is the reason why we are always so skeptical about playing gambits on the very highest level. Yeah, I think that many club level players are wondering that, okay, why don't you try it? We do see Jan Nepomniachtchi time to time playing the King's Gambit. It gets a lot of applause. But in a classical game with the black pieces, playing a gambit against such a player like Radek Wojtaszek is super, super dangerous, and it heavily backfired.
So I think we have a little time, right? And we could very, very quickly go back to the opening phase, right? We are not going to look into all the details because probably we don't have time for that. But just to have an idea, how did they get there? Because after the opening, Lamy sacrificed this pawn. He was going for some activity, and I think we left it. Where was this? After knight g6 very early, and focused on some other games. So how did the game progress from here?
Yeah, I think the question that we had appeared in the game. That what happens if white plays just very prosaic and captures that pawn on d4 with a b3 knight? Knight takes d4, knight takes e5, knight takes e5, knight takes e5, e3. And we're speculating that, okay, yes, black has some activity. You did mention that maybe some bishop d6 shortcuts or queen h4 at some point. But all this looks desperate. Erwin opted for bishop c5. I don't see what is the very big difference. Radek, wow, played the move queen c2. That's kind of a very interesting move. Did he plan bishop takes d4, queen e4, or did he just plan simply to capture back on d4?
Yeah, tough to say, really. Both of the options look perfectly fine to me. After bishop d4, even e takes, bishop e3, you keep your two bishops in an open position. And that's, I guess, was the reason why Lamy decided not to do that. He casts a short knight b3. We saw several trades. I mean, meaningly the bishop trade, knight e2, rook e8, long castle. Yeah, there's no compensation. I mean, I don't really feel there's anything here for black.
Yes, well, if one more move would be allowed for black, black goes bishop f5, then we talk about compensation, but it was Radek's move, and the move knight e4 gets an exclamation mark by the computer, automatically hits that queen on f6. So what do we see? Queen c6, knight c3, beautiful coordination. The knight is also eyeing the d5 square, so if black takes on c4, that's probably answered by knight d5, and immediately we force trade of queens, or we hit the c7 pawn. Lot of trouble. Black played the move bishop e6, knight d5, and this is what we talk, that there is no compensation. King h8 question mark, but the real question mark would have been rook a d8, which would have run into knight e7 trick. Let's just put this on the board to understand why Erwin has played the move king h8.
I mean, yeah, if you have to play king h8, it basically signals that your position is so sad, right? You can't even play rook d8. You're down a pawn, you know obvious compensation. And yeah, here it was. There you go. Once again, knight e7 played by Wojtaszek.
Wow! Hang on, chat. Just in general, please think about it. If the black queen moves somewhere like queen b6, what happens in the position?
That's nice. That's nice.
Yes. Just to pause for a second, because one has to treasure this moment. I think by now everybody has solved it. Yes, it's a puzzle rush kind of tactic.
Maybe queen takes on g2 is actually more accurate, because queen b6, you know, it's a very modest move. Queen g2 hits the rook at h1, and this could be actually quite a cold shower for black.
Yes, that's true. Yeah, that's after queen takes g2. What happens? And probably the chat is already exploding.
Yeah, everybody sees, I think.
Yes.
Yeah, queen
okay.
h7, the Anastasia mate, indeed. Sacrifice the queen, rook h4. Actually, this motive, Peter, brings me some very nice memories because I used it once in an actual game against a Russian Latvian chess legend Yevgeny Sveshnikov in one of the Latvian championships something like 10 years ago. But I did it even in a more beautiful fashion. I sacrificed a queen and rook.
Wow.
on this h2 square and delivered exactly the same mate. So it was really, really very exciting. So this is what Radoslav anticipated with knight e7, and that prompted Lamy to sacrifice the queen. But I guess it only led to more simplifications for white because it was Wojciech who now sacrificed the queen back.
Yes, and he gets a technically winning position. Bishop e2, king e2, b takes c6, rook d1, and black's king on h8, also that he does not have a luft yet. If g6, king g7 would be on the board, it would be a different story. Now white is just entering with the rook. And then we see that this is kind of hopeless. White's king is just too quick to target the weaknesses. It's a technical job. And of course, a player of Radek's caliber makes the maximum use of his chance. And this is how we ended up with this double A pawns. So Erwin is defending like a lion, trying to set up some kind of a fortress, but it's somehow obvious that in a very long term, it shouldn't be enough.
Right. And then we go to the actual position where white has kept the pawn on a5, right? Yeah. So fast forwarding.
Coming.
Yeah.
Yeah, and slowly, yeah, this is the step by step. You have to be patient. You can't be winning it immediately. He's making big step forward. But how do you finally win it? Look at 5. He's not. Yeah, and he started the journey. Yeah, king.
There's the king f3, king g4, king h5, king g6, and if the black rook leaves the a square, white always plays a6, rook a8. No, that's it. This game is over. Rook g8, check the bar, jumps, but I think it was already completely losing for black.
Yeah, king h5 is the natural move. White is threatening to play a6 and get the rook behind the pawn, so that's why actually black will have to go back to a8, then white plays king g6, then you have to give a check, then white plays king h6, you have to go back, and then white plays king g7 and gets access to the f6 pawn, and then it's all over.
But this is really beautiful stuff, Peter, because if I may, just for the final moment, go back to this moment when Lamy sacrificed the queen, because I will be showing this game to my students, absolutely. Because how do you simplify the position, the thought process of a grandmaster? I mean, here after this knight e7, this beautiful move, 20th move, right? Rook takes on d4, knight takes on c6, rook d2. I mean, who says that white even has to sacrifice the queen, right? You could play something else. You could play queen c3. You could play queen e4. You could play queen a4. I'm sure there's other moves. But what I really love is that this queen takes on c4 is such a classy human move. It shows that white is not really holding on to this extra queen which he conquered right now. He's thinking about the greater picture and seeing from afar that this position liquidates into this winning rook endgame, because after this fourth sequence, there's this rook d1, rook d7, or activating king. This is high class, really. I just love this stuff.
Yeah, it's beautiful, and I think one of the justification why the move queen c3 isn't so obvious and clear, because after rook takes e2, knight d4, black takes probably on f2, and after knight takes e6, there is rook takes e6, with either queen takes e4, rook c6. That's a great resource. White could, of course, follow it up with rook d1. I was calculating in my mind how does it continue after rook d1, but it's clear that things are out of control already.
Right. All right. It seems that Wojciech is going to score impressive victory. So Lami's experiment with the Albin counter gambit went wrong. Probably he's not going to repeat that anytime soon. Is there something else we could see? Maybe let's go back to the bird's eye view and see what else is happening in the open tournament of the Grand Swiss. Yeah, maybe since we talked about the game of Vidit against Hans Niemann, I think it makes sense to go back to that position. What is happening for the bird's eye view?
For sure, yeah, it makes perfect sense. Zhal Makhanov against Anish Giri, it's still the same status quo. Nothing is really happening. It's an equal position. The Artemiev game against Firouzja, yes, 2 pieces versus the rook, but it does look like it's going to be a draw. All eyes on Hans versus Vidit because this is interesting.
All right. Okay, so what do we have here? Well. Things are apparently not really so simple for Vidit because...
No, but he might be just winning on the spot. Yes, it resigns. What? Forget about the evaluation bar. It sometimes does not update. It's over.
All right, there's the Queen G7. Okay, I got completely fooled by the evaluation bar, right? Because,
yes,
I mean,
yes.
sometimes I hate this when this happens. Sometimes we are like becoming slaves to this evaluation bar, and we are not really. I mean, maybe it's just me, not really following what's happening on the board, and that's why sometimes I try not to look at it at all.
We did not follow the action. It just looked like there are millions of checks, and we did not have enough time to even understand what happened. But now we take a closer look. So yes, King C, Knight F3 check, King C3, Queen H1. Black is trying to give a Queen A1 check. White continues the journey with the king. Make sure that it's covered, and that was the trick. I fooled you. Sorry, Arthur, that after Knight D2 from a distance, it looked like this is murky. This is not clear because check is coming, but there was Bishop F6. Beautiful Bishop F6 threatening mate and making sure that the bishop defends back on the long diagonal. The A1 square is covered, and that's how we ended up seeing this Queen B1 check, King A3, Queen C1 check, Bishop B2, game over.
So it seems that Vidit made a series of the only moves, right? I mean, 5 moves in a row. King C3, King B2, Bishop F6, King A3, and Bishop B2. These are strictly the only moves that White had, and still it's enough to win the game.
Yes, those moves had to be found. And believe it or not, Vidit is already back on the top of the tables. Yeah, it's just completely crazy because everybody remembers that move 40 insanity in the very, very first round. I was heartbroken. I think all Indian fans were heartbroken, and all the Vidit fans, because we know that he's a fantastic player, a fantastic person. Everybody loves him. Seeing him lose like that against Erwin, that was heartbreaking. And ever since he won 4 games, it's just a fantastic performance.
All right. Let's go back to the bird's eye view and see what else is happening. So this means that Vidit is recovering. Artemiev game against Firouzja is still continuing. So the Russian Grandmaster is seeking his chances. Maybe he has them actually, because if the pawn on b3 is gone, perhaps he has some theoretical chances. What else do we have here from the other 10 boards?
Well, we see
still alive.
Well, but it's a losing position. There are 4-5 draws. We see tons of those. Jomabayev in a lot of trouble. Fedoseyev winning against Sadic. It looks like a technical position. And Sarana beating Guyan and Bakro beating Hushembet. And by the way, I already forgot about the standings. I felt like Vidit is coming. He's already sharing the lead with Hikaru and Fabi and Yesipenko and so on. Just insane what kind of action we are seeing here.
Indeed. So Which is the game you would like to check next? I mean, I think Fedoseyev's game, you're right, it's completely winning because Vladimir Fedoseyev has 2 extra pawns in a theoretical endgame against Ivan Saric. I'm pretty sure he's going to capitalize on it. Maybe let's indeed have a closer look at Artemyev's game against Alireza Firouzja, which I thought it's heading to quite a quick draw, but I see it's not the case because the B pawn is not going anywhere. And if this b3 pawn falls and white somehow manages to consolidate his position, maybe, just maybe, Artemyev still stands a theoretical chance.
Yeah, he's trying everything. He's down to a minute on his clock. He's looking, searching for the way, but black seems to be very solid. Black just has to make sure not to run into any knight f4 fork. Yeah, so you better don't put your rook on g2. That would be tragic. The last couple of moves, just to update. Yeah, so Artemyev made sure that the b pawn is stopped. The bishop d4, knight d3 construction blocks that pawn. g3, rook d1, king e4, rook d2 on the board. 34 seconds for Artemyev.
Right, so king e3, I guess.
Yes.
Yeah, but then again, if you put the king on e3, it weakens the f5 square. No knight e5 check is played by white. So king h6, you're right. Wait a second, actually king h6, I think it's still a move. Because quite funny, this is a blunder, but it's a lucky blunder. Yes. Bishop e3, and the b pawn advances.
Yeah, unbelievable. Yes, okay, it's somehow safer to put the king on h7 just in case. But yeah, it just shows that how crazy this endgame is. Do we see then a repetition that Artemyev comes back with the knight and then tries to squeeze with some different move?
Maybe he wants to put the knight on c4, not on b3, so that the king is running closer. Put the bishop on e5 to protect the pawn on g3. I think this makes perfect sense, but I mean, still, you need to physically attack the pawn on b3 somehow, and I guess for that he needs the king.
Yes, well, basically, if he gets the king to d3, but Alireza will not give him this chance. Probably probably black will play rook d1, because just to highlight something like rook c2, king d3, there might be some danger and threat knight d2 touching the pawn on b3. Yeah, one could argue that okay, probably there is some defense, but we don't want to let this happen.
I mean, so I can of course still play. I can still play king g6, king f5, king g4, sacrifice the rook on g3, and I think with this knight so far away, it's probably a draw. But you're right. I mean, why test this, right? Why allow the king to go closer? Just play rook d1. Looks pretty safe.
It looks very natural. Also setting a devilish trap that if white goes after the pawn with knight a5, then because we could be sacrificing the rook for the bishop, and the b pawn runs through. So white needs to show great precision. We are expecting the bishop at some point to move to e5, but actually against rook d1, bishop e5 doesn't make so much sense. So all the more reason why I'm liking the move rook d1.
And also black is thinking about bringing the king closer to g6 now that the white knight on e5 is gone. So king g6, if the white king leaves the e4 square, black plays king f5, king g4, sack the rook on g3, and then the pawn on h4 inevitably falls, because if white loses all of the king's pawns and has this extra piece, it means nothing. It's just a theoretical draw.
Yes.
I'm pretty sure that Firouzja is not going to lose this.
And also there is this idea you mentioned, yeah, that in this rook c2, king d3 construction, king g6, knight d2, king f5, knight takes b3, rook g2, and then even if you need to sacrifice on g3 with king g4, rook take g3, it's good. I just wanted to mark it with arrows as well to highlight it.
All right. So it seems that if Firouzja is checking if he's not missing anything, I think this is a good trait of a very strong player, because even when you're sure, I think Alireza is like completely sure he has got this. He's not going to lose this. I mean, you always want to double, triple, quadruple check, make sure no tricks, no nothing. Because, I mean, if you blunder, if you miss something, then you have all the time in the world to think about it, right? So 7 minutes, still enough for Firouzja. I mean, Firouzja is probably the best bullet player. Okay, maybe except of Hikaru, right? Here in the field, one of the strongest bullet players. For him being a time scramble, this is clearly not an issue, but he's still taking time.
Yeah, but I already highlighted this in the broadcast that actually one should not be fooled, because when you play bullet, you are in bullet mode. But when you play classical chess and there is all this tension and everything, then playing the time trouble phase, it's so much more different. Yeah, because there is so much responsibility behind every decision.
All right. Okay. Is there something else happening in the top boards? Something of interest? The action has slowed down quite a bit because there's not so many games to follow, really.
Yeah, Radek got his rook behind the a6 pawn, just as we mentioned. This is usually very, very bad news for the defender. He will be in Zugzwang. Also, Black's king has to keep an eye on White's king entering the f5 square. Okay, one could be discussing a little bit the move king d6, trying to rely on this idea of pushing the pawn. So be careful with the white king where you go.
Yeah, feels to be technically winning. But wait a second, there's this game we didn't really check for a while, Peter. I mean, that was Gukesh's game against Suleimanli, right? I mean, that was this crazy... what was it? The London game where Gukesh sacrificed a piece. I initially thought it's a blunder, but then when we looked at the details more closely, it turned out to be an interesting, inspired sacrifice by Gukesh, and I had a feeling it's not sound. And apparently, Gukesh was unable to stop his bleeding because he already lost to his countryman Narayanan the previous round, and now he loses again with the white color against Suleimanli. So maybe let's go back a bit and see if he really was doing badly after the opening, or he missed something later, because we left it about here, right? I mean, White had sacrificed a piece for 2 pawns, and we felt that it's, it's not very easy for Black also to play, because there's bishop d3, queen c2 ideas, target the pawn on h7, bishop d5. Apparently was a mistake.
Yeah, b6, bishop d5. It was the wrong direction according to computer. Queen dc, rook e8. Yeah, this is what we talked about, that yes, White has some compensation, but piece is a piece. Black managed to coordinate the pieces. Knight f8, bishop e4, bishop b7. Yeah, the knight protects the h7 pawn. So basically White never had enough, and slowly Black converted the piece. Bishop c7, b3, knight g6. Now also White's king is getting under attack. The knights are getting ready. King f2, knight f5.
So this b6 idea was apparently such a strong move for Black. I didn't see this from afar when we were looking at this position.
Yeah, it was a very nice practical way of trying to develop from b7, get access to the squares, and okay, this is already clear that it's only a matter of time when Black will win. A huge win for Suleimanli and a tragic loss for Gukesh, because now he's -2. Basically, the chances of qualifying from the Grand Swiss, I think one can just forget about it. Yeah, it's -2. He needs a miracle. He needs to win all the remaining 5 games, but that's also only +3. That's not gonna be enough. And he's trying to qualify also from the FIDE circuit, but in order to qualify from the FIDE circuit, he also needs to accumulate points. So this is a very unfortunate event for him.
Actually, speaking about the FIDE circuit, I have opened up the leaderboard at the FIDE website, and right now there's Fabiano Caruana, who is leading the FIDE circuit with 104.83 points, but he already has qualified, right? I mean,
yes,
for the candidates, and then Gukesh is in the second place. And if I remember correctly, the regulations for the FIDE circuit, how it works, there's the 5 wins, right? 5 wins, which are counted the best 5 wins for the FIDE circuit to determine these amounts of points. So Gukesh right now is in the second place. So technically he is in the spot to fight for the candidates. I'm not really sure what's going to happen if he is going to play a disastrous tournament here. But of course, everybody else, like ordinary guys, like Anish Giri, like Praggnanandhaa, Abdusatorov, there are a lot of players close to Gukesh who are looking to score a lot of points for the FIDE circuit here in the Grand Swiss. Even if they don't qualify directly and get in the top two, there's a lot of points to grab for the circuit.
Yes, I think that Anish Giri and Wesley So are the two players who are in very close pursuit of Gukesh, and they still have the Singfield Cup coming up. Yeah, this is a very, very big event where you can collect quite a lot of points. That's why I feel like if Gukesh does not collect points here, then the chances that Wesley and Anish will overtake him are very, very high.
Yeah, and that's what it looks like. Quite unfortunate for Indian fans. And I get a feeling that lately Gukesh has been slightly struggling. I'm not sure, maybe he's just a bad four, or maybe those are the expectations from everybody, because everybody expects that Gukesh now should start to play at the World Championship level, right? I mean, he recently overtook Vachier-Lagrave as the #1 rated Indian player after how many 30 plus years. I think it was maybe 20 plus years. It was a long time, quite a historic moment. And also Vichy always has been a mentor of Gukesh, not only other Indian fans, but especially Gukesh. And maybe all of this put too much pressure on the young Indian. But I'm pretty sure that even though for Domarajo this is not a good tournament so far, he is going to fight back. They always fight back, right? So there's the pressure, you overcome it, you come back a better player, and it's always the valuable experience for you.
Well, he's only 17 years old. He's just crazy. Yeah, and he has already proven himself in the top events. This is the incredible feat. Yeah, that it's not only like because he's young and energetic, he was collecting great results in open tournaments. He was finishing brilliantly in the Stavanger tournament. He has been playing fantastically in the Düsseldorf WR Masters, and he has already proven himself against the very, very best guys. That just shows his class. Open tournaments are always very tricky, especially as you said, you have a high rating, you have high expectations, you feel like you have to show the whole world that yes, you are crushing everyone, and it's just impossible because the opposition is also extremely strong.
I think something like this happened also to Andrei Yesipenko, who is one of the leaders, because I very clearly remember how Yesipenko entered the world stage. Which year was this? I think it was 2020, when he was quite unexpectedly crashing the Gibraltar Masters. He was the sole leader, whatever was the amount of points. He finished shared first place. I think he lost on tie breaks to somebody in the semifinals. Doesn't matter. Next year, 2021, he was only 19 years old. He was playing in Tata Steel chess. Peter, you probably already remember this. He crushed Magnus Carlsen with a white collar. He finished on the very high third place. And everybody was looking at Yesipenko like, this is the guy. I mean, right now he's fighting for the World Championship material. He's going to become 2750. He's top 10, etc. And I think that when you input so much expectations on a young player, it's sometimes difficult to keep up with the expectations, right? Everybody expects that you are going to beat these guys of the highest level regularly. So there was a moment when specifically Yesipenko was unable to, again, repeat that success. But 2 years have passed, and now he's back, right? He's back, and he shows that he can play this chess of the highest level. And I think also for Gukesh, of course, and everybody else from the younger generation, they just have to be patient, and everything is going to be all right.
Yes, exactly. Patience is one of the most important things, because it's automatically, as you are winning many games and you have successes, there is automatically, it's chess. You will have some difficult moments when you have to show patience and just continue what you are doing, working. However, talking about patience, there is this big clash between Artyom and Alireza Firouzja. Look at this, both players down to a minute. Yes, the time control is about to be reached. Move 60 is just a couple of moves away. White is coming closer to the pawn on b3, but you indicated that, yes, black will be combining the efforts against the g3 pawn. There might be the sacrifice coming on g3, liquidating, eliminating all of white's pawns, and that will be a draw.
I think rook f3 feels very safe here, just in case to keep the pawn on b3. It's not like black really needs it, but to push away the white king, let's say rook f3 check, I think king b2, king f5, king g4, sacrifice on g3. Maybe Alireza is checking some hidden resources. That's why he's not playing the next move.
Yeah, he's down to 15 seconds. Yeah, he needs to make up his mind. Rook f3 or king f5. He goes for king f5. He gets the 30 seconds. So let's not be too scared of him getting down to a couple of seconds. He got extra 30 seconds. He's on the right track. He knows exactly that, yes, I just need to eye this g3 pawn. For example, now if white captures on b3, probably black gives a check on f3. I don't know where does the white king go. Doesn't really matter. King g4. And next, we're going to take on g3. Let's just illustrate king d2. Rook takes g3. Bishop takes g3. King takes g3. And black eliminates the h4 pawn. And it's an inevitable draw. 8 seconds.
There was actually another move in this line you showed. King takes on b3, king g4. What was this line? I kind of lost it.
I started with rook f3 check first.
Yeah, rook f3, king c2, king g4, king d2. How did we get there?
Yes, king g4. King d2, rook takes
okay,
g3.
it doesn't matter. I somehow got the knight on f5 to protect the pawn on h4, and I just want to show this idea that even that does work. But okay, I mean,
yeah, but also if you give knight e3 check, then knight take rook takes e3. We're gonna be seeing this blitzed out by the players. Now the time control has been reached. Don't panic, please, anyone, no matter whom you are rooting, if they will get down to 0 with the time, because we are already getting the 50 minutes extra.
Yeah, I mean, Peter, how do you feel about this long time control? I have to ask. I mean, I have played in, like I said, in the 2021 edition, and I have mixed emotions about it. I have played in German Bundesliga for many years, and they have this part of this time control, which is 100 moves for 30 moves, 50 minutes for the rest of the game, but there's extra 50 minutes until the end. Do you like playing such long time controls? Do you think it's a good idea, or considering that the schedule that this tournament has, it's perhaps a bit too tough?
Well, probably I'm biased, but this is what I played all my life. Yeah, this is what all the top tournaments were about. Yeah, all this Linares, Vaikanze, every single tournament. Yeah, it was the ultimate test. You had to play brilliant, perfect chess. You had to have the stamina to go on. For example, in Vaikanze, it's 13 runs in winter time, one very tough game after another. And I'm just loving it. I always feel that when you reduce the time control, then you take something away from these incredible marathon fights. Of course, it's very tough. You have to recharge the batteries. We see here now that every single pawn is eliminated. The draw offer is coming. The arbiter is needed. The shake hands is just inevitable.
Okay, maybe he's gonna try to, play for fun. Maybe black is crazy enough and venture into a checkmate. I mean, there's sometimes these positions, king h2, h4,
Yes.
h3, not gonna happen in this game.
Yes, don't get into this craziness, because then with king on h1, pawn on h2, there is the danger of white king on f1 and the knight giving a checkmate on f2 to the cornered boxed king. But this is not going to happen. King h2, king g1. Now black is running out and then pushes the pawn. Please take it. Then there are no more mating constructions. And king e4, I think it's the draw. The king is placed on the center. What a fight.
Yeah, big fight. And you have to give also huge shout out for Artemiev for trying. I mean, he misplayed his great position in the time scramble where he gave up this very strong pawn on c6. Apparently miscalculating something, and then Firouzja was I mean, meticulously holding the position to a draw. Peter, I have a suggestion. Maybe we could go check the game of Fedoseev against Saric. Has Artemyev's countryman made any progress? Because last time we looked at it, at least from the bird's eye view, Fedoseev was enjoying 2 extra pawns.
Yes,
He still has them.
Nothing really changed. He has everything under control. I'm expecting some bishop d5, king d6 ideas. Clearly, black wants to meet bishop d5 with king e7, not allowing king d6, but then white will just activate the rook via the third rank with rook a3. I think this game is about to finish because there's not much to be hoping for here.
Yeah, I mean, but still, some players follow the rule that nobody has made points by resigning early, right? And that's why I think Saric is fighting out. And if there is one position where black has some theoretical chances, is if we remove the bishops from the board, we trade the f-pawn for the e-pawn and put the king on g4. And sometimes these positions, despite the fact that white has 2 connected passed pawns, but they are blocked by the king, they very often tend to be drawish. And this is exactly what Saric is trying to do, trade the bishops and somehow get to that position, I guess.
Yeah, but okay, white will just play king d6. Clearly, white would be very happy getting a free pass pawn with bishop takes d5, e d5. It's a big question that how can black really hang on to this game? To my eyes, it's just over. By the way, one important result, because we are talking about the favorites who are having a rough event so far. MVL, Maxim Vachier-Lagrave, managed to win today. So he is bouncing back after his loss yesterday against Ivan Saric. However, this win is only enough for him to get into 50%. So still quite a lot of journey ahead.
Right, it's quite incredible. And what is the average rating of the Open tournament? I think it's something like 2650, right? So these are the best players in the world. Okay, Magnus Carlsen is not playing, Jan Nepomniachtchi and Dingleran, they're not playing, but pretty much everybody else is playing in this tournament. So when you calculate for the average rating, 2650, that's essentially the check mark to get in top 100 in the world. So every single opponent is a world-class player. Really, really crazy when you think about it. So king d6?
Yes, and also there are some so-called lower-rated players who were given a chance to participate. And those are, I believe, heavily underrated. Yeah, because those are youngsters, very promising players. Just to think about Jarmakhanov, who is 21 years old, fooling everyone with his rating of 2447, if I'm not mistaken. It's a total joke because he's clearly a 2600 player already. He's not yet even a grandmaster, but we see what he's capable of in this tournament.
Right, it brings me some memories. I remember when Ramesh Babu Praggnanandhaa was playing at the highest level tournaments, and one of his ratings, I think it was the rapid rating, it was 1900. So it was pretty obvious that Prague is already playing almost 2700, and yet his rapid rating is 1900. And then they adjusted his rating. I think they made some special rule that whatever, if your rating exceeds something, then it's adjusted. One-time adjustment, and that's how I think Prague got it.
I think that his rating was 1895, because I also have it in my mind exactly that it was just, if you are a top player, you just think like, okay, no, I don't want to play with Prague because I'm gonna lose hundreds of rating points just in 1-2 games. It's crazy.
Right, yeah. Okay. What's the fastest way for Fedoseev to win this game? Try to... Oh, that's nice. Try to checkmate. I mean, rook g8, g4, e5, or g4, g5, checkmate on the board. Force black to take on d5.
Exactly, yeah. Basically, I feel like Fedoseev is sitting there with white and thinking that, okay, how do I force my opponent to design? Because you know exactly that you are winning. It's also such a winning position that you are not running any risk of not converting, because it's just completely crazy if you don't win this. And then you don't want to waste time. Yeah, you might be thinking about the restaurants. Are they open or not? It's a long day. let's get over with. I believe that Saric will resign after Rook A8.
All right, so we can only assume that this game is approaching the finish line. Let's maybe wrap up what we learned from today's broadcast following these games. There were quite a few crazy moments. I mean, one thing which sticks in my memory, Peter, is that we were witnesses of some of crazy maneuvers. I mean, the first maneuver which jumps to my mind is Vidit's bishop b8 against Hans Niemann. How did the bishop get on b8, right? I mean, it's crazy. Then it's Fabi Caruana's. Yeah, maybe you're going to put it on the board.
Yes,
where was this after
for
that?
it.
It was, I think, somewhere in the opening. Yeah, bishop b8, about here. This is crazy, but again, I mean, b8 is a square, so why not use it to target the pawn on c7? Normally, you're not using the square because typically it's not available. Then there was the game of Fabi Caruana where he played this beautifully looking knight b8, right? It was a game against Yevgeny Nair, which most of the part was quite balanced, but this knight d7, knight b8 still sticks in my memory. Allowed White to rearrange his knight. And also, of course, this crazy game of Pretke against Samuel Shankland, right? Where somehow, it was Pretke, right? Where White somehow got the knight on h8. So totally crazy.
Yeah, we were spoiled again with some tremendous chess. And yeah, it's such a pleasure to be commentating this event, covering this event. I hope that the audience is also enjoying just as much as we do. It's fascinating, and it's so nice and refreshing to be seeing this classical time control. Also, this is the time control that is played in the candidates tournament. So no matter who qualifies to the candidates will get tremendous amount of experience, which should not be underestimated.
So let's check the results, and we are going to start with the women's section because this tournament, I mean, this round for the women already is officially over. Here you see Anna Muzychuk scores a very, very important victory over Bibisara Asabayeva, managing to win this seemingly drawn queen endgame, which appeared to be not so easy after all. Vaishali shared point with Alexander Goryachkina. We saw this game right after the opening. Soon after that, it finished in a draw. Grifulina, Tanjanki, Yefraimsky, Mungontul also made draws. Stefanova managed to win this game. Look at that, right? We're discussing this torture game of Stefanova's extra pawn in the obstacle bishop endgame plus a rook each against Irina Bolmaga. You were right, Peter, right? Indeed, these positions to hold are a nightmare, and the Romanian player in the time scramble apparently missed something.
Yes, I think that especially with the FIDE time control, it's just impossible to save a position like this because there is no pressure on the white side, on the stronger side, and Stefanova with her experience managed to squeeze the win out. We have seen Fatalieva crushing Elizabeth Pitts, Tsolakidu beating Huan Trang, and so on, but these are not so important results for our standings because all lies on Anna Muzychuk, who grabs the sole lead.
Right, and here you're seeing also the other boards, and I think the major difference between open and women tournament is that there are far more decisive games in the women tournament. All right, and there are the rankings of the Women Grand Swiss after round 6. Anna Muzychuk is now the sole leader with 5 points out of 6, heading to a rest day with much better feelings. Vaishali and several other players are in the second place and will come back to catch the leader after the rest day, which is tomorrow. But let's also have a look at the open tournament results, what we have right now. So you're going to see that in a moment. So what we're seeing.
Yeah, well, a draw on the top board between Andrei Yesipenko and Hikaru Nakamura. We have been covering that game. It was a very wild affair, very interesting game, finally ending in a perpetual check. The UNG game against Arjun Aigashi was quite a peaceful one. It was a very big theoretical clash in the Petrov, which got into liquidation. Fabiano Caruana is the big winner, one of the big winners of today, beating Yevgeny Nair. Some other draws like Artyamev Firouzja in a very big fight. Yakuboev Vincent Kaimer was also crazy with queen sacrifice involved. And the big other winner, Virid Gujarati against Hans Niemann with that bishop b8 strategical masterpiece.
Right, indeed. So those are the top boards, and again, there's the other decisive result, this craziness between Praggnanandhaa and Sam Shankland. It could not have simply finished with a peaceful outcome. It ended with a victory for the Russian Grandmaster, who continues his great run in the Grand Swiss tournament so far. Last year, he also finished in the top 8, allowing him to qualify for the Grand Prix tournaments. And then we have a lot of draws, but of course there's going to be also Wojciech's game of Erwin Lamy, where I believe the Polish Super Grandmaster will be victorious.
Yes, it looked like Radek is about to convert that endgame. I also forgot to mention in the previous section we have seen that Sindarov made a crushing victory against Sam Sevian. It was a miniature, and there you see the tournament standing. Very big tie on first place. Fabiano Caruana, Hikaru Nakamura, Virid Gujarati, Arjun Igaishi, Andriy Yesipenko, Yavohir Sindarov, Alexander Praggnanandhaa, all on 4.5 points. What a tournament it is.
Absolutely. So again, also for the Open tournament, tomorrow is a rest day, and I think that the players will be definitely using this to recover, because the schedule is really grueling, and we probably should remind you that after the rest day, there will be no more rest days. The players will be fighting out remaining final 5 rounds, 11 rounds in total. From me, what I can say is that it was an absolute pleasure to do this coverage today with you, Peter, for the first time. Any final words, perhaps, from you?
Well, I also would like to thank you for this fantastic coverage, Artus. I have enjoyed every minute of it. The 7 hours time just flew by. It was very enjoyable. We have covered quite a lot of ground, and I believe that we can both suggest the players to take as much sleep as possible on the rest day, because they will need the energy for the remaining 5 games.
So, dear viewers, thank you once again for watching, for being with us all of these hours, and all your positive vibes in the comments. So, I'm saying goodbye. I believe also Peter is saying goodbye, but don't forget to watch also the State of Chess.com, led by our own one and only Danny Wrench, with the live Q&A and all kinds of discussions. Thank you. Have a great evening. We're signing off, and we'll be seeing you after the rest day, and happy Halloween.